The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776. Su-Xing woke up amidst the loud noises, and she still had a headache when she woke up, and this is the so-called hangover. When she wakes up with a headache after drinking, there are two possibilities. One is that she drank fake wine, one is drinking too much, and usually in this case it takes less than 2 days to recover. After hearing these strong cheers, Lin Yu said with a smile, "These people seem to be calling for you. Now you have become the apricot fairy among these people." It seems that in a day and a night, Yuet has already been consecrated. When Su-Xing heard that this happened to her, she was stunned, and then she lay on the window and looked out, and immediately saw countless people cheering. The people by the Yangtze River were boundless. "I don't even know how many people are cheering for me." Su-Xing was stunned. Are these people who are shouting Xingchen really welcoming him? How did this happen? I didn't do anything. Why are these people warmly welcoming me? I don't understand it at all. Su-Xing murmured at this time. Lin Yu saw Li Yiqiang's group in the distance, and then said, "Now you are guessing here, and you don't know anything. You should ask Li Yiqiang, now." Su-Xing suddenly realized a serious problem, and said immediately, "Wait a minute, these people are calling me Xingchen. Don't they regard me as a god? This is not good. The city owner is called Fengshen. If I now to be called Xingchen by others, isn't it disrespectful to the city lord, and has the idea of standing shoulder to shoulder with the city lord? Come on, the city lord is not so narrow-minded. It's just a title. For the city lord, it doesn't matter what title you have, as long as it's not demeaning. As for you, you should deal with the current matter with peace of mind." Lin Yu laughed, said in Lin Yu's eyes, "Su-Xing is just thinking wildly now. Who is Shen Feng? It is impossible to be jealous of Su-Xing just because of a title. Shen Feng's current reputation is known all over the world, and Su-Xing is now at this time. It was only cheered by tens of thousands of people, and even the title Xingchen came out, but in the end, it is impossible for such a title to be louder than Fengshen. When Chinese people meet heroes, they always like to enshrine them as gods. In addition, they will also make selections, such as the 5 whites of the Central Plains, and the 12 Supremas. As long as they have outstanding abilities, they can be called great gods, and Su-Xing, it is obvious that this situation is encountered at this time, and now it is directly called Xingchen. Su-Xing came to his senses, then became worried, and couldn't help but said, "Now that there are so many people by the Yangtze River, the guys in the wine city will definitely find out. If they are attacked by surprise, the crowd may be chaotic. What will we do then?" Lin Yu thought for a while and said, "If this kind of situation really happens, then only you and I will do it. I just hope that those guys in the city don't take the opportunity to run for their lives." When the car arrived at the camp, as soon as Su-Xing got out of the car, strong cheers erupted from the surroundings, because everyone here had heard that Su-Xing came to save herself, and they were killed by 2 demons. Under the situation of constant oppression, the hidden anger in the heart was already very deep, and now Su-Xing's appearance directly led to everyone having a backbone. Not to mention that Su-Xing came from Yazhou. The food that Su-Xing brought back, more than 70 trucks this time, is enough to be remembered by everyone. So after Su-Xing came out, he was immediately received. He gave a warm welcome, and wherever he passed, many victims also looked at Su-Xing with fanatical eyes. After Su-Xing saw the countless fanatical eyes around her, she was a little surprised for a moment, because she never expected that she would be so popular overnight at this time. Li Yiqiang came forward and said to Su-Xing, "Master Su-Xing, I have gathered the victims around me according to your order. There are more than 40,000 victims here, and there are more people gathering here. By nighttime, the number of victims may reach 50,000. The people are really suffering. They heard that you want to avenge them, and they will come here immediately." After Su-Xing heard the news, she said in her heart, "Fortunately, Master Zhizhen's plan has been carried out smoothly, and the next step is to surround the wine city." When Su-Xing implemented Elder Zhizhen's plan, he was actually not sure, because he didn't know if the plan would really work. But now that things have developed to this scene, Su-Xing really discovered that the plan proposed by Elder Zhizhen, the feasibility is really too strong. Almost every step is carried out according to the plan of the Elder Zhizhen. In this case, as long as the plan continues to be carried out, the next step is to slay demons and demons. However, Lin Yu then began to ask Li Yiqiang, "Where are your guns in Steel City? When will they arrive?" Li Yiqiang said helplessly, "I have contacted, at least we can only arrive at night. The Yangtze River is now in a dry season, and there are people in Steel City who are against us to avenge the boss. It is not so easy to mobilize guns. Matter, we can only arrive late at night? That's not good news. Once the enemy flees in the dark, there will be problems with the completion of our mission." Lin Yu said with a frown. Su Jing thought for a while, but then said, "I don't think Zuba and Dong Zhao could just run away like that. They managed to collect so much property in the wine city, and finally got where they are today. How could it be possible? Just give up the glory and wealth so easily? And the dog legs of these two people will definitely not leave. After all, we haven't launched an attack yet." Lin Yu thought for a while, and was non-committal, because this is only a possibility. As long as it is something that has not happened, the probability cannot be 100%. As long as the probability is not 100%, then the enemy may escape, and we should not underestimate it. Anyone's guts. Lin Yu leaned into Su Jing's ear and said a few words, and Su Jing suddenly realized, and said to Li Yiqiang, "Find some strong and reliable people, first unload the grain, put the grain in a nearby village, and then, first divide the food, 10 caddies of food for each person." Under Lin Yu's guidance, Su Jing understood how to buy people's hearts, so she immediately followed suit. At this time, as long as the victims are given a bite to eat, then the victims will follow them wholeheartedly. Taking advantage of the present, take control of the stronger people among the victims, and the next step is to attack the city. The cooperation of these people is indispensable. In the wine city, in the palace, Zuba summoned more than 20 people in his confidants. Even Dong Zhao, the second in command, had already been summoned. During normal times, Dong Zhao stayed in the Buddhist temple. After all, he wanted to express himself. The identity of the suzerain is naturally the more mysterious the better, but now, the most core group of people in the wine city have appeared here. Dong Zhao has a round bald head, holding a string of Buddhist beads in his hand, and a smile on his face. But Zuba had a gloomy expression. "Boss, why did you call us here today? Is it to reward us? Or is it going to hold a banquet?" Several leaders also smiled at this time, thinking that this time can be enjoyed as usual, and at the banquet in the palace, there is wine and meat to satisfy the appetite, and there are female slaves to vent. So, at this moment, after everyone found out that the boss had gathered everyone together, they immediately thought of the possible treatment that would come next, and the smiles on their faces gradually became obscene. Obviously, they thought of it at this time. What a beautiful thing. But after Zuba found out that the people under his command had such virtues, he immediately scolded, "What time is it now? You still want to enjoy yourself? We are about to be overthrown by others now. As a result, you still don't know anything. What a bunch of idiots," Dong Zhao said while twirling the Buddhist beads. This incident was quite sudden. It's normal for them not to know. Now is not the time to blame. Let me tell you what happened. As for how to deal with this crisis, we need to find a way together. Dong Zhao has already talked to this extent. Zubai couldn't continue to scold him, so he nodded and said, "Then please tell me about this matter, brother." Dong Zhao then said, "This incident was so sudden, so even when I heard the news for the first time, I didn't believe it was true, because in Yuzhou, Shen Feng wants to annex us. This is a particularly serious problem. It is so serious that we can't ignore it. At this time, 40,000 to 50,000 victims have been mobilized outside the city. Once these people rush into the city, then our foundation will be ruined." After these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, because this was an attack from Yuzhou. Shen Feng of Yuzhou had never expanded, and had been consolidating Yuzhou for several years, and the result is now at this time, Shen Feng actually attacked him. It was too sudden. Could it be that Shen Feng wanted to annex the wine city? The bastard Shen Feng is really shameless. Obviously everyone is a non-governmental organization. It's fine for him to fall out with the headquarters. As a result, at this moment, instead of reasoning with the headquarters, he is attacking us. It is completely immoral. That's right, didn't the second head of the family already go to meet Shen Feng in person, and we regarded him as the boss? Whenever they had something to do in Yuzhou, we would rush to give gifts, and they accepted them all. As a result, now, if you say turn your face, you turn your face. Shen Feng is killing himself. Yuzhou is the leader of the civil forces in the world, and everyone regards Yuzhou as the boss. As a result, At this moment, he even attacked our neighboring forces. Will you hang out with them? Immediately, the crowd became excited in the hall, and everyone felt that Yazhao Shen Feng's move was immoral, and if it went on like this, it would definitely hurt the hearts of the people below. Zuba continued, I called Yazhao, but the other party didn't answer. It seems that Yazhao is determined to attack us. Tell me, what should we do at this time? The excitement and anger of the people are actually covering up one thing. They are very scared now, because Yazhao is famous. Among other things, even in the end, Yazhao has a population of 5 million, and the Wanda population on this side of the city is about 200,000 to 300,000, and the strength of the two sides is completely incomparable. If Yazhao really came to fight, most of them would not be able to handle it, so everyone is panicking now. Boss, how many people are here in Yazhao? Someone asked a crucial question. Zuba said indifferently, the two of them, however, are both supernatural beings, but the troublesome thing is that there are already 40,000 to 50,000 disaster victims outside the city, and these people have not yet starved to death. I really underestimate them. What? There are only 2 people. After hearing this, everyone immediately relaxed. They thought it was the Yazhao soldiers who suppressed the situation. 10,000 people, and Yazhao does have this kind of strength. As a result, Yazhao only sent 2 people here, and everyone doubted whether the news was true. Chapter 777. When everyone learned that there were only 2 people sent by Yazhao, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The other party obviously looked down on their own strength, so they only sent 2 supernatural beings here, but, if there are so few people, then isn't there hope for victory on my side? Boss, what do you mean? We arrest these 2 supernatural beings? Then we can force Yazhao to retreat, is that so? Someone asked cautiously. Zuba glanced at everyone, and said directly, why do you want to try this? Now it's a life and death situation. Do you still want to live in peace? I came here to let you decide whether to run or fight. Everyone also understood that their small thoughts could not be hidden from the boss. At this time, everyone should work together to find a way to deal with the immediate crisis, but they really don't want to fend Shen Feng from Yazhao. There is a powerful army, and there are more than 20 people with supernatural powers. These supernatural people are also powerful. Offending Yazhao is a dead end, but now, it seems that it is impossible not to offend Yazhao. Dong Zhao also said in a deep voice at this time, I know that you all don't want to have a conflict with Yazhao, but this is impossible. Either it will be an endless situation, or it will just walk away. There is no arrest. The other party's supernatural beings can still go back to maintain peace in the end, and you have thought about it clearly for me. If you leave, then there will be nothing left of the things you have worked hard for in the past 2 years. When Dong Zhao said this, it immediately aroused the anger of everyone present, and then someone stood up and asked angrily, what are you thinking now? The enemy is at hand, and now it is time for you to die? Why are you still so hesitant? Deshuxen first explained that I will live and die with Wine City. Well said. Now our property is also in the Wine City. If those untouchables from outside the city really rush in, what will we have left? All the things we occupy will be taken away. Is that what you want to see? Life is alive, eat and drink. If you can't keep the Wine City, let alone the glory and wealth, even if you want to eat, drink and have fun, I will definitely stick to it. For a moment, the hall was filled with the voices of impassioned speeches. It seemed that everyone was already full of enthusiasm at this time, and they were desperately defending what they should have after seeing this scene. Zuba also felt that people's hearts are available. He nodded in satisfaction, and said, since this is the case, then I can tell you clearly that I will definitely fight with Shen Feng. Let me tell you, I have discovered the weakness of these untouchables outside the city. Although there are many of them, they are all chronically malnourished, and they don't have enough food. As long as we can hold on, these untouchables will have no food. If we don't, it's impossible to persist. As long as we procrastinate, that's enough. After hearing what Zuba said, everyone immediately became more confident. That's right, the boss is right. As long as they drag it down, they can win the final victory at this time. Dong Zhao also said seriously, in addition, I also have 20,000 believers in the Wine City. I can let these believers defend the city. Let's mobilize now. Dong Zhao's good deeds on weekdays are showing their effect, because at this time, he can use the small favor he gave out before to make others desperately give him his life. This kind of business is not common, but there are many stupid people who are really fooled. And really think that this Huangxi Buddha is a serious Buddha? Zuba's eyes also brightened. Obviously he had an idea at this moment, and then he said, since we want to mobilize believers, why don't we mobilize them together with other people, and tell the people in the city that the people outside the city are going to rush those who come in to kill people. In this way, the people in the city will definitely be afraid, and they will be able to defend the city at that time. As long as we persist for a period of time, then what do you think of the advantages we have accumulated here? It is possible, but I am worried that these people will not help us. The tax collection was too harsh before. Someone put forward his own opinion. However, Zubas nodded coldly and said, if you don't help us, then you can only do it. If you catch two typical examples, you will kill them directly. As for those who respond positively, then you will be rewarded more. One hand butcher knife and one hand bread, let them choose, this is my solution. Afterwards, everyone didn't dare to say more, and could only follow Zubas' method. In Zubas' eyes, the so-called art of controlling people was nothing more than a carrot and a stick. Those who were obedient would be given a carrot as a reward. If you are disobedient, then kill him directly, and after seeing it, other people naturally dare not object. As a result, the city immediately began to mobilize, preparing for the next shock. However, at dusk, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, the cold wind hit, and the temperature continued to drop. Not long after, there were still snowflakes falling from the sky. After Zuba and Dong Zhao in the city saw this kind of thing, he showed a look of joy. You know, it is extremely unsuitable to attack the city in snowy weather, and there is still enough food in Chennai, so as long as there is delay, the victory will definitely be won. And at night, Steel City's supplies had already been delivered, but they were only 1,000 guns, and many of them were used many times, that is, second-hand goods. The bullets were quite sufficient, so Su Xing picked out a gun afterward. Thousands of strong people led people to surround the wine city after dawn. Although the siege was carried out when the snow was falling, the eyes of the 50,000 victims were full of anger, which was enough to resist the biting cold wind in order to build the city wall. Juxing, the wine city, demolished many houses outside the city wall, and the terrain outside the city wall is very poor, which is not suitable for attacking at all. Therefore, in this case, Su Xing did not dare to attack the city rashly, but it is to lead people to surround the outside of the city directly. Although Su Xing only has 50,000 people in his hands, as long as he uses the key force to block the gate of the city, it will be fine. The people in the city will face it directly if they think about it. Disaster victims at this time, the victims also felt the strength on their side. Although they had just eaten 2 hot meals, their long-standing hatred had completely exploded. Then he was killed by bullets. Su Xing quickly issued an order, don't worry, the more anxious you are, the easier it is to give others a chance, so at this time, we must calm down and shout at the people on the city wall, saying that Zuba deserves to die, Dongzhao should die. Threatened and severely punished, the rest will not be asked. At this time, Su Xing has not forgotten the key points of the plan that Elder Zizhan once said. Among them, after surrounding the wine city, he will create a reputation, let the people in the city know the crimes committed by these rulers, and then kill them. To eradicate, rather than force it directly, if it is forced, it will inevitably cause serious casualties. But after Su Xing gave the order, the people below did it right away, but something went wrong when the plan was implemented, because in the end the people below understood it as the crime of scolding Zuba and Dong Zhao, so they all shouted, stand up, brother, old man, stop doing things for these 2 bastards. Do you know that you are pigs and dogs in the city? Why don't you surrender quickly at this time? Let's take revenge together, don't forget how your mother-in-law and girl were deceived, and you are not afraid of losing the face of your ancestors. Both mother-in-law and girl are going to sell themselves, it is really embarrassing, hurry up and open the city gate, let's take revenge together, what are you waiting for? Countless people with loud voices in the city began to shout directly. Although it was not what Su Xing said, the effect was very good, because many people were shaken after hearing this, and many people outside the city were shocked. He escaped from the city, and everyone knows what kind of life in the city is. It is not a life for human beings. Now that someone has come to save him, how can he remain indifferent at this time? After seeing this situation, the civilians on the city wall were a little shaken. If they live in the city, they will be taxed frequently, even walking. This can no longer be called taxation. It was completely robbed in the open. No matter how rich the family was, they couldn't afford to be robbed like this, and the people in the city were basically impoverished. Basically there was no food for the night at home, and there was no next meal after the last meal. Not only that, working in the city eats what other people eat, and the swill is almost rancid. I feed the pigs to myself. Is this still a human life? Under the pressure of survival, the fireworks places in the city are extremely prosperous, because it is relatively easy to make money here, and most of the people who take care of these places are related to the city lord and his subordinates. The final result is men can't find a decent job, while women can only be forced to sell themselves. Who in a normal family would watch their female relatives do such shameless things? A low-level industry is a low-level industry, and if you look down on it, you look down on it. But this is not over yet, because women in the city often disappear. It is said that these missing women were captured by people in the palace, and the fate of these women is the most tragic. The insults, chains around the neck or hands, the dignity of being a human being is directly lost. When the voice under the city appeared, the people on the city wall were shaken immediately, and some people were still looking back at the soldiers on the city wall. In the eyes of these civilians, there was a man-eating gaze, and they were stared at by this kind of gaze. Seeing that, those arrogant guys in the weekdays also felt creepy at this time. What are you looking at? Guard the city wall obediently. If you still dare to look at it, I will kill you to sacrifice to heaven. The soldiers immediately started beating and scolding when they saw someone looking fiercely at them. Well, if there were not many people outside the city, they would have shot and killed these bad-eyed guys right now. After Su Xing saw that there was no reaction on the city wall, he immediately frowned and said, Elders Hizhan said that we can mobilize the power of the masses, but it seems that this is not the case at this moment. There is no change on the city wall. Can people be mobilized? You're too impatient. How long have you been talking now? We still have to wait until the words slowly ferment, and the effect will be very good. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Lin Yu hurriedly said to Su Xing. Su Xing nodded, frowned and said, if I hadn't considered that there might be a lot of casualties, at this moment, I would have directly attacked by tearing down the city wall. A 5-meter-high city wall is nothing in Su Xing's eyes. This is not the city wall of Yazhao, nor the city wall of Yanjing. The task of the city wall, but the guns of the soldiers in the city are not vegetarian. If they rush over by force, they will definitely cause casualties, so at this time, they cannot attack by force. Although they have guns on their side, they can only prevent enemies from rushing out. Su Xing said, it would be great if someone could give me some advice. I don't have to worry like I am now. Su Xing has now realized the importance of brains more and more. To solve a crisis in a place, it is not enough to have strength, but to use brains, and brains are something that Su Xing is not good at. And Su Xing felt that Elders Hizhan was a good counselor, but unfortunately, Elders Hizhan was in the city now and could not be easily seen. Chapter 778. After Su Xing started the public opinion offensive, the people below immediately began to implement it. The first thing was to expose the evil deeds of Zhu Ba and Dong Zhao. Only by exposing the actions of these two scumbags can they truly gain the support of the masses. At this time, many men and women wearing monk uniforms suddenly appeared on the city wall. These men and women all looked fanatical. They had been brainwashed by the Huangxi sect, and they felt that what they had been doing all along was correct. After the helpers came to the city wall, they began to distribute their property, and the gold, silver and food were distributed directly. While distributing food, these Huangxi sect guys were saying, this is given to you by the most virtuous and benevolent chief suzerain and the merciful city lord. Be grateful. This is the mercy of the two living Buddhas. In addition, the city lord prepared if you divide the land after resisting the refugees, if these refugees rush into the city, then you will not get the land. It turned out that after Zhu Ba and Dong Zhao saw something was wrong, they came up with a way to stabilize people's hearts, that is, to give enough benefits. Among them, the distribution of land for finance and promises was actually the way they came up with. Give us the land? Is this true? After hearing this, everyone was stunned. It was obvious that all the land was occupied by the city lord before, and no one could farm the land privately. This is what everyone hates Zhu Ba the most. The reason, because without the land, there is no basis for living, and now the city lord said that he would divide the land. Is this okay? When the people learned that the land could be divided, they immediately went crazy. Land is the most important thing, even in the end of the world, and farming is something that is deeply rooted in the Chinese nation. Nowadays, dividing land, when such a thing appears in the eyes of everyone, it is still very attractive. A group of cult members continued, Of course it is true, what the city lord says is absolutely true, and this matter is guaranteed by the Lord Suzerain, and it will definitely be implemented on you in the end, so you should fight hard. After the matter is completed, you can be regarded as people who have property. The civilians on the city wall immediately became excited after learning about the future treatment. First, they had gold and silver treasures in their hands, and now the city lord promised to divide the land. Such good benefits appeared in front of them, and everyone started to look forward to the wonderful life that may appear in the future, and the promises made inside and outside the city are completely disproportionate. The inside of the city gave property and vigorously announced the benevolence of the city lord and suzerain, but outside the city, they just repeatedly told Zuba and Dong Zhao's crimes. At most it was a promise will not kill civilians, and the two are in contrast, needless to say. Of course, he is on the side of the city lord, because as long as he can keep it, he will have property and the future will be bright. If the refugees from outside the city rush in, it will really be over. Therefore, under such circumstances, the people outside the city were just talking empty words, and naturally they couldn't move the hearts of ordinary people. It has to be said that Dong Zhao is still very strong in deceiving people's hearts at this time. Everyone on the city wall was happily discussing the possible land distribution in the future, and unconsciously, the mood of the people stabilized. Hatred is indeed unforgettable, but as long as there is property, that can be bought. Moreover, in the matter of land distribution, there is another hidden condition that ordinary people have not discovered. This kind of thing is nonsense. In this way, those who want to get property in the city can only defend the wine city desperately. Otherwise, such things as land distribution are nonsense. And in the tower on the west side of the city wall, after seeing this change, Zuba and Dong Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief, because at this moment, as long as there is no chaos in the city, they can persevere. Hold on, the winner must be your side. After Zuba saw the people discussing the matter of land distribution, he immediately smiled contemptuously and said, "These fools are really easy to deceive. After a few random promises, they will be able to make them work honestly. Wait until after defeating the opponent, whether it is property or land, it will still be mine in the end." Zuba is very clear, that is, as long as you have a gun in your hand, you will have everything. Not to mention other things, the property distributed this time is only temporarily kept by the people below. When the war is over, it can be passed at any time. The way of collecting taxes is recovered. As for the land, there will be everything in the dream, so go dreaming at this time. Dong Zhao became worried. However, what if the supernatural beings attack the city? Now that there is heavy snow inside and outside the city, the supernatural powers of the supernatural beings are difficult to be discovered. Dong Zhao had heard that there were two supernatural beings outside the city. This was the news brought by his faithful followers from outside the city, and Dong Zhao also firmly believed it. Therefore, at this moment, what Dong Zhao was most worried about was the powerful strength of supernatural beings. However, after hearing Dong Zhao's worries, Zuba said disdainfully, "These two guys who hide their heads and show their tails don't have to worry at all. Someone broke into my palace before, and they were also a man and a woman. This is probably Kong Yu. Those two people from Zhao Zhao, but they didn't dare to fight my soldiers at all, and ran away after the incident was revealed. In my opinion, these two supernatural beings are like this, and their strength is not enough." Bob already knew who the guy who entered his palace was after invoking the monitoring system. According to speculation, it was probably the two supernatural beings who came from Yazhao. If you want to hide and go, it is conceivable that the strength of these two people must not be very good, so why worry? Dong Zhao felt a lot of uneasiness in his heart, but seeing Zuba's confident appearance at this time, he also felt that there should be no problem with this matter. Seeing that there was no disturbance on the city wall, and no one was responding to her, Su Xing immediately knew that there was no chance to attack at this time. The enemy was well prepared, and it was not wise to attack the city at this time. "Okay, it's cold, hurry up and go back to the nearby camp to rest, leave a group of people to watch in turn, save your strength first, and wait for the opportunity to fight," Su Xing said to everyone immediately. Now that Xingxin has spoken, who would dare to neglect at this time? Su Xing was the goddess in the minds of a group of disaster victims. Since the goddess said to save her energy, she had to follow suit. It is also very strange to say that the snow this year is really heavy. It is absolutely rare for Jiacheng to snow heavily. It is located in the south, and there are very few days of heavy snow. Even if it snows, it is just a little snow rice. After a little bit of snow, rice fell on the ground. It couldn't even cover the ground. As a result, the heavy snow this time has not stopped after a night, and it is still floating in the sky. Su Xing was very helpless. Walking on the ground was a deep footprint. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult to attack the city, so he had to wait for time and wait until the snow stopped. The battle has not yet started, but the wine city has been surrounded. The lives of the victims during this period can only be described as hell. They are full of anger and cannot vent at all, but everyone is holding back their energy. That is, they must let the evil bastards in the wine city pay the price. The people outside the city began to rest, and the people inside the city also began to rest in batches, preparing to wait for the next battle. And there is a temple in the city called Donglei Temple, because it is said that this is the temple built here after Xuanzang came from the east, but no one can say whether it is the same thing. Everyone he will put gold on his face, and being close to a celebrity is a common thing. No matter what it is, as long as it is associated with a celebrity, it is a identified person. It's just that Donglei Temple is now in ruins, and there is only one old monk left in the whole temple. If this old monk was not Dong Zhao's master, then Donglei Temple might have been occupied early. To gain glory and wealth, all you need is for him to hold his stinky feet, but the old monk Zizian still didn't say a word in the end. In this case, the elder Zizian ended up living a poor life. When night fell, a pot of fire was lit in Donglei Temple, and a dozen people sneaked in from the door. These were about a dozen thin men who seemed to have been starving for a long time. Those who are thin can see the cheekbones. Elder Zizian seemed very happy after seeing the appearance of everyone, and said, "I didn't come here today for alms. I also know that everyone has righteous thoughts. Now, I hope you can help me." Elder Zizian has been in Wine City for decades. He is not only familiar with all kinds of big and small things in Wine City, but also knows many people who yearn for Buddhism over the years. Now, Elder Zizian has found someone who can contact him. A group of people on the internet. I hope they can help themselves. After Elder Zizian finished speaking these words, these people also said on the spot, "What did the elder say? As long as you speak, we will definitely help, but it doesn't matter. These are all pilgrims from Donglei Temple." They knew Elder Zizian in the past, and Elder Zizian often explained these people's doubts, and they got to know each other over time. Now at this time, popularity comes in handy. Elder Zizian said in a deep voice, "The wine city is already a hell on earth. If this continues, the wine city will definitely fall into the abyss of eternal doom. The city is full of people who are neither human nor ghost. If this continues, wine the city is only facing despair, so we must change all of this." Everyone nodded quickly and said, "Elder Zizian, just say, if there is something that needs us to complete, we will definitely complete it." Elder Zizian nodded, and found a thick stack of paper from one side, which was all written with a brush. It was written down by hand. One can imagine how exhausting it is, but now, Elder Zizian solemnly handed a thick stack of papers to everyone, and said, "Then I would like to trouble everyone to post these things everywhere in the city. It can be regarded as a helping hand to save the wine city." Everyone took the thick white paper handed over by Elder Zizian, and when they looked carefully, they were stunned at the time, because what appeared in front of everyone were words that encouraged everyone to resist. If these things were posted, it would definitely cause people sensational amount. At this time, someone asked in surprise, "Elder, did you write these leaflets yourself?" At this time, it is very easy to print leaflets, because there are copiers, and you can print as many as you want. However, this is a leaflet promoting rebellion. If it is seen by others, it will be directly sentenced to death. Elder Zizian said helplessly, "This is written down one by the old monk. Fortunately, I learned to copy scriptures when I was a child, and now I can still copy leaflets. It took half a year to write, and there is only so much, which is ridiculous." Gone. Everyone saw the leaflets in their hands. There were at least 3,000 leaflets in total. So many leaflets appeared in front of them. It was really shocking. What kind of person can have such great perseverance to complete such a difficult job? Elder Zizian, what are you trying to do? If refugees from outside rush in, we will be affected too. Someone couldn't help asking. Chapter 779. When everyone asked Elder Zizian what this was for, Elder Zizian just smiled wryly, and then said, "I walked in poverty, witnessed economic growth, and witnessed material desires, and these are all kinds of things in the world. But I never thought that the world would become what it is now, and that's all when the apocalypse comes." But in horizontal comparison, Rongcheng can have a stable life. Although it's tiring, it's not miserable. in the hands of a young man, but the stability is unbearable. On the other hand, Wine City is already in such a sad situation. The city lord is incompetent, he leads beasts to eat people, and the cult is rampant. How can I see it? When the elder Zizhan said what was in his heart, everyone nodded, and they also felt that it was no problem to start resisting at this time. After 2 years of patience, it is really impossible to live now. If you resist, how long will you have to wait? However, at this moment, a pilgrim hesitated for a while, and then said, "But, I heard that after this matter is over, Zuba will give us land. If Zuba is overthrown, the land will not, is it not in our hands?" After hearing what this person said, Elder Zizhan immediately cursed. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you still a human being? There is no problem with dividing the land, but you pin your hopes on collecting people's fat and people's anointing in a weekday. This guy is simply a fool. Do you think you have the ability to let Zuba divide the land? Just rely on the few words he said, this time with empty teeth." Elder Zizhan is really angry now, mourning his misfortune, angering him, and believing in the words of a demon. Can it be regarded as not seeing what these two demons did before? This is obviously a matter of seeking skin from a tiger, but in the end some people really believed it, and were really blinded by the current interests. Don't these people know that Zuba may go back on his word at any time after he has mastered the power? Elder Zizhan got angry now, and the guy who was asking the question just now immediately said, "I know I was wrong, Elder Zizhan, please forgive me," and after Elder Zizhan heard the words of apology, he also knew that the other party already knew that he was wrong, and he did not pursue it now, but said in a deep voice, "At such a critical moment, we must respond to people outside. Flyers, but it's better than doing nothing." Everyone nodded quickly, and then chose to leave, preparing to distribute leaflets all over the city. This is the only thing they can do now. After everyone left, Elder Zizhan sat silently in the Buddhist hall, looking at the empty area above the altar. He seemed to understand something, and he seemed to be a lot more confused. After worshipping the Buddha all his life, he suddenly found that the Buddha was no longer there. So, what should I pay homage to next? However, although the Buddha has disappeared, all the Buddhist principles learned in the past came to my mind in an instant, and it seemed that I had a clear understanding in an instant. What is a Buddha? I am a Buddha. The so-called understanding of meditation, the principles I understand are all my own. The Buddha has no appearance, so it is not on the golden body, nor in the wood carving, nor in the clay sculpture. The Buddha is in the heart. Since it is in the heart, if you understand all the principles, then I am a Buddha. At this time, Elder Zizhan suddenly understood a lot. I have a bright pearl, which has been locked away in the dust for a long time. Today, the dust is gone and the light is born, shining through thousands of mountains and rivers. At this time, Elder Zizhan finally realized what he had learned for 50 years. He understood what a Buddha is. The situation is called entering the Tao, and it is a state that practitioners of the Tao can encounter but cannot seek after going out. Everyone will disperse and post and distribute leaflets in the city. It is late at night, and there must be someone patrolling during normal hours. In jail, or after being drained of money and eventually being released, but now it is still snowing heavily. In such weather, beggars on the streets are looking for places to hide, and there are even fewer patrolling soldiers. Now is the most appropriate time to post leaflets will be found out among the dozen or so pilgrims. Not all of them believed the words of Elder Zizhan, and one of them, who had questioned Elder Zizhan, had a twisted mind at this moment. This person is called Shi Jiwen, and his brain is not very good. At this moment, he still believes what he heard during the day, that is, after this matter is over, the city lord Zubar will distribute the land to everyone. So amazing the news appeared in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it immediately. No, the old monk must be lying to me. I can tell from his tone that he is connected with those people outside the city, so after the wine city is occupied, he will be able to rise to the top, but we people there will be nothing left. No way. For the sake of the future possible property, we must prevent this from happening. Shi Jiwen thought silently in his heart. An old saying once said that profit is blinding one's heart, and a person who is considered to be honest may actually change his whole mentality when faced with huge profits. But now at this time, as the ancients said, people who are blinded by interests will do things unbelievable. Shi Jiwen stuffed a leaflet in his hand into his clothes, and then went to find someone. When he found the soldiers in the city, he immediately started shouting, "I want to report that someone in the city is plotting rebellion." After the soldier heard the news, he didn't dare to be negligent at all, and then he reported the news. and Shi Jiwen finally showed a smile on his face, because he knew that the property he might get in the future would be preserved. Maybe I can join the City Lord's command? Overnight, Su Xing, Lin Yu, and Li Yiqiang were all discussing countermeasures in a dilapidated room outside the city. Because the language offensive did not have a good effect during the day, the three of them were also thinking at this time. Is it necessary to find a way to expand the advantages of publicity? However, when it was daytime, someone suddenly came to report, Master Xingxin, there are more than a dozen corpses hanging on the tower, go and have a look. After Su Xing heard the news, she hurried out to watch. The snow had stopped, the ground was covered with snow, the sky was gloomy, and the surrounding light was not very good, but Su Xing's physical fitness was always on the line. Here, standing hundreds of meters away and looking at the city tower, I can see clearly a group of people hanging on wooden poles on the city tower. In an instant when Su Xing saw the corpse on the wooden pole, he immediately froze in place. He didn't know many people in Wine City, that is, 2 people, one of whom was the uncle who took him in, and the other was the old monk who gave advice to himself before, but now, the elder Zizian is hung on the wooden pole at this time, and the whole person is already ashen, and the bald head of the elder Zizian is the most conspicuous. From their stiff body judging from it, he must have been dead for a long time. Elder Zizian had a knife wound on his body, most likely he was killed, but I don't know how Elder Zizian exposed it. Standing beside Su Xing, Lin Yu said Li Yiqiang didn't have such good eyesight, and he couldn't see clearly even after using a telescope. Su Xing was already angry after seeing this scene. Although she once pushed down the Buddha statue in the temple, the elder Zizian gave her advice later regardless of the previous suspicions, and he was able to admit her mistake at the beginning. Well, Elder Zizian is definitely a good person, but it is a pity that a good person has no rewards, and now he has been killed, and there will be no peace after death, and he was hanged on a wooden pole for public display. At this time, someone moved out a huge stereo on the city wall, and then began to shout, "Listen, people outside, these guys on the wooden pole who intend to rebel are your role models. Get out of here early, otherwise, wait until in the future, we will also chop off your heads, feed the corpses to the dogs, and use the heads to play football." There was no chaos in the city, and the civilians were already fascinated by the promises made by Zuba and Dong Zhao. The cult created by Dong Zhao also played a huge role at this time. This kind of propaganda, saying that as long as the refugees from outside rush in, they will kill everyone. In this case, people who don't know the truth can only fight to survive. The elder has also been killed now, and the residents of the city no longer know anything at this time. Su Xing took a deep breath. She knew that her behavior of pushing down the Buddha statue was wrong. After all, it was the god that the old monk believed in for decades, but she was pushed down by herself in anger. Now Su Xing understands mistake. I wanted to apologize but there was no chance. Lin Yu, order me to go down and prepare to attack the city. I will walk in the front. Su Xing said gloomily. His eyes were already full of anger after seeing Su Xing's gloomy expression. Lin Yu persuaded, anger will blind your eyes. Now is not the right time to do it. At least we have to wait until the snow melts, right? The south is no better than the north. After it snows in the north, the snow will melt slowly due to the temperature, while the temperature in the south is higher than that in the north. Even if there is heavy snow, as long as the weather is fine, it will take 3 or 4 days. It melted away, and at this moment, Lin Yu just hoped that Su Xing could calm down and wait for the right opportunity to attack. However, Su Xing turned her head to stare at Lin Yu and said, "This is the time now, and I have the final say on everything. I am in charge of this matter, and you are just the examiner." Lin Yu didn't know what to say at this time. When he said he was an examiner, Su Xing kept asking him to help, but now at this time, he wanted to help, but Su Xing refused him instead, and instead let him leave it alone. All right, I'm the examiner, I don't care about you. Li Yiqiang, let the people under him smear red mud on their foreheads, prepare to attack the city, and eat breakfast after entering the city. Lin Yu finally, he could only agree with Su Xing's decision in order to distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. Lin Yu decided to follow the practice of people in the past, that is, to use red mud to paint his forehead red. In the southwest region, most of the land is red, so the pigment can be seen everywhere. In ancient times, a peasant army invaded Shangan, and one of the troops was called Red Eyebrows, which used oil and other pigments to smear the eyebrows and other areas red, and this is also the best way to distinguish between the enemy and us. In the central plains, it is generally yellow soil, while in the southern region, it is dominated by red soil, and in the northeast, if it is divided according to color, there is also black soil. Su Xing silently waited for everyone to smear their foreheads. Looking at the city wall in the distance, she was already full of anger. At this moment, there was only one thing he wanted to do, and that was to kill people, to kill all the perpetrators. You finished applying it? Su Xing couldn't help urging. Now Su Xing couldn't hold back any more. Li Yiqian quickly said, after waiting for half an hour, the order has been handed down, but these people are basically disaster victims, and it is very difficult to organize. Half an hour is enough, then. Let them smear it slowly. Those who have already smeared, follow me. Su Xing said this, and then rushed out directly. In an instant, Su Xing had already rushed a long distance. Gritting his teeth, he shouted behind him, "Brothers, follow Xingxin." Chapter 780. Breaking through the city with one blow. The disaster victims are always disaster victims, and it didn't take long to organize, so at this time, a message of smearing red on the forehead was conveyed, and when the implementation began, it was a mess. It will take a lot of time to melt the snow and smear it all on the head. Su Xing was unwilling to wait for so much time. Originally, Su Xing hoped to continue to implement Elder Zizan's plan to win, but now Elder Zizan has been killed at this time, so continue to implement the plan at this time it is not easy and effective. Su Xing has given up these methods of intrigue, but chooses the violent and proactive approach. Follow me. After Su Xing yelled such words, she rushed out, and behind Su Xing, hundreds of people followed and charged together. After seeing this scene, the victims also rushed up one after another, but they rushed up slowly. After all, no one is a fool. Facing a 5-meter-high city wall, there are countless guards on the city wall. With such an obvious balance of power, wouldn't it be a dead end to rush forward? It is not ruled out that the screaming victims rushed out after Su Xing. These people were harmed by Zuba and Dong Zhao, so they really wanted revenge at this moment, and after Su Xing rushed up, these people also rushed out immediately followed. However, after running for a few minutes for a distance of several hundred meters, the situation changed instantly, because most of the victims who were running were slow. Although they were running in the snow, they were not fast. Only Su Xing and her were in front of them. Hundreds of people behind were still charging. After Zuba and Dong Zhao on the tower saw this scene, they immediately laughed. These untouchables have no rules at all. Under such circumstances, we must be able to hold on, especially in the back. The guy, with such a slow speed, must be greedy for life and afraid of death. That's right, attacking the city at such a slow speed. In my opinion, even the commanders of these untouchables outside the city are not very good. Everyone on the tower began to laugh. Before, they just thought that there were a large number of hungry people outside the city. There could be 50,000 to 60,000 people. They were surrounded by so many people outside the city, so they dared not leave the city at all. But now it seems that, even if the opponent has a large number of people, it is useless in the real battle. These untouchables are acting as if they are not organized. This kind of team is too loose, and it will collapse at the touch of a finger. There is no need to worry about it. However, at this moment, some soldiers noticed something was wrong. The person who rushed to the front was a woman, and her speed was so fast that she drove away the crowd behind her, so everyone panicked. Someone is approaching, it's a supernatural being, shoot quickly. Even a person with supernatural powers will definitely be killed after being hit by a bullet. Please work harder and kill this woman. Zuba was listening. After saying this, he immediately paid more attention to it. The most important thing at this time is to kill the leader of the opponent, and the supernatural being rushed up. Naturally he wanted to kill him immediately. Hundreds of soldiers on the city wall immediately shot at the crowd below, and Su Xingchang was at the front, so he naturally received the highest care. Countless bullets poured down, and after Su Xing saw this scene, he immediately began to dodge. Amidst the hail of bullets, Su Xing exploded at full speed, and his figure suddenly looked like a ghost. While most of the people on the city wall were ordinary people, can't lock Su Xing's position at this time. They can only watch Su Xing's continuous actions on the snow. Su Xing's trajectory can't be predicted at all. If he moves in a straight line, he will definitely be locked in easily. The trajectory is like a snake, constantly twisting on the ground to avoid the attack of bullets. While Su Xing was able to dodge the bullets, the people who followed her could not dodge the bullets. Dozens of people who rushed in front were hit by the bullets, and then fell to the ground. Blood flowed out, and the ground was covered with snow. It was dyed red, and the dead people were like flowers in the snow, gorgeous and beautiful, but unfortunately they have withered after seeing this situation. The people who followed from a distance suddenly started to attack the city more slowly, because the people in front had already suffered casualties, and if they rushed forward, they would probably also die. Dead, for the sake of my own life, so I must not rush forward rashly. After Lin Yu saw this scene, he couldn't help frowning, and said in his heart, Su Xing is still too impulsive. The organization of the disaster victims is not good enough, and no one dares to rush up. If this charge can't succeed in attacking the city, then it will be very difficult to organize the next siege. The principle of siege has been clearly stated in the high school textbooks: 1 effort, then decline, and 3 exhaustion. Therefore, if the first siege fails to achieve the goal, then the morale will be bad next time, and Su Xing's prestige will also be reduced at that time. Siege is a very difficult thing, especially in the era of cold weapons. As long as there are no internal problems, then siege will pay huge casualties. It is obviously impossible to have cannons and missiles in hand. With insufficient firepower, it is naturally very difficult to attack fortifications. However, at this moment, Su Xing has already arrived under the city wall, and there is no one behind Su Xing. Almost no one can avoid the bullets shot down from the city wall. More than 200 people who followed Su Xing have been killed. The snow was stained red with blood. Su Xing turned around inadvertently, and saw the empty space behind her. While the crowd was still moving slowly in the distance, she frowned, and immediately ignored the crowd behind her in a rage. Su Xing stared at the city wall. The city wall was only 5 meters high. Looking up from the bottom, one could even see the crazy faces of the soldiers guarding the city. Su Xing took a deep breath and shouted, "Collapse!" After finishing speaking, Su Xing punched the city wall directly. After the city wall was hit by Su Xing's fist, cracks were formed immediately. The shock wave was transmitted, and the whole city wall trembled. The city wall is very strong. After all, it was made of reinforced concrete, but the constantly shaking city wall made it difficult for the people on it to stand firm in order to be able to tear down the city wall. Su Xing is already doing her best at this moment. After the ability is cast, the city wall is shaking, and stress cracks will occur during the shaking process, and the vibrations continue one after another. The cracks are also increasing, and finally, the cracks on the city wall are crisscrossed. Like spider webs, the city wall began to collapse at this time, and the stones fell down one by one. Everyone on the city wall felt that something was wrong. If the vibration continued, the city wall would collapse. At this time, resistance is useless. In front of the supernatural beings of the natural department, the strength of ordinary people is completely insignificant, not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Zuba and Dong Zhao ran away immediately, because obviously they did not expect that the power of the supernatural being is so strong that it can even shake the already solid city wall. If it continues, they may be collapsed. The walls of the city were buried alive when the vibration on the city wall lasted for a period of time. The city wall couldn't bear such a violent shaking, and then fell down suddenly. For a while, smoke and dust rose from the city wall, and the sound of rumbling was transmitted to the distance continuously. Do you know how many people were buried by the rocks? Those who survived were also missing arms and legs. The city walls collapsed. As long as there are stones hitting their bodies, they will be smashed to pieces, and most of the people guarding the city are civilians. Where have I seen such a horrible thing? The scene then fell on the ruins and began to cry standing under the collapsed city wall. Su Xing looked at the ruined city wall. She knew that her side had already won. Although there were 4 walls in the wine city, as long as there was a gap in the city wall, that would be considered as a huge flaw, but now that the entire city wall has collapsed, the remaining 3 walls are useless. After seeing this situation, the victims who were dawdling in the distance suddenly burst into great enthusiasm, because the city wall had been breached by the great Xingsan, and all the guns on the opposite side had been misfired. What are you dawdling about, brothers? Take revenge, go. A victim raised his arms and shouted. His forehead was covered with dark red mud. After speaking, he rushed out first. More people also followed. These people had knives, guns and sticks in their hands, and they basically used cold weapons. However, even so, the people did not give up charging at all, and followed with the weapons in their hands. The large army and the common people are very realistic, because they will help whoever wins. Now that Su Xing wins, the common people will soon become the Avengers. Even those who didn't find any weapons just picked up half of the bricks from the ground and followed them. For a while, Countless people were rushing towards the wine city when a group of people came to Su Xing's side. They couldn't help asking, "Master Xingchen, what should we do now?" Su Xing said coldly, "Revenge. Who stole your food? Who is using money to buy the dignity of your wives and daughters? Who is brainwashing you? I don't need to say more about this, right?" After Su Xing finished speaking, the victims were even more furious. Now the hatred had completely erupted, and all the unfair treatment they received before needed to be vented. "Brothers, take revenge." Someone rushed up after shouting such a sentence, and more people went up, and the wine city was breached. The victims have their own way of distinguishing between the enemy and the enemy, that is, those with red mud on their foreheads are their own people. If there is nothing on their foreheads, they must be the enemy. Therefore, after the crazy victims rushed into the city, the killing started immediately. As long as there was no red mud on their heads, they were enemies. First of all, they were soldiers in the city. These soldiers had standard uniforms, so they were the easiest to identify. They were killed first. After the vicious soldiers were killed, the disaster victims focused on those llamas dressed in red and yellow. These are also cult members and should be killed. Then, there are the guys who defended the city. These people were also the enemies of the victims, and the victims didn't want to pity these people at all. For a moment, there was chaos in the wine city. Zuba and Dong Zhao fled back to the base camp directly. Zuba gathered the rest of the people in his palace to guard, while Dong Zhao took his hands to defend the temple. The believers below are sticking to the temple. At this time, the effect of brainwashing has also appeared, and countless believers are spontaneously protecting their beloved suzerain. Lin Yu found Su Xing and said, "Quickly restrain the people below. If you continue to kill many people will die. The most important thing right now is to destroy the enemy, not to vent your anger on the civilians." After Su Xing was reminded by Lin Yu, she calmed down a bit, and then issued an order: surround the temples of the cult and the palaces in the city, and don't let a villain go. The civilians in the city are not allowed to kill or injure. In addition, no robbery is allowed. Su Xing's prestige is still very high in the hearts of the victims, especially after Su Xing directly caused the city wall to collapse. The victims even regarded Su Xing as a godlike figure, and Xingchen has already said so. The victims naturally, they followed suit, and directly led a large force to surround a place Su Xing named, and started attacking without waiting for Su Xing to issue an order. Su Xing originally wanted to bring down the palace first, but the victims quickly came to inform Xingchen, "The cult temple was broken by us, and Dong Zhao, the villain, was also captured by us." Chapter 781 Lighting the Sky Lantern. After Su Xing heard that Dong Zhao had been captured, she immediately changed her mind. It is better to go and see the leader of the cult now. But Elder Zizhan and the sacrificial person who was hung on the wooden pole were arrested by several people. The grass was wrapped up and placed in a room. Su Xing was going to remember the old monk after the whole thing was over. When Su Xing came to the cult temple, he found that countless people were smashing the Buddha statues and murals inside. It can be seen that the victims hated the things in the cult, and these harmful things should not exist in this world. Superior. As Su Xing walked, fanatics were talking about what happened. When we rushed over, Dong Zhao packed up his things and wanted to run away. He was wearing ordinary clothes and a hat to cover his bald head. In order not to reveal his face, he still wore a mask and smeared red mud on his forehead. We were almost fooled by this guy. "Oh? Then how did you catch him?" Su Xing asked casually. Everyone quickly said, "Originally we couldn't recognize this guy, but when he ran away, the head on his hood fell off. After all, he is bald and the friction is relatively low, so in this case, everyone saw the bald man. Donkey, I beat him up right away, only then did I realize that it was Dong Zhao." "Next, what do we need to do with this bastard?" Su Xing said lightly. "Let's see first, and then we can talk. In short, it is impossible for him to survive easily." Afterwards, Su Xing came directly to a huge hall. There were no Buddha statues here, only the empty ground and a few shelves around it. After seeing this scene, Su Xing couldn't help asking, "This place, what is it for?" The person next to him hesitated for a moment, feeling that telling Xingchen the real purpose of this place must be an offense to Xingchen, but he couldn't do without answering, so he said, "This here is Kaiwu, the place where the meeting is covered. The meaning of this open meeting is also very simple. That's enough. Needless to say, I know what this place is for." Su Xing then said. After hearing these 4 words, Su Xing completely understood what it meant, so it's no wonder that the whole hall was full of people. "It's empty. If you want to do this kind of thing, you must do it in an open place. However, at this time, the hall was already full of people, and the smell of blood could still be vaguely smelled. The existence of these bloody smells made Su Xing feel uneasy, because she was worried that the angry crowd would have directly sent Dong Zhao to the hospital. Killed. If it really became like this, it would be too cheap for Dong Zhao. However, fortunately, such a thing did not happen. When Su Xing approached the center of the crowd, he saw the corpses of several llamas on the ground. As for Dong Zhao, he was tied aside and his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Su Xing knew that then it was time for the public execution. Take him to the street and execute him directly. Seeing how fat he is, I think it's time to light a sky lantern. What do you think? Su Xing asked directly. This is Xingchen speaking, and there is no one who can object, so everyone immediately started to take action, breaking Dong Zhao's limbs so that Dong Zhao could not move, and then tied Dong Zhao to an altar. He opened Dong Zhao's clothes, stuffed a wick into his navel, and lit it. It is said that among the top 10 tortures in the Manchu Qing dynasty, there were some sky lanterns, but in fact there is no such thing as the top 10 tortures. The penalty of punishment has indeed a long history, and it is also particular about how it is done. Some people say that people are wrapped in quilts, stuffed into an oil tank and then ignited. The whole person can be burned for several days. Another way of saying is to put the person on the ground, stuff the wick in the stomach, and then ignite it. The fat on the human body is generally concentrated in the abdomen. After igniting, the wick will be replenished with fat. It can burn for a long time, and if you light the sky lanterns while you are alive, human beings will not die quickly, and they will still suffer great pain before dying. As for the dead, after being lit with sky lanterns, the body oil will flow around. Su Xing also hates Dong Zhao, a leader of a cult, who has harmed countless women, and even pretends to be superior. He usually pretends to be a villain who fell from the sky, but in fact, he is just a villain who deceives the world. When Dong Zhao was tied to the altar and placed on the street, people in the nearby streets were also watching carefully. The suzerain, who was originally noble in the eyes of everyone, has now turned into such a miserable appearance. This picture deeply stimulated everyone. After the wick was ignited, Dong Zhao immediately howled in pain. Although his limbs had been broken, at this moment, Dong Zhao still wanted to struggle hard, and his whole body was immobilized. It was impossible to move at all, so there was nothing to do but howl in pain, and Dong Zhao then said all the most vicious words in his life, and the obscenities continued to float towards Su Xing. After hearing this, everyone glared at him. This bastard dared to insult Xing, who was extremely sacred in their hearts. Xian, it is simply unforgivable, but Su Xing said lightly, don't worry, let him continue to insult, don't kill him, and see how long he can resist in the end. Su Xing didn't care if she was insulted or not. Now Su Xing only cared about whether she avenged those who were framed by Dong Zhao. Li Yiqiang walked to Su Xing's side and said, Master Su Xing, we found a lot of women in the temple. These women were locked up when they came to offer incense alone, and their parents and family members were not. Can't find them. Su Xing also understood why Lin Yu heard crying before. It was the mournful cries of those imprisoned women at this time. Many people appeared on the street and rushed towards Dong Zhao, who was on the altar, shouting while rushing, save the suzerain. The suzerain is being tortured now. We are for the suzerain. The time has come for adults to sacrifice their lives. After the victims rushed into the city, they announced in the name of the rebels that everyone should stay at home and not take actions on the street. As long as they stay at home, they will be fine. This time, the actions were aimed at Zuba, Dong Zhao, and the people under these two people, and ordinary people, are hiding at home at this time and doing nothing, but at this moment, someone wants to rush over. Judging by the clothes of these people, they are actually civilians. After seeing this situation, Su Xing frowned immediately, and asked a rebel soldier beside him, are these people from a cult? The person immediately replied, I don't think so. I think this person is probably an ordinary person after being bewitched, and he must have been brainwashed. Su Xing sighed and said, whoever dares to rush over will die, understand? Su Xing also knows that these people are just ordinary people. It seems too much to kill these people directly, but there is no way. These people have been brainwashed by the cult. Maybe in the eyes of these people, the savior great things are noble and cannot be desecrated, but in fact, this kind of behavior is already adding chaos to the rebel army. After receiving the order, the rebels raised their butcher knives. No matter what Xingchen said, they would carry it out. On the other side, there were guys who believed in cults. These people are making trouble now can kill. There are a large number of rebels. Although they are all skinny, they can survive the disaster year. Their physical fitness has long been tested. After entering the city, this group of people was inspired by the target of revenge. The whole place was full of tyrannical aura. At that moment, they rushed directly at the believers of Huangxi sect, brandishing their weapons, and the massacre started at that time, and the blood flew again. There could be more than 3,000 believers on the street, but after the rebel army rushed past, hundreds of people were killed on the spot. When these people were dying, they might still be wondering why the Buddha didn't bless themselves. Doesn't it mean that as long as you believe in Huangxi Buddha, you can get the blessing of great power? Why is it not like this on my side? Only when the butcher knife has come to the body, human beings will wake up. The so-called gods they believe in are actually all fake. Gods do not exist, and everything is always on their own. Everything in the world is about self-cultivation, and letting oneself reach the state of mastery and consummation, instead of believing in a clay sculpture or wood carving. No matter whether you hold a Buddhist bead or a cross in your hand, it will not be able to protect yourself. After discovering this situation, the believers knelt on the ground one after another, raised their hands, and never dared to rush forward again. The Buddha they believed in would not bless them. Kneeling is the best way to survive. Method. However, even at this time, it is no longer possible to rely on force to save the suzerain, and some people are still crying bitterly, kowtowing to Suzing and Lin Yu in the distance, and shouting at the same time, "The suzerain is a good man. Ah, please let him go. The suzerain gives away rice porridge every day. He is a good man. We are all saved by the suzerain." Su Zing frowned when she saw that these people were still crying and begging for mercy, and asked Lin Yu beside her, "Can the cult's brainwashing be so successful? It's already at this time, and there are still people doing it for you." Pleading with the bastard, "I've never seen that happen before." Lin Yu pointed to a group of people and said, "Look carefully, many of these guys on the ground are beggars. Dong Zhao is the smartest guy who often gives small favors, but in the end he buys people's hearts like this. These people are really stupid. Dong Zhao and Zuba are in the same group. Without their plundering, they would not have become beggars, but Dong Zhao casually gave a small favor and bought these people off on the spot." After hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Su Zing felt that it made sense. The people below didn't understand anything, so they could be easily deceived. However, at this moment, thick smoke was billowing in the direction of the palace in the distance. Lin Yu thought of something, and his face changed drastically, and he said, "It's not good. The food in the wine city is basically in the palace. If it is set on fire by the rebels, it will really be over. The wine city has a population of more than 100,000. If there is no food, the wine city will also be in chaos." After hearing Lin Yu's reminder, Su Zing quickly reacted and said, "Then let's go there quickly. I just hope the granary is not burned." Although Su Zing and Lin Yu brought 500 tons of grain from Xiaotong, which seemed like a lot, it was obviously impossible to feed a population of hundreds of thousands with just such a small amount of grain. It was hard to find, and if the food was destroyed, it would be all over, so Su Zing immediately rushed towards the palace, trying to protect the granary before leaving the temple. Su Zing was still telling the rebels here, "Don't let people rescue Dong Zhao. Even if this guy is burned to death, he can't stop. If he keeps burning, I want him to die. There is no body left." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782: The Last Madness. When Zuba saw the solid city wall collapsing before his eyes, he was completely dumbfounded, because Zuba never imagined that the supernatural beings could do what they are doing now. This is the city wall. I don't know how much it was built together by people, but when a delicate woman rushed to the city and touched it, the city wall collapsed directly, which made Zuba wonder if he was dreaming. Because this kind of thing is still too bizarre, Zubar returned to the palace under the protection of his subordinates, and along the way, Zubar was still in shock. Originally, Zubar thought that the walls of his palace were 10 meters high. It's impossible to break through, but at this moment, Zubar couldn't help but wonder, can even a 10-meter-high city wall stop the supernatural beings? After returning to the palace, Zubar asked his subordinates to count number, and wanted to know how many people were still on his side. But he didn't know if he didn't count. There were originally more than 5,000 soldiers, but he went out, and now only 2,000 soldiers were left, and 3,000 soldiers could not come back. The 50,000 rebels outside the city immediately took advantage of their numbers after rushing into the city. Beaten to death, boss. If it doesn't work, let's run away. As long as there are still people, we can make a comeback sooner or later. I have seen that these mudlegs are all with red mud on their foreheads. As long as we do the same dress, if you change into unremarkable clothes, you can run away directly. Someone encouraged Zuba at this time. It has already reached this time. It would be a pity to give up easily after enjoying a good life. No one is willing to return to the previous state of poverty. For this reason, everyone resisted desperately and did not escape, but even if they did not escape now, their lives would be lost. As for the good life, it is nothing now. However, after hearing the words of his subordinates, Zuba smiled sadly, and said, "We are all surrounded now, where else can we escape? The city is full of people. Instead of fleeing, it is better to stick to the palace. Maybe we can persist longer." After hearing such words, the subordinates also nodded one after another. It seems that they can only stick to this road now. At this moment, Zuba's eyes lighted up, and then he thought of something, and then he said to himself, "Now I still have hope of living." The two people who are leading the operation this time are from Yazhao, and they are all Shen Feng's subordinates. As long as I can get Shen Feng's understanding, then I will definitely be able to survive. After thinking of this, Zuba immediately started to act, calling Yazhao as soon as he arrived at the contact room, praying in his heart, "Lord Fengshen, please forgive me. I don't know if you are so powerful. I know it's wrong. If there's something wrong with it, I'll definitely change it. Although Zuba is a supernatural user, his supernatural combat power is not very strong. Manipulating oxygen is basically useless except for combustion. Hence, Zuba took it for granted that all the supernatural beings were similar to him. As for the supernatural beings reported on the news, they must be the result of hype, but now at this time, Zuba has seen the power of the supernatural being with his own eyes. Regardless of Su Xingrao's weak appearance, as long as he gets under the city wall, he can immediately destroy the city wall, and it seems to be able to cause an earthquake. Zuba was more than 100 times stronger. Therefore, at this moment, after Zuba recognized his own strength, he immediately understood the horror of Yazhao. Yazhao only needed to send 2 supernatural beings to destroy him. Zuba is praying that the other party must answer the phone, because only after the other party answers the phone can he have a chance to apologize. As long as Yazhao Shen Feng can forgive himself, then Zuba can give up everything, even his dignity. Even if you let him be a dog, he will do it without hesitation. But things backfired. Even if Zuba wanted to apologize, he was not given such an opportunity. After Yazhao found out that it was the call from Jiacheng, he hung up immediately. Zuba made more than 50 phone calls persistently. In the end, there was no response from Yazhao. After Zuba discovered this situation, he was completely desperate because there was no hope of living. No matter what you do next, it will be meaningless. Why do you want to do this? Why didn't you give me a chance to apologize? Why didn't anyone tell me how terrible people with supernatural powers are before? Why is it like this? Even if I did something wrong, give me a chance to reform, right? Why are you unwilling to give me such a chance now? Why? Zuba was already mad at this time, and his whole body became hysterical, and now he urgently needs to vent. However, the good news never came. Instead, the bad news kept coming. A soldier came to report, "City Master, the palace is about to be breached. Please make a decision quickly. If it doesn't work, we can still surrender." However, after hearing this, Zuba sneered and asked, "Surrender? Do you think we can survive if we surrender? Impossible. We will definitely be killed, and we will still die miserably. Now, you should think about whether you want to commit suicide. Then, what should we do now?" The subordinates are still asking. Death is something no one wants to face, so when everyone knows that their time may be numbered, they still don't want to wake up. Come over. What should I do? Of course it's crazy to the end. If you don't answer my call, then don't expect to get anything from me. Zuba said frantically. After that, Zuba directly ordered 20 people to bring the liquor produced in the winery and follow him, and then walked towards the granary. But when everyone was walking towards the granary, they saw many people buckling up the floor tiles and digging red soil under the floor tiles. After seeing this scene, Zuba's eyes were not friendly. Now digging the red mud at this time, this is probably preparing to pretend to be an enemy army, And to Zuba, that is blatant betrayal, and such a thing as betrayal is absolutely intolerable. Zuba drew out his pistol and killed these people. Everyone was terrified after seeing this scene. Now the boss is killing his own people. It seems that when he digs the red mud, he must be careful about this situation. When Zuba came to the granary with his subordinates, he opened the door and entered directly, then said coldly, "Pour all the white wine on me." "What? Boss, you need to calm down now. This food is our foundation. If it is burned, there will be nothing left." After hearing this, the soldiers doubted themselves for a moment. Did you hear me wrong? What is the most important thing in the last days? Needless to say, food is naturally the most important thing. Without food, everyone will starve to death. Food is a hard currency, which is more important than energy. However, Zuba sneered at his subordinates' questions and said, "Do you think we can still enjoy the food even if the food is left? Since the other party is definitely going to kill us, it is useless for us to beg for mercy. It's better to burn all the food and see how we'll solve the rations of hundreds of thousands of people." Zuba was already in despair, and when most people are in despair, they would collapse on the ground. However, apart from the decadent state, there is also the possibility of madness. At this moment, Zuba felt the days are running out. Maybe I will be killed after a while, and the last madness is to burn the food. As long as the food is burned, then even if the palace is broken, the other party will get a little gold and silver at most. Forget it. As for food, don't even think about it. After hearing what Zuba said, the soldiers also reacted one after another. That's right, even if they die, they have to go crazy once before they die, and burn all the food. If they can't get what they can't enjoy, then nor can others enjoy it afterwards. The soldiers continued to pour white wine in the granary with plastic buckets. The granary was full of corn and rice. After storage, it can be kept for many years if it is properly preserved. Sometimes when eating aged rice, it doesn't even feel that this is the rice of the past few years, and in the granary, to prevent the grain from getting moldy, it must be kept dry. After the already dry grain was splashed with white wine, the whole granary became dangerous. Zuba lit a cigarette, took a puff, and threw it directly on the grain. In just an instant, a fire broke out in the granary, and all the grain had been ignited. Seeing the crimson flames, Zuba showed a smile on his face, and said, "It's such a beautiful flame, I can't help it. Want to jump in?" After hearing this, the surrounding soldiers immediately started to flee, because after hearing what the city lord said now, they all felt that the city lord's current mental state had become abnormal. In order to avoid hurting themselves, they left as soon as possible. Besides, and Zuba was not crazy, nor did he just jump directly into the sea of flames, but at this time he started to use his supernatural powers, and the oxygen in the air gathered instantly, and entered into the granary. With more oxygen afterwards, the fire reached an astonishing level in an instant. It was originally a flammable material, but now there is sufficient oxygen. The flame changed from red to orange in an instant. The brighter the color, the higher the temperature. What? I can't get. You can't even think about getting it. By the way, it's this time. Let's have fun for the last time. Zuba said to himself, walking towards his palace with blank eyes. Compared with death, the most depressing thing is knowing when you will die. The feeling of counting the time and waiting for death is really bad. Zuba also knows that he will die, and after venting, he is turned into Walking Dead. When Suzing and Lin Yu rushed to the outside of the palace, Suzing stood in front to open the way again, but with one punch, he directly punched a gap in the city wall. After seeing this situation, everyone cheered endlessly. The city wall was the biggest obstacle, but at this moment, Suzing could directly destroy the wall, and in the eyes of the rebels, he was like a fairy. Knowing the importance of food, Suzing and Lin Yu rushed towards the granary, but when they got near the granary, they could smell a strong burnt smell mixed with a special fragrance. That's the smell of carbs after they've been burned. Suzing and Lin Yu were late in the end. When they appeared outside the granary, they could only see billowing smoke. The entire granary was already on fire and the food was gone. After Suzing saw this scene, she gritted her teeth and said, "Zuba, you are really nothing. Conserving food is something that children know, and the poem of compassion for farmers is even known to elementary school students. After wasting food, ordinary parents will teach their children not to waste it, but now, this is no longer a matter of waste. Instead, they are burning food, which is totally a crime." Chapter 783, Transparent Enlightenment. Lin Yu knows one thing, that is, after the food is burned, the future Wine City will be seriously short of food, and hundreds of thousands of people are still waiting to be fed. This is a particularly huge problem, will cause new disasters. Therefore, Lin Yu could only quickly remind Su Xing, saying, "Kill Zuba, take Zuba's head away, we will retreat immediately. There is no time, before many people have discovered the problem of food shortage. Let's go." Su Xing also nodded quickly. Although she is the Xingxin in everyone's mouth, Su Xing will not always care about these people. After all, these people are burdens. With Zuba dead, Su Xing's mission is considered complete, and Su Xing, who has completed the mission, can return to Yizhao. Of course, before going back, Su Xing still wants to send Zuba's head to Xiaotuang. To be a human being is to keep one's word. If you say it is food in exchange for supernatural potions, then you must hand over the things to the other party. In this case, even if the transaction is completed, no one can say anything more. After Su Xing and Lin Yu started searching, they soon found Zuba in a palace. At this time, Zuba was still galloping on the woman he loved, and he was finally crazy. Su Xing frowned, and wanted to say something, but Lin Yu made a move. "You bastard, go to hell." After finishing speaking, Lin Yu threw out a sonic bomb, which instantly hit Zuba's body. The sound wave could directly attack Zuba's heart. Under this level of attack, Zuba was killed in an instant, and his body instantly went limp. After the woman on the bed discovered this scene, she immediately screamed, her voice penetrating sharply. Lin Yu said to Su Xing, "It's not suitable for children, turn your head away." After finishing speaking, Lin Yu walked over with a knife, cut off Zuba's head with one knife, ignored the woman who was screaming at this time, tore off a piece of curtain, covered his head, and left. Zuba is really too weak. In front of Lin Yu and Su Xing, it is even impossible to become an enemy, and Lin Yu can kill Zuba with a single move. Now, the palace has been breached, and Zuba has also been killed. As for the remaining soldiers in the palace, they will be identified one by the rebels, and will be killed mercilessly in the end. Lin Yu said, "Now is the time, let's leave quickly, so that this group of people will not pester you after they find out that the granary has been burned. At that time, it will be a problem to want to leave." Su Xing completed the task. He thought it would take a long time, but within a day, the city wall was breached, and Zuba and Dongjia were captured and killed. It can be said that the speed of completing the task is simply super fast, but Su Xing is not happy now, because the elder Zizhan who once gave her advice was killed. Su Xing said, "Then let me bury the elder Zizhan before leaving. It won't take too long as half a day." "Just an hour." Lin Yu looked at the chaotic situation in the city, nodded and said, "Let's hurry up. After burying the elder, we will go to Xiaotuang. After 2 days of rest, we will return to Yizhao to hand in the task. Anyway, one task is considered qualified, and I, the examiner, will definitely report it truthfully." Su Xing and Lin Yu then prepared to bury Elder Zizhan. At this moment, a rebel army came over and said seriously, "Xingxin, this guy is called Shi Jiwen. It is said that he betrayed Elder Zizhan. As a result, Elder Zizhan was killed, and we caught this guy, who was still hiding in the well." When Su Xing heard this, she turned cold-faced immediately, and said, "I said, how could a wise man like Elder Zizhan expose himself? It turned out that there was an inner ghost among the crowd. If so, I can't spare you. Take it away." And after the Elder Zizhan was buried, his head was used to pay homage to the Elder Shi Jiwen was still defending himself at this time. "I am doing it for everyone's benefit. If the city wall is breached, everyone's property will be gone. I am thinking for everyone. Besides, what is this old monk worth paying homage to? What? He is a waste." Before Shi Jiwen finished speaking, Su Xing slapped Shi Jiwen twice, knocking out most of Shi Jiwen's teeth, and his whole mouth was swollen. At this moment, Su Xing sneered and said, "Isn't it a hard mouth? Why? Teeth will still fall out? A traitor is a traitor, it's useless to say anything, and bringing you back is a sacrifice." Next, Su Xing asked someone to bring the body of Elder Zizhan to Donglei Temple, and began to dig the soil under a pine tree. Now he couldn't find the coffin, so he had to put the closet on the ground and buried it. For the real elder's body, Su Xing didn't put anything of value in the tomb because he was worried that someone would rob the tomb. "Elder Zizhan, I'm really sorry for breaking the Buddha statue you enshrined, but don't worry, the guy who killed you has been caught, and I'll send him on his way after bringing him back. You can go at ease." Hu Engquan rode. "No, you must be reborn in bliss. As for this villain, you should go to hell." Su Xing murmured to the Elder Zizhan in the closet. Suddenly, Lin Yu came back from the Buddhist hall, holding a piece of paper with Gatha written on it, and handed it to Su Xing. Look at it, this seems to be the Gatha left by the elder Zizhen before he died. As expected of the master, he can have such a sentiment. Lin Yu said with a sigh. Su Xing took the piece of paper, looked at the content on it, and read it word by word. Practicing Zen for 50 years, I always see the face of Buddha. Once the clay sculpture is broken, the inner demon suddenly appears. The clay sculpture is incensed, and the stubborn stone is broken. See you. It turns out that in this world, the Buddha's face is my face. After seeing this verse, Su Xing also understood immediately. Elder Zizhen finally realized it before he died. He said in it that the people who practice meditation for 50 years were clay sculptures and wood carvings, and the persistence of these 50 years is the heart. Devil, now he has a sudden enlightenment, and finally discovered that worshipping Buddha is actually worshipping himself. Buddha has no form, and clay sculpture and wood carving are not the real form of Buddha. If there is a real form, it is the true elder himself. This is his clear understanding, Elder Zizhen. He was able to suddenly realize this truth. He is worthy of being a master. It is a pity that he passed away today. Su Xing sighed now at this moment. Su Xing felt much better after seeing the verses left by the elder Zizhen, because the elder Zizhen actually saw through life before he died, and this is the so-called attainment of the Tao. As the old saying goes, if you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening. Now, as soon as he asks the question, he passes away immediately, which can be regarded as a blissful rebirth at this time. Everyone began to bury Elder Shen, who was buried in this deserted temple. He had worshipped the Buddha here for 50 years, and now he was buried in a Buddhist temple. And you looked at Shi Jiwen on the side, but Shi Jiwen was still cursing at this moment, as if he was going to be tough to the end. Lin Yu immediately said, kill him and put his head in front of the grave. Su Xing said quickly, don't pollute the land here, take it out and kill him, and throw him into the cesspit for me, so that he will never be reborn forever. In the past, Su Xing also wanted to let Shi Jiwen use his head to pay homage to Elder Zizhen. Elder Zizhen was a good person, and he could see the sufferings of people's livelihood, but in the end he died under the betrayal of a traitor. It made Su Xing feel worthless for Elder Zizhen, and being killed by a scumbag was worthless at all. But after Su Xing saw the words left by Elder Zizhen, she already understood that Elder Zizhen has actually seen this kind of thing, and he can be regarded as a consummated meritorious deed. If his blood stained the land, wouldn't it pollute the graves of the elders? Therefore, Su Xing directly asked someone to take him outside to kill him, and then threw the body into the cesspit. In this way, the other party could never stand up again, and this kind of thinking also comes from various sayings. Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and folk beliefs all think this way. The purpose of practicing Taoism is to make oneself return to the original, and the body is as clean as new. The place is extremely filthy, and those who die in it will never be reborn. Su Xing and Lin Yu then left the temple, but at this time the city was still in chaos. Zuba and Dong Zhao had been killed, but the chaos was not over, because although the rebel army had the slogan of justice like revenge, they were killing after the enemy is dead. The tyrannical side will be revealed, especially after the temples and palaces are breached. Countless rare treasures are placed in front of the rebels, the enemy is killed, and the treasures are in front of them. The rebel army immediately began a frenzied scramble. Originally, these rebels were a loose organization, and even Su Xing could control only 1,000 or 2,000 people, but at this moment, the rebels were out of control with weapons in their hands. The rebels searched for Zuba's soldiers throughout the city, and what's more, they were already arresting people who believed in cults in the city. Master Xingxin said that all enemies must not be left alone. Anyone who has joined a cult should be reported immediately. If anyone harbors a cult member, the whole family will be killed. Under Xingxin's order, arrest the villains, open the door quickly. A group of people in the city immediately started searching around, and their banner was still in the name of Su Xing, and Su Xing came from Yazhao, so what they did today will eventually fall on Yazhao. Yazhao, even if these things were not done by Yazhao, the women who were once favored by Zuba were sentenced to death the moment the palace was breached, and their tragic fate was beyond anyone's comprehension. Before, they were robbed directly into the palace, but later they were favored. After that, he could only stay in his own room. Once the palace was breached, he would be killed by the rebels who deeply hated Zuba. The female slaves imprisoned in the palace were rescued, and the tragic situation of these female slaves was directly seen. They had chains and collars around their necks, and they couldn't even stand up, so they were locked in cells. Among them, they could only kneel on the ground. After the rebel army saw this scene, many people shed tears, because many of their family members were arrested here. Suzing and Lin Yu quickly left, and when they were away from the wine city, they saw a group of people smashing the door. This place was the home of the uncle who took Suzing in before. What are you doing? Suzing hurried up to ask. Seeing that it was Suzing who appeared here, the rebel army immediately showed a respectful expression, and then replied, "Someone reported that the daughter of this family joined a cult, so we are going to arrest and kill the followers of the cult." After seeing this scene, Suzing felt that the matter was out of control, because the rebel army was obviously preparing to expand the matter. Obviously the villains were already dead, and the soldiers in the city were almost killed, but now at that time, the rebel army actually wanted to continue killing people. Enough. I know this family, they are not bad people. You should prepare for the aftermath. Suzing stopped these people's actions, and the rebels left obediently, and Xingxin spoke at this time. Of course, they can only obey. Let's go. While no one is paying attention now, when the madness is over, everyone in the city will become a burden. Lin Yu said to Suzing. Suzing, on the other hand, closed her eyes, smelling the smell of blood in the air, feeling a little annoyed. The task was completed, but many people died in the city. Many people should not have been killed. Her task was completed. The ones don't seem to be in a good shape. Let's go. Let's go. Out of sight is out of mind. Suzing then left with Lin Yu. As for the affairs in the wine city, he completely let go. Chapter 784 Birthday Party. It's snowing heavily, and the city of Yuzhou is also very cold. The south is no better than the north. There is heating in the north, but there is no heating in the south. However, the water vapor in the south is relatively heavy, so when it gets cold, wearing clothes can't stop the cold. But in this day and age, it is impossible to have heating. Shen Feng stayed in the office, silently correcting the documents, and the documents were basically read by Chang Jianyi, and then sent over by Chu Chaoyan. Shen Feng only needs to sign. The relationship between Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi has been cold for a while, and the staff in the city lord's mansion did not dare to ask what happened after seeing this scene. The contact person was Chu Chaoyan. If there was a need for communication between Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi, it was through Chu Chaoyan. Various speculations arose in the city lord's mansion. Some people felt that the city lord Shen Feng liked the new and disliked the old, so they felt disgusted. Jianyi, in short, said everything, but no one thought it was a simple quarrel. Shen Feng sat behind the desk, with electric heaters on both sides raising the temperature of the room. He looked out of the window inadvertently, and saw the smoke rising from the cooking in Yuzhou City. Many homes had used pyrotechnic stoves. After all, there is no gas in Yuzhou. Jiangyang does produce natural gas, but obviously it cannot support the use of everyone in Yuzhou. There is wood for firewood, so it's okay in winter. Shen Feng watched the smoke rising outside, feeling very emotional in his heart. He doesn't want to achieve much in the apocalypse, he just needs to protect the people under his hands to have enough food. Just dress warmly. When Shen Feng was idle, Chu Chaoyan walked in and coughed twice. The people in the office were very sensible. After hearing the cough, they left the office, leaving Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan in the room at this time. Chu Chaoyan said, Feng, today is Shen Xingzi's first birthday, and the family is going to have a weekly rest. It seems inappropriate for you not to come back. After Shen Feng heard this, he immediately hesitated. At this time last year, he was unable to witness the birth of his son because he needed to go to sea. Now that his son is about to turn 1 year old, it would be unreasonable for him not to go back. It would be too irresponsible to do so. Then, I'll go back today. Shen Feng said immediately. Okay, then we'll go home and get ready. We must come back today. You haven't been back for more than a week. After receiving Shen Feng's affirmative answer, Chu Chaoyan immediately showed joy. Look, Chu Chaoyan then found Chang Jianyi, and said excitedly, Sister, Shen Feng has already agreed to go home. Let's go back quickly and prepare. We must keep Shen Feng. When Chang Jianyi heard this answer, she also showed a serious expression, and then said, I see, I won't let Shen Feng be snatched away. Afterwards, Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan went home quickly. Fortunately, there were not too many things to do in winter. Everyone hid at home, and no one would go out in such a heavy snow day. After all, snow days the roads are slippery, and it is hard to find a job. After a year of hard work, I still have some food at home. I just hide at home and rest, waiting for the spring festival. After returning to Fengshan Palace, Chang Jianyi went to look for his younger brother Chang Haoji, who was still in class at this time, while Shen Xingzi was handed over to Wang Ziqiang and Wang Ziren to take care of them. Both brothers and sisters are already supernatural beings, yes, but the strange thing is that both brothers and sisters don't know what their abilities are. Your teacher is coming back today, and you will also take Xiaohu to rest later, and hold the Zhou catch ceremony in the evening. Chang Jianyi said to Wang Ziqiang, and his sister Wang Ziqian quickly asked, is the teacher very busy these days? I haven't seen him in Fengshan Palace. Also, there is no director Du in Fengshan Palace now. I think many people are lazy. Where did Director Du go? For such a question, Chang Jianyi was unable to answer for a while. After the absence of Shen Feng and Du Xinshi, Fengshan Palace became a lot more chaotic. After all, there are more than 1,000 people living in Fengshan Palace. If there is no one to manage it, naturally, it was a mess. But Du Xinshi and Shen Feng were living in the city, and even Zhang Zixi and Xia Long had already picked them up. At this time, the management of Fengshan Palace is naturally much more chaotic. It just so happened that at this time, Chang Haoji and Huo Jingren had already finished class, and Chang Jianyi took the opportunity to say to the tutor, "Teacher, you have worked hard. Let's stop here for today's class, and continue with class tomorrow." The teacher nodded and left. At this time, Chang Jianyi said seriously to his younger brother, "Your brother-in-law is coming back for dinner today. Remember, you must keep him. Do you understand, Chang?" Haoji nodded. He knew something inside about the relationship between his sister and brother-in-law, so he also knew that the two probably had a quarrel, and after learning the news that his brother-in-law was coming back, he immediately became concerned. Wang Ziqiang suddenly asked, "Master, we have not been able to use supernatural powers. Can we ask the teacher about this, Chang?" Jianyi nodded, and said, "Of course, your teacher is Fengshan, a 6th-level supernatural being. He is the top figure in the world. There are not many people in the world who can be his opponents. Your teacher will definitely be able to answer your questions about abilities." The supernatural potions that Wang Ziqiang and Wang Ziren took were all made of extraterrestrial elements extracted from the brain of the Corpse King, not from the brains of the supernatural beings. Before the ability is actually cast, no one knows what kind of ability the ability potion will bring to people. Next, Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan began to direct the people below to set up the venue and prepare to welcome the city lord back. Normally, as long as Du Xinshi gave instructions to Du Xinshi for this kind of thing, Du Xinshi would naturally do it well, but now at this time, Du Xinshi was living outside. For Chang Jianyi, she had to do it herself, laying the carpet, ordering the kitchen, and setting up the meeting place for Jojo, all of which had to be figured out by herself at this time. Chang Jianyi also began to miss the days when Du Xinshi was at home. At that time, there was no need to worry about the family situation at all, but now she has to do it herself. The gap is really too big. Huo Jingren looked enviously at the crowd setting up the venue, because she had never heard of or seen such a thing as catching a week. On her anniversary, nothing seemed to happen, so now she saw a child who just turned 1 year old has a Zhou catch ceremony, and Huo Jingren couldn't help being a little envious, and said, "Children from rich families are good, and there is also Zhou catch ceremony. I don't know what Xiaohu will catch in the end." The so-called grasping week is actually to let the child sit in the middle of the table when the baby is 1 year old, and then let the child grasp the surrounding objects. Generally speaking, parents will place many small ornaments around, and these ornaments are also there. It represents the meaning of future career. This kind of ceremony was the patent of rich families in ancient times, because only rich families had a choice. If the poor have children, and they know that the children are still poor, it is meaningless to hold the Zhou catch ceremony. On the contrary, it is full of irony, and Huo Jingren's original family background was not particularly good, so he never experienced the catch-up thing. This is the first time I have seen this kind of thing, so I think it is very fresh. In the main hall of Fengshan Palace, there is a large table with a red cloth on it. There are various miniature ornaments on the red cloth, including gold ingots, books, pens, abacus, and swords, seals and the like, and among these things, the most beautiful is the seal. Although it is a small ornament, Chang Jianyi has also spent a lot of effort. The seal represents power, and after his son grows up, he must also hold power. After all, the old saying is power if you don't have it, You can't help it at all, and what do kids like? Needless to say, children naturally like shiny things. Now that a seal inlaid with gemstones is in the most conspicuous position, it is natural that they will be caught in their hands immediately in the afternoon. Shen Feng then returned to the Fengshan Palace. As soon as he arrived in the main hall, Shen Feng saw Xiaohu who was being hugged by Wang Ziqiang. Xiaohu stretched out his hand and yelled vaguely, "Hey!" Shen Feng was helpless, walked over to hug Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu, do you miss me?" After Shen Zingzi was hugged by his father, he kept waving his arms, even trying to grab Shen Feng's hair. Shen Feng was pulled by his son's hair, and couldn't help but said, "Are you avenging your mother? You are pulling my hair, Shen." Zingzi was giggling, seeing his father appearing. He was very happy now. Obviously he hadn't seen him for a week, but now he missed him very much at this time. Wang Ziqiang and Wang Ziran then began to ask, "Teacher, we should all be supernatural beings now, but we can't cast supernatural powers now. What's the situation? Could it be that we can't become supernatural beings even after drinking supernatural potions? Capable, how? Is it possible? The supernatural potion cannot be expired. As long as it contains extraterrestrial elements, it can make people become supernatural beings." Shen Feng said while hugging his son. Then, "Why can't we use supernatural powers?" Wang Ziqiang asked hastily. Shen Feng pondered for a moment, then said, "When I was in the Doomsday, I actually became a supernatural person, but I didn't know how to use supernatural abilities at the beginning. In fact, special conditions are required when casting supernatural powers. As for me, I learned how to use supernatural powers during battles. As for you, it may be that the chance is not yet there. Learn first, and when the time is right, it will naturally be you can cast your powers." Shen Feng is relatively clear about supernatural powers. The reason why human beings can display supernatural powers is because there are extraterrestrial elements in their brains, and extraterrestrial elements come from extraterrestrial meteorites. As for what kind of supernatural powers are, it is completely uncontrollable, and no one knows what type of ability will be able to be cast in the end. Oh, so that's the case, then when will I be able to use the supernatural power? Wang Ziqiang still did not give up at this time, and continued to ask. Shen Feng shrugged and said, "Just wait, when the opportunity comes, it will be natural to be able to cast the ability." At this time, Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoan also appeared here. Chang Jianyi was wearing a one-piece sweater with her back exposed. This kind of dress is already very attractive. After all, the front is convex and the back is curled up. The figure of Shen Feng has been presented in front of Shen Feng's eyes. The sweater has good ductility, so after wearing it, it will have an almost perfect curve, and Chu Qiaoan is also wearing a long skirt with slits on both sides. When she walks, her thighs are exposed from time to time. If you can see her thighs directly, it is not very attractive, but at this time, her fair skin, the legs are looming. This is the heart-pounding picture. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. It was really rare for the two wives to dress so attractively today. Feng, when you get back, let's prepare for the child's anniversary. First catch Joe. Chang Jianyi said with a smile. Chapter 785. For a while, Shen Feng was already attracted by the outfits of Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoan. They all said that men like women, so there is no need to hesitate at all, and they just said that they like nazi and thighs. There is something wrong, and if something is wrong, it must be a problem with a woman. If a dinosaur girl appears in front of a man, it is impossible for ordinary men to be interested. But now, Shen Feng was reminded to hold the Joe catch ceremony, and he immediately realized that at this time, it is time for the child to choose what he likes afterwards. Shen Feng said, "Since everything is ready now, let's start. Xiaohu, it's up to you. Grab what you like, grab a pen and become a writer, grab a flute and become a musician. Master, if you grab the sword, you will become a strong man in the future." After speaking, Shen Feng placed his son on the red cloth on the table, looked at the child with full expectation, and wanted to know what the child would grab at this time. After Shen Xingzi was placed on the table, he looked at the various pocket items around him and became curious. He stretched out his hand and started grabbing around. Amidst Chang Jianyi's full expectation, Shen Xingzi pointed at the seal inlaid with gems on one side. After crawling over, after seeing this scene, Chang Jianyi immediately revealed a look of relief. "It's not in vain that I had someone carve this seal, it will indeed be liked by children." Chang Jianyi thought silently in his heart, although the things the child chooses in the Zhou catch ceremony will not have much to do with what he will be engaged in the future, but this is always Chang Jianyi's sustenance for his son. So at this moment, his son crawled towards the seal. Watching after the scene, Chang Jianyi was very relieved. However, at this moment, Xiaohu suddenly saw the pen on one side, and at this time the pen was shining under the light, so Xiaohu quickly crawled over, grabbed the pen in his hand, then put it in his mouth and bit it, but after biting it, he cried because he couldn't eat it. Shen Feng quickly picked him up and said, "Don't cry, my dear son, you will be a great writer in the future, my dear, don't cry." When a child recognizes an object, the easiest way to distinguish it is to put it in the mouth and bite it. No matter what it is, as long as it is bitten, it will know whether it is edible or not. Only this time, the little tiger bit the pen, and the deciduous teeth have only just come out. It grows out, and the result of biting is that the tooth hurts, and I cry loudly. Seeing her son grabbing the pen, Chang Jianyi immediately felt very helpless. A scholar who is useless is absolutely right, especially in the apocalypse. I don't know how many people who write for a living are starved to death. No, the pen is always impossible to kill. Therefore, Chang Jianyi was a little disappointed at this moment. He had already prepared the seal, but his son didn't choose it. Instead, he chose a career that couldn't eat enough. However, Shen Feng was very happy at this time, and immediately said, okay, great writer, in the future you can make money just by writing a few words casually, and you will definitely not starve to death in the future. Chang Jianyi gave Shen Feng a blank look, and then said, what's so good about this? Writers can't make any money, and if they don't have talent, they have to seek fame and fame. How can we make a child become that kind of person without talent? Shen Feng said, that's because you don't know how writers make money. Feng Shicheng and I have said a lot about this. Before the end, there are two kinds of writers who make money. One is writing. The ones on the web are not read by anyone, and the ones that sell physical books have more ways to make money. Chang Jianyi looked at Shen Feng in surprise, and asked, can you be a writer even if you don't have any literary skills? Shen Feng nodded seriously, and said, as long as you can write, you can be a writer. Next, Shen Feng began to talk about how to become a writer. It is a dead end to write online articles at this time, because no one is reading it, so at this time, it is still necessary to write physical books, and it is best to be selected as a must-read for teenagers. In this way, let the school promote it, and then make it a must-read for students, just like Xiao at the beginning. With a copy of The Grass House, he earned money that can be spent in a lifetime. But can this book be compared to Lu Xun? Can it be compared to Zhu Ziqing? No way. After hearing this, Chang Jianyi frowned and continued to ask, but I heard that if you want to do this, you must first join the Writers' Association. This does not seem to be an easy matter. Shen Feng smiled disdainfully, and said, Writers' Association? Only 10 people can enter. I remember a female writer named Kyankian who wrote shit all day long. In the end, all of them could enter the Writers' Association. That's because his father studied it. Sanlu is famous. If you can get into the Writers' Association by virtue of your relationship, what are you worried about? My son, there must be no problem. Chu Chaoyan also interjected at this time, don't worry about your children. There are not so many occupations in this world. There are only two types of people in the world. One is the poor and the other is the rich. There are opportunities but no resources, and the rich have the resources, so children can succeed in whatever they do. Shen Feng is the dragon of Yazhao, and Xiaohu is not ordinary. After hearing this, Chang Jianyi finally nodded, obviously agreeing with Chu Qiaoan's statement at this time. And the next thing is the birthday party. Since it is winter, Shen Feng also considered that the people below would not want to go out at this time, so he directly ordered that Shen Xingzi's birthday party will not be held publicly, and there is no need to give gifts. After this order was issued, many people in Yazhao City were a little disappointed, because welcoming and sending off is the act of bringing closer relations, especially when the city lord's son's birthday. But now Shen Feng said that the banquet will not be held publicly. Everyone immediately lost the opportunity to give gifts, and it was naturally impossible to get closer. They had no choice but to sigh at the birthday party. Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoan were sitting on both sides of Shen Feng, while Shen Feng was holding the child, and the rest of the people were sitting next to each other. After Wang Ziqiang and Wang Ziran sang the birthday song, Shen Feng blowing out a candle with Shen Xingzi in his arms. It was clearly a candle, but Shen Xingzi took a long time to blow it out. His vital capacity was still not good. After all, he was just a baby. Chang Haoji saw that Shen Feng was very happy at the birthday party, and immediately said, "Brother-in-law, if you are about the same, you can come back to live. In addition, there is also Sister Du. Let her come back with Zaya along. I haven't seen you for a long time." "It's Zaya along. I seem to see Zaya along now." Chang Haoji got the order from his sister, so at this moment he had to speak to keep Shen Feng, and what Chang Haoji said now was also what Chang Jianyi wanted to say. After hearing this, Shen Feng's first reaction was to look at Chang Jianyi beside him, wanting to see Chang Jianyi's expression clearly at this time, and Chang Jianyi was smiling. Shen Feng immediately said vaguely, "Let's eat first, let's eat first, let's talk after we finish eating." Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan looked at each other. They both saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Even at this moment, Shen Feng still didn't say to come back to live. The implication is that he still wants to stay outside with Du Xinshi. Living is like being determined. Although it was more than a week since we parted, Chang Jianyi was worried all the time. She was worried that Shen Feng would not appear in front of her eyes after she left, which would make her lose Shen forever. Feng, the former Chang Jianyi, had already lost Shen Feng once, so now, Chang Jianyi will not just watch her lose Shen Feng again. This feeling is really too painful. However, Shen Feng has not agreed to come back to live at this time, which makes Chang Jianyi's uneasiness more and more obvious. But at this time, Chu Qiaoyan came to Shen Feng with a glass of wine instead, and then said, Feng, come and have a cup of wine with me, please." Shen Feng looked at Chu Qiaoyan's tender expression, couldn't help but agreed, and said, "Okay, no problem, isn't it just a drink?" Shen Feng was not polite, and started to drink with the wine. After Wang Ziren saw this scene, his face turned red immediately. Although he was ignorant, Wang Ziren also knew that boys and girls should not be too intimate. Yes, but right now, such an intimate act has appeared before his eyes, and Wang Ziren suddenly felt shy. "Kids, don't look down, eat obediently with your head down," Chang Haoji said old-fashionedly, and then put a chicken leg on Wang Ziren, telling Wang Ziren to eat obediently. At this time, although Chang Haoji did not speak much more than Wang Ziqiang and his siblings, but when he talked and did things, he always acted as a veteran. The reason is also very simple. These two are students of Shen Feng, that is, direct disciples. Chang Haoji is also the uncle of these two people, which is also the status of an elder. Since he is an elder, he must have a little heirs. After seeing this scene, Chang Jianyi called Chu Chaoyan in her heart that there was a way. Shen Feng's drinking capacity was relatively small, while Chu Chaoyan's drinking capacity was average. It was a one-for-one exchange, and Shen Feng stayed as a matter of course. Shen Feng was indeed drunk at his son's birthday party, and his head was dizzy. Drinking capacity is really something that can't be practiced casually. It has something to do with personal physique. Some people with more alcoholizing enzymes in the body will have a higher alcohol capacity, and people with lower levels of alcoholizing enzymes in the body will not be able to drink well. Shen Feng now has a much higher tolerance to alcohol, but he still doesn't drink often, so he still gets drunk at this time. Only Shen Feng, Chang Jianyi, and Chu Qiaoyan were left in the hall. As for Zaya Ohu, Chang Haoji took him away to take care of him, and a special nanny was in charge of Zaya Ohu's growth. Shen Feng raised his hand and looked at his watch, and found that it was getting late, so he stood up and said, "It's getting late, I'm going back, come back next time." However, after Shen Feng finished speaking, Chang Jianyi grabbed Shen Feng's palm and said, "This is your home, where do you want to go back?" Shen Feng's head was dizzy, but he still said seriously at this moment, "I'm going to take care of Sister Du, here. I will come back later." Chang Jianyi then hugged Shen Feng, with tears in his eyes, and said immediately, Feng, don't go. I know it was wrong for me to slap you before, but I was angry at that time, so don't get angry, just forgive me, okay? Besides, if you really like Sister Du, let her come back too. I promise, I won't say anything about the things between the two of you in the future. Is it okay now?" Although Shen Feng was in a state of drunkenness, she now understood what Chang Jianyi meant. At this time, she was already apologizing in order to keep herself. Chu Qiaoyan also said seriously, Feng, my sister and I specially made up and dressed up today in order to let you stay. If you don't stay, wouldn't all this be in vain? Let her go about the previous things, Everyone, wouldn't it be good to return to the past relationship? Shen Feng was silent for a moment, then continued, no, I want to go. I want to go back. Why? Chang Jianyi cried and asked, why have I already apologized and tolerated your behavior, but you are still like this? Don't tell me you already hate me. Now, Shen Feng can only helplessly explain, no, Du Xinxi has a heart attack and is still pregnant. The doctor said that she might not be able to survive the delivery. She is running out of time. She can't be stimulated now, or her heart can't stand it, so I can only live outside with her. After saying this, Shen Feng was about to leave immediately, broke free from Chang Jianyi's palm, and walked slowly outside, preparing to leave Fengshan Palace. Chapter 786 Oil Pipeline. When Shen Feng told the truth of the matter, Chang Jianyi's eyes were lost, and he stood there blankly, and said to himself, how could this be? Chang Jianyi obviously did not expect that things would develop to this point. Du Xinxi may not have much time, and she was still doing well before. Could it be that she fell ill because of her words? Are words really that powerful? Chu Qiaoyan quickly comforted, sister, don't be sad, Shen Feng has said so, which means that he must have carefully considered us, but it is not suitable to come back at this time, and he will definitely return after the matter is resolved. Came back here, but... Chang Jianyi sat on the edge of the table in a depressed mood, pouring white wine into her mouth, and said while drinking, if Du Xinxi is really dead, then did I force her to death indirectly? Then did I kill Feng's beloved woman? Originally, Chang Jianyi didn't think there was anything wrong with scolding her scumbag husband. The only thing she did wrong was to slap Shen Feng in the face, but now Chang Jianyi suddenly learned that she was hurt by herself. Du Xinxi's time may be running out, and after learning the news, Chang Jianyi couldn't help becoming hesitant. Chu Qiaoyan quickly comforted, this may be just the worst case scenario, don't worry so much, under the current level of technology, it's all for heart replacement, it's okay, Du Xinxi won't die so suddenly. Chang Jianyi didn't speak, but felt that she had made a mistake, an irreversible mistake. As for whether the relationship between herself and Shen Feng could be restored to what it was before, that was something that she didn't know at all. Shen Feng staggered back to the house where he and Du Xinxi lived, and fell on the sofa as soon as he entered the door. Now that the stamina of the alcohol has come up, his brain really couldn't hold on anymore, so he fell asleep on the sofa. Yes, after hearing the noise, Du Xinxi walked out of the room, seeing Shen Feng drunk on the sofa. Her eyes immediately showed infinite tenderness. Du Xinxi Bingsu is smart, so she naturally knows that today is Shen Xingzi's anniversary birthday, and she has already made preparations, that is, Shen Feng may not come back tonight, but in the end, Shen Feng returned home drunk. This moved Du Xinxi very much. She walked to Shen Feng's side and sat down, resting Shen Feng's head on her lap, and began to comb Shen Feng's hair with her fingers. Shen Feng, it would be great if I could meet you earlier. Du Xinxi murmured, although before having a heart attack, the degree was not very serious and she survived, but Du Xinxi recently felt chest tightness, and her breathing would suddenly become short of breath, and she could not help coughing. At this time, Du Xinxi also understood that his body might really be dying. The relationship between the heart and the lungs is very close. If there is a problem with the heart, the lungs will be most directly affected, and the manifestation will be coughing and chest tightness, and the respiratory system will be most directly affected. However, even in this situation, Du Xinxi still decided to give birth to the child. I heard that people with supernatural powers have problems in giving birth to offspring, because the stronger the supernatural person, the more capable they are in giving birth to children. It's getting worse, so after more than 3 years, Shen Feng only has one child, which is already regarded as a treasure at this time. Du Xinxi was also pregnant, and he also knew the importance of a child to Shen Feng, so even if he would die, he must give birth to the child, which could be regarded as leaving a gift for Shen Feng. After thinking of this, Du Xinxi couldn't help but clutched her chest, frowned and said, give me another 7 months, as long as I can give birth to a child, I will definitely pray every day and burn incense for bodhisattvas every now and then. There is a statue of Guanyin in the room, the texture of ceramics, and this is the comfort placed by Du Xinxi, and Guanyin has the ability to protect children in China, which is also the Guanyin of sending children in folk beliefs. I didn't believe in gods at first. After all, I was a highly educated person, so I couldn't believe the content of these metaphysics. But now in the apocalypse, the reality is too cruel, so I can only believe in false things. After waking up the next day, Shen Feng found himself lying on the bed. The clothes on his body had been changed, his body was covered with a clean quilt, and Du Xinshi was snuggling up beside him. Shen Feng looked at the time and found that at this time, it is almost time to go to work. Sister. Du, wake up, I have to go to work, I have to go. Shen Feng hurriedly woke up the person next to her pillow, and Du Xinshi also woke up quickly. I will wait for you to come back, Du Xinshi said softly. Shen Feng then rushed to the city lord's mansion, ready to handle today's official business, but at this time, a telegram from Xiaotong was delivered to Shen Feng. Xiaotong is under the jurisdiction of the headquarters, so it will not be given under the general request. It was right that Yazhao sent the telegram, but at this moment, the telegram had already been delivered to the table. Shen Feng picked up the telegram and looked at it, and found that it was a report from Lin Yu and Su Xing. The meaning was very simple, that is, Dong Zhao, Zhu Bai and the gang of villains under these two people had been eradicated, but the current wine city is short of food. The food that had been stored was burned by Zhu Bai, and Su Xing and Lin Yu took the opportunity to escape to Xiaotong. One was to complete the transaction, and the other it is to take refuge. After seeing the telegram in his hand, Shen Feng was shocked for an instant, because he never expected that Su Xing's ability was so powerful, that he was able to give an organization entrenched in the city to him in such a short period of time. Pulling it out, in Shen Feng's imagination, Su Xing's progress would take a month no matter how fast it is, but now it seems that the task has been completed in only 1 week, which is simply impossible. It's incredible, and in the telegram there is also how this thing was done. Lin Yu and Su Xing specifically mentioned an old monk. They basically followed the old monk's plan and acted, and finally succeeded. It is a pity to be killed by someone. Wine City, this place directly borders Yangyang, and now the cancer has been eradicated. It would be easy to take over, but the population will increase by more than 100,000 in the future, which is a problem. Shen Feng is watching. After reaching the content of the telegram, Shen Feng fell into deep thought. Now Shen Feng doesn't know how he should treat this dilapidated city. After much deliberation, Shen Feng decided to go to his 3 consultants to see if they had any suggestions. After Shen Feng explained the matter clearly, Shen Jianyi immediately said, "City Master, you must quickly occupy the wine city. Haven't you been troubled by the lack of oil in Yazhao? Now the opportunity to obtain oil is in front of you. How can I ignore it?" When Shen Feng heard that he could get oil, he immediately became confused, and then asked, "I remember that there are no oil deposits here in the wine city, and it seems that you can't get oil if you occupy the wine city. Bankson, what is it? What's the meaning?" Shen Feng also knows that there is oil in China, but the oil is basically concentrated in the north. There are more non-ferrous metals in the south, but the oil and gas resources are basically in the north. Now Bankson said that it occupies the wine city. It is possible to solve the oil crisis. Shen Feng immediately became puzzled at this time. Shen Jianyi said slowly, "Yes, there is no oil in Jiacheng, and even in the south of Yunnan province, there is no oil storage. But do you know that there is an Yunnan-Burma oil pipeline? The original plan of the pipeline was to send the end of the pipeline to Yazhao and Gizhao through Kunming, but now it is delivered to Kunming, and Jiacheng directly borders Xiaotong. Naturally, there are many difficulties in transporting oil from Burma, but it's much easier to transport oil from Kunming, isn't it?" This is the first time for Shen Feng to hear about the existence of this pipeline. The main reason is that Shen Feng lived in Rongcheng before. Sichuan province produces its own natural gas. As for oil, it can be directly obtained from the north. Therefore, Shen Feng does not pay attention to the south. Where does the oil in Yunnan province come from? And it is not known that Myanmar in the southwest still produces oil and has repaired oil pipelines. Shen Feng suddenly realized, and said, "I understand the meaning of Bankson." "Bankson, you mean that as long as I can build a good relationship with Kunming in the future, I can easily get oil? Is that what you mean?" Shen Jianyi nodded, indicating that he meant that. But at this time, Feng Shicheng said seriously, "City Lord, I don't recommend you to take over Wine City now, because according to the contents of the telegram, Wine City is in chaos now, and the victims who captured the city are even more arrogant. Going to Jiacheng from time to time will involve a lot of materials and energy, and, in a short period of time, the relationship between Yazhao and the headquarters cannot be restored, which means that it is not so easy for us to obtain oil from Kunming, etc." Wait a minute. What if I wait and the headquarters takes over the wine city? Shen Feng continued to ask. Feng Shichen continued, no problem, don't forget the city owner, Jianyi is also in your hands. Jianyi can also go to Xiaotong. Jianyi and Jiacheng are both on the bank of the Yangtze River, and Jiacheng is just in Jiangyang. It's just that Yang is upstream. Even if there is no wine city, Jianyi is still in his hands. Shen Feng understood what Feng Shichen said at this time. Now receiving the wine city will consume a lot of food, and the wine city is dilapidated, so it may not be of much use. Moreover, with Jianyi in his hand, he can pass through in Xiaotong. Even if oil needs to be delivered, left and right are just detours. City. Lord, I don't know if I should say something or not. Yu Haijing also interrupted at this time, as if he wanted to say something. Shen Feng nodded and said, if you have anything to say, just say it. I don't know how to treat people. After getting Shen Feng's permission, Yu Haijing immediately said, I have read the newspapers, and Yunnan province is also in a state of oil shortage, so I boldly speculate that there are oil and gas pipelines in Yunnan and Burma, but they have already broken. After finishing speaking, Yu Haijing found the newspaper on his body. This is not a newspaper in Yazhou, but the Spring City Evening News. It is an old newspaper for decades, and it is still being published in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, he wants to get knowledge. Reading newspapers is also a good choice. Shen Feng looked at the newspaper, and found that Yu Haijing did not lie. Such a thing was indeed written in the newspaper, and the truth of this kind of thing can be known only by careful speculation. If the oil pipeline is smooth, then there will be no such thing in Yunnan province. There is an oil shortage. Besides, if something happens to the oil production area, it will not work if there are pipelines but no oil. Shan Zhengming said slowly, the city lord, I was negligent and failed to think about this matter carefully. I am still old. Now that two young people can have such insight, I am very pleased. Taking over the wine city depends on your decision. The owner of the city, the world is changing rapidly, and the decision makers have the most information, so you think carefully. Bengtson is always just a half immortal. He can think of things that others can't think of, but he is still not a god. It is impossible to know everything, so at this moment, Bengtson also obviously knows that there is a great significance in his suggestion loophole. Shen Feng pondered for a while, and said, I understand. I will let Suzing and Lin Yu stay in Xiaotong now, and prepare to go north to the wine city at any time. First, wait and see. After thinking about it, Shen Feng also felt that this matter involved a lot, and he couldn't make a decision lightly. At least he had to discuss it carefully with his subordinates. During this period, Suzing was allowed to stay in Xiaotong. If the critical moment came, Suzing could go north. Wine City, by virtue of its prestige, has allowed Wine City to achieve a certain degree of stability. Chapter 787, Poisoning is playing with fire. The crisis of mutated birds has spread to regions around the world. Under such circumstances, some organizations that struggled to survive in the apocalypse were destroyed directly. Some died from being attacked by mutated birds, and some died from lack of food. Those who live in deep mountains and old forests rarely survive. However, most of the major countries in the world are helpless when facing mutant birds, and their coping methods are not very good. The fluidity of mutated birds is too strong. Maybe after the mutated beasts in one area are cleaned up, it will not be slowed down for a year or so, but even after the mutated birds are cleaned up, the mutated birds in other places, it will be added to this blank area, and the reproductive ability of the mutated birds is too strong. Maybe it has just been cleaned up. After 3 months, the number of mutated birds will return to the previous level. Birds have been able to survive from ancient times, relying on two powerful abilities. One is the ability to fly. Currently only birds and flying insects can fly in the sky. As for other species, basically they can only be gliding, cannot be regarded as flying. And another ability is reproductive ability. Birds have a very strong reproductive ability. Except for green peacocks, which lay 1 egg a year, many birds are simply daunting in terms of laying eggs. Therefore, in this case, the mutated bird swept the world directly, and to solve this problem, global cooperation is necessary. However, the Northern Hemisphere can barely do this, but the Southern Hemisphere cannot. The strength of the Southern Hemisphere is really too bad. Even if they want these people to kill mutant birds together, they can't stop them. As soon as the apocalypse broke out, the rich people in the Southern Hemisphere directly took advantage of money, took the valuable things in the apocalypse and left, completely ignoring the people of the motherland. Perhaps in the eyes of these rich people, They are simply no country in this case. North America took action, and North America's methods are also appalling, because North America intends to use viruses and bacteria to attack, and this time, the target of their attack is not humans, but birds. The scope of microorganisms is very wide, especially among bacteria and archaea, which is not thoroughly studied. It can be said that the degree of danger of microorganisms is far more terrifying than mutant beasts and mutant birds. However, it is such a horrible thing is used in North America to make weapons and to make birds sick. North America did what it wanted, and started experimenting directly in South America. Now it is winter in North America, and there are no birds to experiment with, but it happens to be winter in South America, especially the rainy season in the Amazon rainforest. At this time, there are many birds in South America. Poisoning now is exactly the right time and place. Then, after the North American operation started, countless mutated birds in South America died. Even if these birds were mutated, they still couldn't withstand the attack of microorganisms. Naturally, mutated birds don't know what is viruses. I don't even know what bacteria are, and I didn't expect that bacteria and viruses have appeared on my body. Now later, a reporter discovered that in the Amazon rainforest, the ground was full of bird carcasses, which satisfied the appetite of piranhas. It fell from the sky. After North America discovered this incident, it was immediately ecstatic. Various news media began to exaggerate, and the title was very simple: Human lighthouses will save the Earth. We are the last saviors of the world. It has been a long time since a large country in North America compared itself to a human lighthouse, and now the major countries in the world have nothing to do with mutant birds, but at this moment, North America is the first to deal with mutant birds. It's an amazing thing to cause damage, and the spread of this news is still too wide, so that Shen Feng in Yuzhou has also received this news at this time. The bird was at a loss, and as a result, North America took the lead in using viruses and bacteria to attack, and the effect seemed to be very good. Viruses and bacteria are so dangerous. Can this really achieve the goal of eliminating mutant birds? Shen Feng had such a question in his heart. Shen Feng is now wondering whether this attack method of releasing viruses and bacteria is effective. If he wants to know the truth, he still needs to ask a professional. Shen Feng then went to the laboratory in Yuzhou to find Niu Dean, explained his purpose. When Professor Niu Bei heard this, he immediately felt embarrassed, and then said, "Well, then I don't quite understand. I am a biology student. I will take you to the professor of microbiology. He is very familiar with bacteria and viruses. They are all involved, but there is no condition to study them carefully now, but you must be able to answer the things you said." The city lord, Han. You once said, there is a priority in learning the Tao, and there is a specialization in the arts, so for professional matters, you should ask people who are engaged in this major. The professor of microbiology is surnamed Zhang. After hearing Shen Feng's question, Professor Zhang lit a cigarette unhurriedly and said slowly, "City lord, I can't say that this plan is good, nor can I say that this plan is bad, because these viruses that only birds can infect will only infect birds after their virulence is enhanced, but the virus will mutate. Yes, even scientists cannot control the changes in viruses and bacteria." After getting this result, Shen Feng couldn't help being a little puzzled, and then asked, "You mean, viruses and bacteria can solve the crisis of mutant birds, right, Professor?" Zhang nodded and said, "It can be said this way, but once the virus or bacteria becomes zoonotic, the virus and bacteria will not only harm the birds. Besides, bird flu is prevalent in North America. Yes, and North America has released too many viruses this time, and it may mutate. In this case, as long as there are zoonotic diseases, then humans will also be threatened by then." Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning, and said, "That being said, we also need to take precautions here. Once the birds spread diseases, we will also be threatened, Professor." Zhang nodded and said, "In addition, it is impossible for viruses and bacteria to completely wipe out mutated birds. Creatures will evolve, just like bacteria will develop drug resistance, and birds will also be infected after a certain amount of infection. In the future, I don't think it's possible to completely eliminate mutant birds that develop resistance to viruses and bacteria, but it's still possible to reduce the number of mutant birds." After getting this answer, Shen Feng couldn't help but feel helpless, and then said, "If this is the case, then North America really doesn't do anything. It's okay if the mutant bird is killed, but if the virus and bacteria change after that, it will be really troublesome if it becomes a human being and will get sick. At that time, No matter where the mutant bird flies, it will infect human diseases. At that time, human beings will still face the impact of the virus. Alice, a bunch of selfish guy, after inquiring about the virus, Shen Feng did not rest easy as the news said. Instead, he was full of worries at this time. There was a plague in Yuzhou before, which almost turned Yuzhou into so at this moment. What Shen Feng is most worried about is the emergence of diseases at this time. Shen Feng took the time to say to Dean Liu, "Then what? Is the plant hard in the laboratory okay? I want to take a look, Professor." Liu nodded and said, "Please don't worry, the city owner. In the research institute, except for the city owner and the deputy city owner, only I have the authority to enter the deepest part. It is impossible for anyone to come near the heart of the plant at ordinary times. Now we will go and have a look." Compared with other cities, Yuzhou has the advantage of being able to produce a large amount of evolution agents. When he was in Siberia before, Shen Feng also saw another plant heart. In order to monopolize the advantage of being able to produce evolution agents, Shen Feng carried Zhao Sheng just a fire to burn the mutated plants in the depths of the research institute. A spacious hole leads directly to the bottom. From this hole, you can directly lead to the underground. There are soldiers patrolling the hole. No matter who passes by, they need to check their documents and check their fingerprints. Everyone's fingerprints are different. Even if they are disguised, the fingerprints can't be changed. As long as the fakes appear here, they can be recognized immediately. Shen Feng took out his ID card and checked his fingerprints, and the soldier let him go immediately, saying, "Please, City Lord, the defense force of the research institute is already good," but at this moment, Shen Feng is still worried. The number of soldiers is enough, but there are no special abilities to protect this place. It seems that we need to specially train special abilities to protect the experiment. Only in the room, if someone with supernatural powers sneaks in, it will be bad. In the underground factory, the workers are busy. Their job is to send the inedible mutant beasts to the factory for the plant heart to absorb, then pack the evolution agent, and finally clean up. These workers have all gone through it. Is no problem to have a clean background, and it is guaranteed that the information in the factory will not be betrayed. Of course, the workers in the underground factory have extremely high wages, so it is obviously no problem for one person to support a family. City Master, there are not many evolutionary agents produced recently, because it is winter, and the prey that mercenaries can hunt is not many, so we can't get too many ingredients for plant hearts. Wait until spring and summer next year. It will return to normal. Professor Neo explained seriously at this time. Shen Feng nodded and said, "It's okay, there's nothing to do in winter now. If the production is less, then there will be less. In spring, if the problem of mutated birds is still not solved, I guess the headquarters will also start killing them." Professor Neo took Shen Feng into the deepest part of the ground, and there was a room inside. After opening the aluminum alloy door, he saw a huge flower pot in the center of the room, and in the middle of the flower pot was a huge plant heart. The plant heart is still beating at this time. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng was immediately surprised, because the plant heart was reading a book at this time, and two vines grew on the plant heart, and the two vines were like human hands, holding the book in his hand. "Look, there is still light shining down from the top of the room. What's the situation? Plants can still read." Shen Feng was stunned after seeing this scene. Professor Neo quickly explained, "City Master, strictly speaking, this is no longer a simple plant, it has a brain, so seriously, it is between plants and animals. Since it has a nervous system, then it must be possible to think and learn." At this time, the plant heart has also discovered the existence of Shen Feng, so it said directly, "You are very strong, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. I can feel a very powerful energy in your brain. Are you here to kill me?" Shen Feng shrugged and said, "As long as you are honest and obedient, why should I kill you? Don't worry, I won't kill innocent people indiscriminately." And the plant heart said at this time, "I have read many books, which describe that human beings are a very cruel animal. They are very cruel to animals and plants that are not of the same kind, and I have already threatened human beings' status. Why didn't you kill me?" Shen Feng looked at the book plant heart was reading, and found that it was called Summary of Extinct Animals in the World, and immediately understood the meaning of plant heart. "I don't know how many animals and plants have been destroyed by humans, but now they appear in front of it." At this moment it thought that it was about to be wiped out. Chapter 788, Humans Have Limits. In the 3 million years of human beings, there are too many animals that have become extinct. The most famous extinct bird should be the dodo bird. The dodo bird has been made even in online games, except in addition to the dodo, the thylacine, the South China tiger, and the spotted soft-shelled turtle have also become extinct, and most of these animals have been extinct by humans. And in terms of plants, there are also many extinct ones, and at this moment, the mutated plant thought that Shen Feng was here to exterminate itself, and Shen Feng said seriously, "You and I are still in the stage of mutual benefit and symbiosis. You produce the evolutionary agent, and I guarantee your safety and food source. Therefore, you will not bring me any threat. You will continue in the future. Stay here, but I will not remove the ultraviolet light on the wall." The ultraviolet lamp mentioned by Shen Feng is an extinguished light bulb on the wall, but under normal circumstances, the ultraviolet lamp will not be turned on, and once the ultraviolet lamp is turned on, the mutated plants will basically be irradiated to death. Mutant plants in other places also have their own weaknesses, and the weakness of mutated plants in Yuzhou is ultraviolet light. Shen Feng knew this, so many ultraviolet lamps were installed on the walls of the room. UV light, the heart of the plant inside will be killed. After hearing what Shen Feng said, Plant Heart continued, "I want to read a lot of books now, but your people only give me 1 book a day. Since it is a mutually beneficial relationship, can't you give me more books?" Shen Feng looked at Professor Niu and asked, "Is that so, Professor?" Niu nodded seriously, and said, "That's true, but we also have reasons to do this, and we have to do this. City Lord, you must be considerate of us." "What reason do you have?" Shen Feng asked hastily at this time, wanting to know why Professor Niu didn't read books for mutant plants. As long as it doesn't cause trouble, it's just reading books. It's no problem to satisfy it, and there is no shortage in Yuzhou books, are right, Professor Niu said in a low voice, because the learning ability of this plant heart is really too strong. It can read 10 lines at a glance, and has a photographic memory. All knowledge will not be forgotten after learning. Able to read hundreds of books. When Shen Feng heard this, he immediately thought of someone, and said, "Speaking of which, the ability of photographic memory is not only possessed by the mutated plants here. I have a consultant by my side, named Yuz Haijing, and Yuz Haijing is also it can be unforgettable," Professor Niu said solemnly. "City Master, don't confuse them with the same thing. You need to know one thing, that is, Yuz Haijing's ability to never forget is learned the day after tomorrow, and it will shorten his lifespan. After that, he can live at most 20 years, but how many years can plants grow? Among other things, as long as the ginkgo tree is not disturbed, it can easily live for 50 years. After 20 years, Yuz Haijing will die, but here the mutated plants will still be alive, and if you read books unrestrainedly, there will be no side effects at all, and it's okay to be trapped now." 20 years later, the mutated plants that have mastered human knowledge will be extremely terrifying. After receiving such an answer, Shen Feng finally understood Professor Niu's concerns. Professor Niu looked at the problem from the perspective of human beings. It is no problem for mutated plants to read books. If I learned it, wouldn't it be a big deal? Shen Feng then said to the heart of the plant, "No, I can't agree to your request. I can only tell you that you can only read 1 book a day, that's it. You can do it yourself, plant." Heart received this answer, but continued, "I think each of you has your own name, and I also need to have my own name. If you don't give me a name, then I have to give it to myself." Got a name. Shen Feng thought for a while. He didn't have any good names to give the plant heart in front of him, and then said, "Then you have read a lot of books during this period, you should choose your own name. Let me see what your literary level is like." Without hesitation, Plant Heart said directly, "Then if I choose a name for myself, I will call it Ringo. I heard that it is the name of a fruit tree. If other plants can be called, then I must be called as well." Shen Feng looked at Professor Niu. "Is there such a tree, Professor?" Niu nodded and said, "That's right, there is such a tree, and the fruit it bears is shagul, which seems to be also called huahong. Anyway, the taste is not bad, and it feels more like apples, but usually everyone also eats it. Not called Ringo." Shen Feng felt relieved when he saw that the plant heart was still being imprisoned underground, and then wanted to leave, but at this moment, Ringo said, "Shen Feng, you are indeed very powerful, stronger than most humans I have ever seen, but the strength of humans ends here, and in the future, you will not change, get stronger." When Shen Feng heard this, he couldn't help frowning immediately, and asked, What do you mean, Ringo? Replied, I have read so many books, and I have come to a conclusion from the books, that is, no matter what kind of animal there is a limit, even the huge sea beast in the sea, after growing to a certain level, also reach the limit. As for human beings, you are now the limit. City Lord, go out and talk. At this moment, Professor Ni whispered to Shen Feng. Shen Feng was skeptical, and his follower, Professor Niu, left the underground space. The two then found a quiet room and started communicating. Professor Niu first said, actually, the City Lord, some scientists now put forward a conjecture, that is, human beings are evolving. There are multiple barriers in the process of evolution, which are evolutionary barriers. When human beings evolved to the third stage, they encountered an evolutionary barrier, and in the sixth stage, there are still evolutionary barriers. Next, no matter how many evolutionary bases you eat, you will not be able to break through the evolutionary barrier. Shen Feng now understands what the mutated plant just said. The reason why he said that he has stopped here is also very simple, that is, he has now encountered an evolutionary barrier. No matter how many evolutionary bases there are, it is impossible to become a seventh-order supernatural user. How could this be? I can feel that there is still room for improvement for supernatural beings. How can I just stop at the sixth level? After hearing the news, Shen Feng couldn't accept it for a while. One thing, Shen Feng doesn't believe that he will stop like this. Although he is strong enough at this time, the end is still not in sight. If he doesn't get enough strength, he will definitely not be able to continue. Protect loved ones, Professor Niu quickly comforted. This is just a conjecture, a conjecture. It doesn't necessarily mean that what scientists say is right. There are exceptions to everything, isn't it? Shen Feng nodded, lifted his spirits, and said, yes, maybe it's the same as before. If I can find a special thing that helps me break through the evolutionary barrier, I will definitely become stronger in the future. Shen Feng found that at this moment, there are more and more things that he doesn't understand, such as mutated birds, viruses and bacteria, and his own evolution. These problems have always troubled Shen Feng. Let Shen Feng not know what to do before leaving the laboratory. Shen Feng began to tell Professor Niu, Professor, when reading books for Linpo, remember to mix in some miscellaneous books. Don't show Linpo the high-tech content, but show Linpo more. The internet is not easy. Is it just a few million words? Just show Linpo these online articles, and I don't believe that he can read them in a short time. Professor Niu nodded, no problem, that's what I thought too. Show Lingo some fast books that are not nutritious, often with the millions of words. After reading it, it seems that I have gained a lot of things, but the knowledge I have actually learned but not much. Wasted time not to talk, still can't learn anything. Shen Feng then left. Professor Niu sent Shen Feng to the door, and then returned to the laboratory. How many works can there be? This is a question that no one can answer, because in the information age, books are produced every day, and the internet can be counted as works. There are tens of millions of copies on the internet alone. Just add water to Ringo. What are scientific works? The number must be limited, so that the speed at which Ringo acquires knowledge can be slowed down. Plants can survive under natural conditions far longer than animals, so there are often news reports that trees that are 100 or 200 years old are found in deep mountains and old forests. It is said that trees that are 500 years old also exist, and even humans' careful maintenance. In the end, the limit of lifespan is 140 years old. As for the myth that Pengzu is 800 years old, just listen to it. This kind of thing cannot be true. After Shen Feng returned to the City Lord's mansion, Lu Xian came over and said to Shen Feng, City Lord, are you free recently? After hearing this question, Shen Feng looked at Lu Xian and said, I have nothing to do recently. Do you have anything to say, Lu? Xian then said, City Master, actually, I found one thing, that is, there is not enough attention paid to art in Yazhou, so, I think, we should focus on the development of literature and art. I happen to know some artists, so, I want to introduce you. You were busy before, so I didn't bother you. Now that you have the opportunity, don't you want to relax? Isn't the opportunity just here? Shen Feng thought for a while and said, Art? I don't know much about it, but I can find someone who understands to go with me. Secretary Wang, call consultant Feng Shichen over. Shen Feng knows that Feng Shichen wrote before, and according to Feng Shichen, writing should know all kinds of knowledge, so there must be no problem in aesthetic ability. If you take Feng Shichen to go, you will certainly not Make a fool of yourself. As for the development of literary and artistic careers, Shen Feng has no such plan. He just wants to see what kind of virtue these so-called artists are. However, when Lu Xian heard that Shen Feng was going to take Feng Shichen with him, a look of disdain appeared on his face in an instant. Obviously he looked down on Feng Shichen. In Lu Xian's mind, Feng Shichen is nothing more than a low-class guy who writes pornographic books. It would be a kind of blasphemy to bring this guy to meet the artist, but this is the decision of the city lord, and Lu Xian should at least respect the city lord of the decision. Feng Shichen quickly came to Shen Feng and Lu Xian, and after learning what Shen Feng meant, he immediately nodded and said, "No problem, let's go and see these artists now. I really want to know what kind of artists they are." Artists want to see you, and art also needs to be appreciated, and it is obvious that few people will appreciate it in this day and age. On the contrary, this sentence pierced Lu Xian's heart, because he wrote a lot of songs, but no one appreciated them. Even his wife Hong Ye, who said that her level was average after listening to it, but Lu Xian thought that it must be someone else. It's not my own fault that the level of appreciation is not good. I can't see it. A guy who writes Wang Wen actually has this level of insight. Lu Xian thought silently in his heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789 Artist. And Lu Xian obviously didn't expect Feng Shichen to say such reasonable words. However, Lu Xian still hasn't changed his opinion of Feng Shichen. Therefore, in the final analysis, this is still a guy without real talents, so don't worry about it. Lu Xian was about to take Shen Feng and Feng Shichen to meet the artist, and on the way, Shen Feng said to Feng Shichen, "Currently Yazhao doesn't have much energy to develop art career. Now Yazhao barely has enough energy for the following. It is impossible to develop the so-called art career if more people are satisfied with food and clothing. When the time comes, you'd better oppose it." When Shen Feng said this, Feng Shichen immediately understood what Shen Feng meant. It was impossible for Shen Feng to reject Lu Xian's suggestion directly. However, Shen Feng still needs to reject these artists, so there needs to be someone who plays a bad face, and Feng Shichen is this role. Understood. Feng Shichen nodded quickly, obviously understanding what Shen Feng meant. In the end, Lu Xian brought Shen Feng and Feng Shichen to a hotel. Inside the hotel box, a group of people dressed in different clothes appeared in Shen Feng's eyes. There could be more than a dozen of these people, and they were basically wearing suits and leather shoes. However, among these people, there are also a few women wearing dresses, and they are all stars. Shen Feng doesn't particularly like watching TV dramas, but now he also recognizes a few stars, and he feels a little uncomfortable. When it was said that he was meeting an artist, Shen Feng thought he was meeting a painter or a writer or even a musician, but now it seems that he is someone from the entertainment industry. City Master, some artists are not good enough. Feng Shichen also whispered to Shen Feng. Shen Feng said nonchalantly, "It's okay, since you're just from the entertainment circle, then you can deal with it casually." At this time, after seeing Shen Feng, the people in the box immediately came up with a lot of smiles and said, "My lord, it's rare to see you. I'm sorry to bother you today, but we are also thinking about the future of Yazhao, my lord. Once fought in Rongcheng, rescued Yanjing, and even returned to Yazhao from the southern hemisphere. Such an achievement is completely unprecedented. Wouldn't it be a pity that no one knows about it? We are bothering you just because of your reputation." After seeing Shen Feng, everyone immediately began to flatter him, telling of Shen Feng's achievements without any trace. Shen Feng said, "Hello, it's the first time we meet. Everyone, please sit down and talk slowly." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng shook hands with each other one by one, and everyone sat down together, while Feng Shichen simply skipped the handshake and sat aside, grabbed a handful of melon seeds and started nibbling. Seeing Feng Shichen like this, everyone felt displeased immediately, thinking, "Damn it, the hotel just gave us a plate of melon seeds. If you ate them all, what would we eat?" However, at this moment, everyone dare not show their stingy side, so now they can only bury their dissatisfaction in their hearts. The hotel here is relatively luxurious, not only have tables and chairs, but also sofas and coffee tables, which are specially for people with noble status to talk, but eating is second. If you want to sing, this place may become a karaoke at any time. Okay. Shen Feng found a sofa and sat down, And after these bigwigs in the entertainment industry winked, the two actresses sat directly beside Shen Feng. If Shen Feng hadn't posed a picture of "no one should enter if it looks like that," at this moment, these two women have already posted it at this time. Feng Shichen was sitting on a chair not far away, eating melon seeds while thinking about how to refute these people next. Basically, Feng Shichen had never done such a thing as a blackface, and now at this time to do this kind of thing, I can only try my best at this time. A man with a potbelly and a beard said to Shen Feng seriously, "City Master, in fact, we have already discovered that everything in Yuzhou City is very good now. Although it is not as good as the previous life, but as long as it is a horizontal comparison, the current situation in Yuzhou is still very good, but there is a problem." "What's the problem?" Shen Feng asked casually. Shen Feng often discusses the current problems in Yuzhou with others. Shen Feng also has a relatively clear understanding of this. At this moment, Shen Feng also wants to know these things. People in the circle can say something incredible. "City Lord, I'm not dissatisfied with you, but the problem does exist, and this problem is, the current cultural life in Yuzhou is not very good. There are no TV dramas, movies, and even various idle activities, so we believe that the proper development of the cultural industry should also be appropriate. After all, it can meet the spiritual needs of the public, can't it?" The pot-bellied man, surnamed Zhao, was also a director before, but it was obvious that he couldn't get along in the end of the world down. Shen Feng nodded and said, "Director Zhao, right? You can tell me in detail how to develop the cultural industry in the future. I'm all ears, Director." Zhao was overjoyed immediately after hearing this. Now that the city lord has said all ears, it must be because he has some ideas about the suggestion he made. Next, he had better strike while the iron is hot and give the whole thing to him. It's good to finalize it. In this way, I will not worry about eating and drinking in the future afterwards. Director Zhao said seriously, "City Lord, we want to shoot a TV series, and we will use the experience of the City Lord in the apocalypse as the theme and tell what happened to the City Lord. We will shoot a total of 100 episodes, and then it was broadcast in Yuzhou. At that time, after the people below broadcast a TV series about you, the City Lord, they must be able to understand the mood of the City Lord, increase your prestige, and make the people below love you even more. For important matters, we are also willing to share our worries for you, the City Lord." After Shen Feng heard about this kind of thing, he couldn't help laughing, because after learning about this kind of thing, Shen Feng knew the purpose of these people. The prosperity of the cultural industry needs to be based on good economic conditions. After all, when everyone is hungry, not many people are willing to watch movies, especially if they spend money to watch movies. But now at this time, it can be said that the whole world is facing a crisis of survival. Almost everyone is worried about whether they can survive tomorrow. Who would watch movies when they have nothing to do? Therefore, people who make movies can neither attract investment nor earn a living. It stands to reason that people who work in the entertainment industry can already make a lot of money as long as they are a little famous, but in the end of the world, the financial system directly it has already collapsed, and all the money that has been earned has been turned into waste paper. In Yuzhou, all the real estate has been confiscated and used for unified distribution. In a short time, these filmmakers have become penniless poor men. Fortunately, in Yuzhou, as long as you work with your hands, you can support yourself. As for other places, it is not easy to live, especially in disaster-stricken places, where food is a problem and the people in the box were all engaged in mental work before, and now they need to do physical work to support themselves. Compared with before, this kind of treatment is very different, and these people now naturally want to seek change. And thinking of a way, he thought of Shen Feng. This is the City Lord of Yuzhou. As long as the City Lord is willing to make a movie, he must be able to quickly change the current situation. Shen Feng learned what the other party meant, and then said with a smile, "A TV series can increase my prestige." It seems a lot of exaggeration. Everyone quickly said, "Not exaggerating, not exaggerating, not exaggerating at all. Please believe in our level. We can definitely add positive energy to the filming, and focus on describing the epic love story between the City Lord and the two wives. Once it is released, then it must be able to move others." Shen Feng smiled, didn't say anything, and said in his heart, "This group of people really knows how to take advantage of loopholes. This time, they are filming a TV series for me. If I agree, this group of people can lobby other people to do this. In this way, Yuzhou may have to support idlers. At this time, A woman sitting next to Shen Feng handed Shen Feng a cup of tea, and said softly, "Chancellor, please drink tea. I have always admired your reputation, and it is an honor to meet you for the first time. A little tea, and invite the city lord to taste it." Shen Feng was about to take the tea, but at this moment, the actress beside her suddenly softened, and the tea was directly spilled on the skirt, and then, the whole person fell on Shen Feng's body, and Shen Feng was all crushed. I was stunned by the scene, and said in my heart, "Can you still play like this?" Shen Feng was sitting on the sofa at this time, when suddenly the woman beside him fell down. Before he could react, he smelled the fragrance in his nose. It was a strong perfume smell, which made Shen Feng feel a little uncomfortable, because Shen Feng liked it. It is a more natural fragrance, so when you smell the fragrance, you will feel unnatural, especially the strong perfume smell. And when this woman fell down, she leaned against Shen Feng's body, and the 2 ounces of fat on her chest also pressed on Shen Feng's arm. Just turn your head sideways, and you can see the allure of this woman's red lips, and this was something Shen Feng did not expect. At this time, the woman on the side also said, "City Master, I forgot that Sister Liu has hypoglycemia. Let's send Sister Liu to the room to rest." Before Shen Feng could speak, Director Zhao continued to speak. "City Master, Xiao Liu can only be taken care of by you. She is not so easy to get close to at ordinary times. You must protect Miss Liu and cherish the time. Seize the moment." When Shen Feng heard this, he was taken aback immediately, and said to himself, "Damn, are there still immortal dances in the entertainment industry?" Shen Feng naturally didn't believe that the woman around her fainted because of hypoglycemia. It's not doing well, and now it's even sent up to play unspoken rules. Shen Feng immediately turned around and said to Feng Shichen, "Old Feng, I'll leave it to you. Take good care of Ms. Liu," and after Shen Feng said this, Feng Shichen also knew what Shen Feng meant, and now it was Feng Shichen's turn to act, not only to rescue Shen Feng, but also to make these people present obediently leave here. Feng Shichen smiled, walked to the edge of the sofa, and said slowly, "It's okay to take care of Ms. Liu, but I won't give Ms. Liu and me a chance to develop a relationship. Please forgive me for this matter. After all, well, as far as I know, Ms. Liu grew up in North America and was raised by a rich godfather. Moreover, it seems that Ms. Liu and her mother served a man together, so the residual flower. I'm not interested in defeating willows." When Feng Shichen said this, Shen Feng immediately asked very cooperatively, "Isn't it? It's true, City Lord. This Ms. Liu seems to be called a fairy sister in the fan group, but there is still a problem with her lifestyle. If she has a rich godfather, she won't say anything. Married to Bangzi from South Korea, went to Hollywood for many years and developed without a single award, a proper vase. By the way, at this moment, it's not even a vase," Feng Shichen said with a sneer. As soon as Shen Feng heard this, he immediately stood up. It turned out that the innocence of the big sister beside him was actually faked. If this is the case, there is no need to think too much. Shen Feng then stood up and let the fainted Liu Xiangxin fall on the sofa. In the final analysis, this so-called Liu Xiangxin is a fan who only depends on marketing, but he is not even qualified as an actor. Chapter 790, The Artist Who Can, in number 039, T-Eat Enough. Shen Feng was away from the sofa in an instant. Feng Shen's speed is not in vain, but he appeared nearby in the blink of an eye afterwards. Shen Feng continued to ask, "If that's the case, I'd better just pretend I didn't see it. By the way, Lu Xian, if it doesn't work, send Liu Xiangxin to a room." Lu Xian shook his head immediately, and said seriously, "City Lord, I also have a family. You know, my wife is a lady, knowledgeable, and can talk to me whether it is literature, music, or even art, but I can't do it. Sorry about my wife." Shen Feng nodded, then looked at Feng Shichen, and said, "Old Feng, how do you know such things so clearly?" Feng Shichen shrugged, and said, "I used to write specifically about making a living. Since I want to make a living, I always need 2 brushes, don't I? Among them, entertainment, you need. I checked the information, so I happen to know some shitty things in the entertainment industry." A group of people in the private room immediately felt their hearts jump after hearing Feng Shichen's words. Before that, several people were still wondering why Shen Feng would bring an unrelated person over. Now it seems that this is nothing at all irrelevant. This is simply bringing in someone who can expose their old background. This guy is really tricky, and it may not be so easy to deal with, so we must be careful next time. Everyone had this thought in their hearts, and at this time, Feng Shichen, who looked ordinary, must not be underestimated at this time. Lu Xian immediately said, Mr. Feng, please be polite to these artists. There are actors, screenwriters, and directors here. Don't make them unhappy. This is also for your reputation. Feng Shichen usually doesn't like to offend others, but today he got Shen Feng's instruction, and now it's impossible not to offend others afterwards. Feng Shichen said directly, Mr. Lu Xian, in my opinion, you have been deceived by a group of fake artists. You have to have a brain to shoot TV dramas in China. What is the name of this group of people who shoot movies and TV dramas? No? In addition, there is a reporter here, as far as I know, said such a few words. What? Lu Xian couldn't help asking. Feng Shichen pointed to a man in his 40s and said, This is Yang. He said, actors are the primary productivity, and appearance is the primary productivity. Chinese actors can promote the progress of the world. After this kind of words came from Feng Shichen's mouth, Lu Xian is not a fool. Can such words be said from the mouth of a journalist? Then he sneered and said, Mr. Feng, stop talking nonsense. You probably made up this kind of talk yourself, right? It's too simple for you to lie to me. Lu Xian is very clear that the primary productive force can only be science and technology. It is nonsense to say that actors can promote the progress of the world. Even children may not believe such words, because even children have heard of it. Well, technology is the primary productive force. In front of technology, actors are nothing but. Feng Shichen smiled slightly, pointed at the reporter and said, Yang, you can talk about it now. Did you say these things, reporter? Yang's complexion turned pale afterwards, and he defended himself by saying, There is a reason for this, and these words are indeed what I said, but I can only say this in that environment. What I don't say, it is impossible for me to get more attention. Lu Xian was stunned at this time, because he didn't expect that the person who said such inerrant words was really Mr. Yang. How could he say such words? What's the use of actors and looks? Can they stop bullets? This kind of discourse is like spraying dung with your mouth open, as the saying goes. Cursing does not reveal faults, but on Feng Shichen's side, it is best to expose faults when swearing, because as long as the faults are exposed, the other party will not be able to get off the stage. If the other party knows the shame and leaves by himself, it is okay to say, but they are still generous. If you stand here with shame, then you will continue to expose your shortcomings. Feng Shichen looked at the people present, and found that they were still covering up for the reporters. The past should not be brought up, because it is meaningless to pursue the past. The most important thing is to ensure that there will be no future. Make another mistake. Feng Shichen saw it. Hey, you guys actually have a flexible moral bottom line. If this is the case, then don't blame me for continuing to expose the shortcomings. I also understand the special circumstances that Mr. Yang said. As far as I know, it was because a man named Yang Jianyi was admitted to the establishment without taking an exam. This incident was considered unfair by everyone. Almost everyone was investigating whether this incident was legal. In the end, only reporter Yang supported it. What I hate the most is the unfair things, especially the celebrity exams. The stars themselves have gained popularity and wealth that ordinary people can't get. It turns out that such people don't need to take the exam when they take the exam. It's just a joke. Lu Xian then said coldly. Now, Lu Xian gradually realized that he was really cheated, right? These people are not so-called artists at all, just some liars. Right after Lu Xian said this, everyone present didn't know what to say. It was hard to build a good relationship with Lu Xian from Yazhou, but now they are actually hated. Is this okay? In this regard, Director Zhao quickly changed the subject. City Master, didn't I talk about filming a TV series before? I don't know what you think. Isn't it a very valuable thing for people in Yazhou to admire your unrivaled demeanor? Up to now, a group of scammers still want Shen Feng to agree to film a TV series. As long as Shen Feng agrees, then their goal will be achieved. Shen Feng has mastered Yazhou. In this case, no matter what is filmed, such a TV series can get attention, and it is impossible for someone to dare to insult Shen Feng. In this way, the reputation will be established, and it will become a matter of course to shoot TV series in the future. However, Shen Feng did not answer, but looked at Feng Shichen, who was on the side, and asked, What do you think, City Lord? I need to object to this. First of all, a group of scammers pretend to be so-called artists. If they are really artists, how can they not have enough to eat? And how can artists appear in groups? So, this is all it's a lie, and these people can't believe it. Second, if filming a TV series can increase your prestige, it's just nonsense. As a city lord, you should protect the environment and the people, guard the land, and not busy doing business, but instead filming a TV series is like covering the wall with paper on a rainy day, messing around. Feng Shicheng said bluntly, "You are so bold that you dare to say that the heroic appearance of the city lord was shot indiscriminately. You are called Feng Shicheng, right? I have also heard that you are a low-level writer who specializes in writing down 3 ways. With your narrow vision, if you don't understand art, you have no right to criticize us." Everyone's face turned green and then pale, and they were already angry at this moment. However, Feng Shicheng said with a smile, "Bold? I am not as bold as you. I still remember what several screenwriters said. Some people said that Guan Hanking's writing skills were not good, some people said that Bai Juyi's writing skills were vulgar, and some said that I can write the 5th masterpiece by myself, but now it seems that you are the real fanatics. You are really too courageous." Lu Xian's face was gloomy, and at this moment, he remembered his wife's previous evaluation of his music level. Your music level means that you can sing in a bar. Although it's not bad, it's not amazing, so if you praise you as a genius, then you'd better be careful. The person who said these things to you must be a liar. When he heard his wife's comments like this before, Lu Xian still felt that his wife must be hurting him on purpose. She was just embarrassed to praise him, but now it seems that this group of people have been flattering him, saying that his music is the world is unparalleled. In the future the Chinese music scene needs to be saved by myself. Now it seems that these so-called artists are all a bunch of liars. The ridiculous thing is that I can't even see this clearly, and I need Feng Shicheng to explain this matter to expose afterwards. Lu Xian said helplessly to the city lord, "City lord, let's go. I'm really sorry for wasting your time." Shen Feng said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm free anyway, just to relax, but you can understand this, I'm still very happy, let's go." Shen Feng and Lu Xian were about to leave the box afterward, and the plan of this group of artists failed in the end. The group of people immediately became dejected and wanted to save Shen Feng and Lu Xian, but Lu Xian was even at this moment. "Don't take a look at them." Feng Shicheng smiled when he went out, and said, "I ate the free melon seeds in the hotel, I'm sorry, besides, the labels on your clothes are still hanging, you should leave early. Oh, by the way, the evening dress has been stained by tea. When you return the clothes, remember to pay for it." After finishing speaking, Feng Shicheng went out. It turned out that Feng Shicheng had already seen the details of this group of people. When he walked in, Feng Shicheng saw the furnishings in the hotel box. This is not a problem, after all, it is in a big hotel talk, but there are only free tea and melon seeds left in the room, even if there is no fruit, let alone no fruit in winter now, such a big hotel, there must be fruit. There are many oranges in the shed. Trees can be harvested in winter, which means that these so-called artists are poor ghosts, and Feng Shicheng confirmed this point after further observations. The reason is also very simple, that is, he saw a label on a certain person. This label is at the position of the back of the neck, and this position is not noticed by ordinary people. You can't just tear off the label on your clothes, because if the label is torn off, it will be difficult to sell before leaving. Feng Shicheng said something like this, which is equivalent to telling these people, "I have seen all your details." Liu Xiangxin, who fell on the sofa because of hypoglycemia before, also stood up at this time, and said with a gloomy face, "Director Zhao, the advice you gave me is not good. You said you can get Shen Feng to take the bait, but Shen Feng didn't take the bait either." "That's right. What should we do next?" "Renting a hotel room is not a small expense. At this time, we have to return the rented clothes. If there is still no progress, we should go to the karaoke bar to work honestly." "All right." Another actress also said at this time. Director Zhao saw that everyone didn't want to continue participating at this time, so he couldn't help but said, "Don't be discouraged, it must be because Shen Feng has no artistic talent. What kind of art does he know? According to me, we can change the goal. Since Yuzhou is not feasible, then we will go to Rongcheng. In short, as long as we work hard and give full play to our strengths, we will definitely be able to restore the previous life of being a master." After hearing Director Zhao's statement, everyone nodded. In Yuzhou, it is not taken seriously at the moment. It is a dead end to engage in the cultural industry here. Now it seems that it is better to close a place. Maybe it can be done. Cheating, maybe it can attract investment. Chapter 791, The Lion Opens His Mouth. After Shen Feng and Lu Xian left the hotel, Lu Xian kept apologizing to Shen Feng. Master, I really didn't expect this kind of thing to happen, because before, I really thought that these people it's an artist, and I haven't seen a real director and screenwriter before. I don't know if these people are just making a living, or it's thanks to Mr. Feng by your side, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see it clearly. After this incident, Lu Xian completely changed his view of Feng Shichen. He had always looked down on Feng Shichen who wrote obscenities, and thought that this guy was doing low-level business. What real talent can he learn? As a supernatural being himself, he is naturally much stronger than Feng Shichen, but the reality is not like this, because it wasn't until Feng Shichen exposed the faults of these artists that Lu Xian finally saw the true colors of these people. Lesson learned, Feng Shichen said modestly, it's not a problem, it's just a superficial knowledge and a low-level ability. Mr. Lu Xian doesn't need to worry about it. I believe that Mr. Lu Xian will be able to distinguish whether the other party is a liar in the future. A true artist, no matter what, wherever you go, you can have enough to eat. The author of Fairy Tale King once said, the so-called iron rice bowl is not to stay in one position to eat, but to be able to have enough food no matter what position you are in. This is the real iron rice bowl. The same is true for artists. The value of artists lies in their ability. If they live on their laurels, they are not considered artists, but they can create anywhere, and the role of creation is full of connotations. This is a real artist. Shen Feng also said to Feng Shichen at this time, although you are a book writer, you are ruthless when you scold people, and you still have logic, which is not simple. Feng Shichen was praised by Shen Feng at this time, but he was not very happy. Instead, he said helplessly, writing a book needs logic the most. If the logic is not good, the readers will scold him miserably. Besides, I didn't scold people, I was just exposing my shortcomings. I happened to know what these people said before, so I directly quoted what these people said, so that it would be useless to say anything to the other side. Wang Wen still needs logic. Lu Xian seemed to have heard something terrible at this time, and immediately expressed doubts, and did not believe what Feng Shichen said just now. But Feng Shichen said seriously, any kind of literature needs logic. Do you think everyone is shallow and studying shit? Wang Wen is no exception, especially because of the audience. The most important point is the focus. To describe a woman's appearance, you only need to write about it from hairstyle to what shoes you wear on your feet. At this time, readers will already be attracted. The next plot is not important. The important thing is that there must be more women on stage. Mr. Feng, Mr. Feng, please restrain yourself. This is not teaching others how to write, and you should not pass on your experience in writing yellow essays. You, hurry up and cleanse yourself, so that everyone will use this in the future. Let's mock you with your previous career. Shen Feng hastily interrupted Feng Shichen's narration. Writers generally have a problem, that is, they are good teachers. No matter how good they are at writing books, they can always be good at teaching others. The eloquence was eloquent, but Shen Feng didn't bother to listen to it. Feng Shichen shut up regretfully. Speaking of which, he told others about the logic existing in Wang Wen, which is indeed playing the piano to the cow at this time. Shen Feng patiently said to Lu Xian, please be considerate of me. At this time, Yaziao has no extra energy to enrich the so-called cultural industry, because many people are just able to eat enough. The safety issue has not been completely resolved. In this case, it is not a wise move to invest funds in a dispensable industry. In the future, you should not recommend artists to me, even if it is a real. I'm not interested in artists. Lu Xian nodded, understanding Shen Feng's meaning, and then said, City Master, I'm really sorry for wasting your time for a long time, and I will not continue to play music in the future. In the end of the day, I should do business, instead of dreaming of becoming a famous singer all day long. Whatever you want, I won't stop your decision, but I think liking music is still a good thing. If you just give up like this, it's a pity. Shen Feng said with a smile. While Shen Feng and Lu Xian were wandering in the street, Shen Feng's mobile phone rang suddenly, and then the city lord's mansion sent a message. City Lord, someone from the Wine City has come, and they want to meet the City Lord. It seems that they are discussing whether to join things. When Shen Feng saw the news, he frowned immediately, and thought in his heart, to think that someone was sent over 5 days later. This shows the situation very clearly, but it's still winter, so I accepted the surrender of Jiachen. This requires a large amount of food expenditure, and when spring comes, disaster victims will appear everywhere, and I will not be able to deal with it at that time. Looking at this message, Shen Feng fell into deep thought. Although he was still walking, his mind was obviously not here anymore. He was thinking about how to deal with Wine City. Seeing Shen Feng's deep thought, Lu Xian couldn't help asking, "City Lord, what are you thinking now?" Shen Feng took a look at Lu Xian, and said lightly, "I was thinking of chicken ribs. It's a pity to discard them if they are tasteless." After Lu Xian heard this, he didn't quite understand what Shen Feng meant. The story of chicken ribs became famous because of the romance of the Three Kingdoms, and it was usually a metaphor for something that has little or no benefit. Eat it. It is not nutritious, but if you don't eat it, it will be a pity to give it to others. City Lord, I'll go back first, so I won't bother you. By the way, do we need to celebrate together when the spring festival comes? When Lu Xian was about to leave, he just remembered something, so he stopped, immediately stepped up, and began to ask Shen Feng about the arrangements for the Chinese New Year. Shen Feng was in a dilemma immediately, because if everyone celebrates the festival together, it must hold a banquet in Fengshan Palace, so he must attend. If the time is longer, then he will not be able to accompany Du Xinqi. After realizing this point, Shen Feng hesitated. City Lord. Lu Xian continued to call Shen Feng. Shen Feng came back to his senses and said, "There's still more than a month left. What's the rush now?" Shen Feng decided to discuss this matter later, as the spring festival will be more than a month later. During this period, it is possible to wait for time to discuss afterwards. Shen Feng quickly returned to the city lord's mansion. He had to think about the issue of the envoy of Jiacheng City, but Su Xing never established an organization. After the rebels in Jiacheng occupied the city, there was no reason to submit to Yazhou directly, because they could still surrender in front of the headquarters and wait for the reorganization of the headquarters. Castle Master, the world of Wine City has arrived in the meeting room. It has been waiting for you for a long time. It seems that the other party is still a little impatient. Otherwise, let's just ask someone to talk to him, and you don't have to do it yourself. Someone suggested to Shen Feng. Shen Feng frowned and thought about it, then shook his head vigorously, and then said, "I'll go in person." Although the population of Wine City is relatively small, the location is still very large. It is still a city-level area. If I send someone to entertain, if so, it would be too arrogant. At this moment, Shen Feng thought of something, and immediately said to the secretary beside him, "You tell the two ladies about this matter. If they want to participate in this meeting, let them go too." Shen Feng also knew that it was time to end the cold relationship between himself and Chang Jianyi. After all, Chang Jianyi also apologized. If he still didn't express anything, he would definitely make others laugh. The secretary immediately went to deliver the news, but neither Chang Jianyi nor Chu Chaoyan moved. Shen Feng then took Josiah Oxiao and Yang Yu to face the envoy from the Wine City, wanting to know what kind of attitude the envoy from the Wine City had. But when Shen Feng came to the meeting room, he immediately saw a man in a suit sitting on one side of Dalala. This man looked like he had experienced many vicissitudes, but he was more like an ordinary worker. It shouldn't be the messenger. Just by looking at the ill-fitting suit on his body, he can tell that most of the clothes were taken off from other people's bodies. After Shen Feng walked in, he immediately asked, "Are you the envoy of Wine City? By the way, what's your name?" It stands to reason that it is normal for Shen Feng to ask the other party's name at this time, but as soon as Shen Feng asked, the envoy from the Wine City immediately became angry, and directly shouted at Shen Feng, "Why are you putting on such a big air? I'm representing the Wine City. You just don't take it seriously. As a result, you have to be interrogated all the way to the city lord's mansion in Yazhou. It's not for important envoys at all." Manner. The soldiers in the meeting room were about to have a fit, but the respected city lord was asking questions, but the guy who had just arrived just didn't say hello, and he was still accusing him. Shen Feng waved his hand, and didn't say anything about this guy's rudeness, but asked Josiah Oxiao beside him, "What's the name of this messenger? I didn't know it before, it was my negligence." Now that Shen Feng said this, the soldiers were not easy to pursue. Josiah Oxiao immediately replied, "This person is called Liu Changfu, and he is the only one sent by the Wine City. He asked for supplies, good food, good housing, and even a lady to accompany him at night." After Shen Feng heard that the other party had such an attitude, he immediately felt disgusted. It didn't mean that he couldn't be arrogant, nor that he couldn't demand such treatment, but it was too much for this guy to do such a thing so blatantly. It was as if Yazhao was his housekeeper. Liu Changfu, right? I'm Shen Feng, the lord of Yazhao City. Since you're here to talk about the ownership of the wine city, let's talk about it in detail. What do you think? Time still hasn't happened. He knows what is the most important thing now. Wine City has a large area anyway. If it can occupy it, he can also arrange people to go there to farm. However, after Liu Changfu heard this, he smiled and said, by the way, Lord Fengshan, please sit down and let's talk about surrendering. Our side will definitely choose to surrender. As long as Yazhao can accept us, but there are 3 conditions on our side, and I ask Lord Fengshan to agree. Shen Feng sat down slowly with the 2 people behind him, and then asked, what is the condition? Tell me now and let me listen to see what kind of condition you propose. When Shen Feng said this, Liu Changfu was even more proud. If you want our wine city to join Yazhao, you must first agree to 3 conditions. The first condition is to provide enough food for the wine city immediately. The second condition it is to let Xingxin become the lord of our wine city. As for the third condition, it is even simpler. Now people in the wine city have to divide their land, so the land belonging to the wine city cannot be taken away. That is how about these 3 suggestions? Simple, right? Chapter 792 The Dreamer. When Shen Feng heard the conditions put forward by the other party, Shen Feng was stunned. It's not that he can't make conditions when he surrenders, but the suggestion from the other party's mouth now is too outrageous. Shen Feng even wondered if his ears heard it wrong. Such an outrageous suggestion can be put forward openly. Isn't it true that these rebels in Jiacheng are just thinking about it, Lord Fengshan? Have you thought about it? My time is precious. These 3 suggestions are so simple, you don't need to think about it for so long, right? Liu Changfu saw the astonished look on Shen Feng's face. I couldn't bear the urging, and finally came to the affluent Yazhao, so I naturally had to hurry up and enjoy it. Shen Feng leaned back on the chair, and said to Josiah Oxio beside him, you come to negotiate. Anyway, I won't accept these conditions, and you know why. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes to meditate. He was unwilling to talk to Liu Changfu at this time, because he was also the city lord of Yazhao after all, so there was no need to argue with a fool. How did Wine City have the confidence to propose such a condition? And Josiah Oxio couldn't help but smile wryly after receiving Shen Feng's order, because she never thought that she would encounter such a mess. Talking to a smart person is the most labor-saving thing, because a smart person knows the other party thinking about something, but negotiating with a fool, then you have no idea what is going on in the other party's mind, let alone how the stupid person will move next. Mr. Liu Changfu, please think clearly about one thing. Negotiating conditions requires capital. I don't know what capital you have. Josiah Oxio said unhurriedly, but the underlying meaning is obvious. In Yazhao in front of him, Jiacheng is incapable of making demands. Capital? There is a lot of capital in Wine City. We have 200,000 people here, and we have captured Zuda's guns. Now we have a total of 5,000 soldiers. Isn't it such a powerful force? Not capital? Liu Changfu obviously didn't understand Josiah Oxio's deep meaning, but started to talk about the military power possessed by Jiacheng at this moment. If Josiah Oxio didn't know the specific situation, she would really be bluffed by Liu Changfu's words. 5,000 soldiers, this is really not a small number, it is enough to occupy a city. Before, 5,000 soldiers with live ammunition could not solve it easily. However, Josiah Oxio has already learned the details of the Wine City from the telegram sent by Xiao Tuong. The current Wine City is just an empty shelf. The army formed by the victims who were full of food, among other things, was only a question of whether they could march. As a result, whether this could be regarded as capital, Josiah Oxio wanted to laugh at this time. Since you have so much capital, why do you still want to belong to Yazhao? You can rely on your own strength to live in the Wine City. As the saying goes, self-reliance, Feng Feng has enough food and clothing. I don't need me to remind you of this. Right. Josiah Oxio looked at Liu Changfu with a smile after saying this. After Liu Changfu heard this, he also showed an unnatural look on his face, because talking about this matter at this time, the weakness of Jiacheng was infinitely magnified. After a while, Liu Changfu said embarrassingly, actually, It's because that bastard Zuba burned all the food in Jiacheng for a year before he died, so there is no food for 200,000 people. But as long as we are given resources and time, Wine City will definitely become stronger. Oh, so it is like this. That is to say, you are very short of food now, but you still put forward so many conditions. I don't think you are begging for help. In short, your first condition is that we don't accept it. It may be enough to provide you with enough food. Do you think Yuzhao is a kind person? Josiah Oxio refused coldly, and after saying this, Liu Changfu was dumbfounded, because in his mind, the status of the Wine City must be very important, so as long as the Wine City is willing to belong to Yuzhao, then it is not only the highest courtesy, but also the highest courtesy. Feng Shen will definitely pay attention to it, but now it seems that the situation is completely like this. The conditions of Jiacheng were directly rejected, and the first condition was not accepted, so there is no need to talk about the next conditions. How can you do this? We followed Xingxin to make meritorious service. We helped Xingxin complete the mission in Yuzhao. How can you ignore us now? Liu Changfu began to question at this time. Obviously unacceptable. Now what happened? Josiah Oxio said unhurriedly. Let's talk about your second condition. The Xingxin you are talking about is a supernatural person from our Yuzhao. What position will she have in the future, and when will she shine? Only the city lord can do it. You can make a decision. Instead of you electing her to be the lord of the Wine City, we will agree to you. As for the third condition you mentioned, if you want to divide the land, you can, but it will be implemented even in Yuzhao Tunshan. You are able to divide the land. How will others see it? In a word, we will not agree to the three conditions. See off the guests. After Josiah Oxio finished speaking, she pouted at the soldiers in the conference room, and the soldiers immediately came to Liu Changfu's side, and carried him away. They also couldn't see this arrogant messenger long ago. Wine City is not bad, but it is just such a dilapidated city. Even when attacking Wine City, Su Xing took the lead. This group of people just beat the side drums, but they turned out to be rebellious. Now drive him out. That's what makes people happy. Liu Changfu is not willing to be treated like this, so he started to shout at this moment, you will definitely regret it. You treat me like this today, be careful in the future. Yang Cheng was also defeated. Shen Feng opened his eyes at this time, and said to the soldiers supporting Liu Changfu, wait a minute, don't drive out of the city lord's mansion. When Liu Changfu heard Shen Feng's words at this time, he immediately felt hope, and said in his heart, threats are still useful. 200,000 people are still a lot of power. Even Feng Shen must consider our intentions. However, Shen Feng then said to the soldiers escorting Liu Changfu, you don't need to drive out of the city lord's mansion, just drive out of Yuzhao, and he is forbidden to enter Yuzhao again. After receiving Shen Feng's order, the soldiers immediately became more excited, and immediately said, yes, city lord, we will definitely drive out this rude maniac. Liu Changfu was completely unbelievable about the treatment he received, because in his mind, he represented the important Wine City to discuss the matter of surrender, but at this moment, he was going to be kicked out. Shen Feng, you bastard, you actually ignored our Wine City's decision. You are a bastard. You just wait for me, then we will have 200,000 people pouring into Jiangyang directly, then we will see you. Can you still be so arrogant? Liu Changfu shouted hysterically at this time. His face was full of madness. Still unmoved, Shen Feng sat on the seat with his feet raised, with an expression of indifference before Liu Changfu was escorted out. He was still shouting unwillingly, Shen Feng, you will definitely regret that you are not the only ones who have food in the world. The headquarters also has enough food, so, after we take refuge in the headquarters, Yuzhao's good days are over. After Yang Yi saw the other party's reaction at this time, he said helplessly, should I say that this guy is a mad dog, or should I say that Jia Chang didn't see his position clearly now? He was obviously begging for food, but now this guy he still wants to sit at the table to eat, and he threatens us. It's really a life and death thing. Yang Yi also expressed the aspirations of the few people present. It was obvious that the Wine City was dilapidated and incompetent, but at this time, he dared to speak wildly and threaten Yuzhao. Even the headquarters would not do this kind of thing directly. The headquarters did not dare to attack Yuzhao, but blocked the traffic in Yuzhao. As a result, after 2 years of chaos in Jiacheng, the rebels in Jiacheng are now in control. Instead, he became a lunatic. Shen Feng said with a smile, since Liquor City says they are strong, Let them go through the torment of the cold winter. I want to see what the fate of these people without food will be in the end. In the past, Shen Feng thought that the people in Jiacheng were worthless. If they took over the wine city, there would be serious expenses. If you agree, it is equivalent to giving up a suitable area for farming, but at this moment, the attitude of Wine City was too arrogant, and Shen Feng had a reason to reject these people's attachment at this moment. Josiah Oxio couldn't help asking, under this situation, what if everyone in the Wine City jumps over the wall and goes to Jiangyang by boat? What Josiah Oxio was most worried about was that the rebels in Jiacheng jumped over the wall in a hurry. Once they led people to attack Jiangyang would have a hard time coping. Don't worry, these people don't have enough food, and it's impossible to take large-scale actions. The distance of tens of kilometers is still in the cold winter. As long as it snows, these people will basically be frozen to death. Especially the lack of organization of these people, it is impossible for them to reach Jiangyang, but, just to be on the safe side, I let Li Xiang guard Jiangyang. Shen Feng said lightly. Shen Feng is not worried about the disaster victims. It is winter, and 200,000 people are moving from one city to another, abandoning their homes and businesses. This is something that has never happened in history. People from one village leave. This is still possible, but the large-scale movement of 200,000 people in a city is completely nonsense, and there are no large mutant beasts in the Yangtze River. As long as there are large mutant beasts, as long as there is a reward in Yazhao, someone will kill the mutant beasts soon, and then send them to the laboratory for dissection. However, there are no large mutant beasts, and there are still many small mutant beasts. Large mutant beasts are generally mutant beasts longer than 10 meters, while small mutant beasts are within the range of 10 meters, 8 or 9 meters long. Is also a small mutant beast. As for the mutated beasts in the Yangtze River, one of the food sources comes from the shore. Whether it is a human or other animals that go to the water to drink, when the fish in the water find it, they just open their mouths and bite. In the past, people caught off guard often only have the result of being buried in the belly of a fish. Therefore, it is not impossible to go down the river, but in the absence of large ships, it is very dangerous to go down the river in a small boat. If you are not careful, you will be thrown off by the fish in the water. Capsize the ship. Josiah Oxio thought for a while, and said worriedly, if the headquarters really took over the wine city, wouldn't we be blocked even more strictly? This doesn't seem like a good thing, does it? Shen Feng smiled and said, don't worry about this matter, because I don't plan to expand immediately, especially when Yazhao has not yet fully developed its potential. Just block it. The fields in the Jiangbei area are basically entered the farming area, but in the mountains south of the Yangtze River, there are still many farmlands that have been abandoned. If they are still blocked next year, then go to the south and continue farming. Now that Josiah Oxio heard what the city lord said, she also knew that her worries were unnecessary. The city lord had obviously thought about it, so why should she worry too much? Chapter 793. Under Shen Feng's order, Liu Chengfu was directly kicked out of Yazhao. When he went to Yazhao, no matter what Liu Chengfu asked, Yazhao would try his best to satisfy it, because many people I don't want to frustrate the relationship with Jiacheng, but at this moment, the city lord has already said that he doesn't want this person to stay in Yazhao, so the people under him don't need to swallow their anger, and just pretend to be Liu Chengfu in Yazhao. In the car, after arriving at Zhang Yang's place, he kicked out and kicked Liu Chengfu to the ground. After Liu Chengfu got up from the ground, he roared angrily, you will definitely regret treating me like this today. After speaking, Liu Chengfu walked towards the wine city, and the two soldiers who were in charge of escorting him said disdainfully, regret? I want to see who will regret it in the end. When Liu Chengfu came to the vicinity of Wine City, his heart suddenly turned cold. Before that, Liu Chengfu thought about taking the 200,000 people from Wine City to attack Jiangyang, but when he saw the people around Wine City after the situation, I was stunned immediately, because the victims were walking out of the collapsed city wall, carrying baskets in their hands, and were going to dig wild vegetables in the wild. The number of hungry people is more than before, but now it is snowing heavily, and the ground has been covered with snow. It is obviously more difficult to dig wild vegetables, and there is no food in Jiacheng. However, at this time, Liu Chengfu still had the last glimmer of hope in his heart. He knew that many leaders in Jiacheng not only sent envoys to Yazhao to ask for surrender, but in fact, there were envoys in the four directions of southeast, northwest and north. Those who went there, especially the envoys from the north, went directly to Rongcheng to ask for surrender. They were directly under the headquarters. Even if the forces in other places did not support Jicheng, Rongcheng would definitely support it. After Su Xing completed the task, he left immediately, and Li Yiqiang from Steel City also returned to Steel City by boat with a dozen people under his command. For a while, there was no leader in Wine City, and in the end, the rebel army elected more than a dozen leaders to decide various matters in the Wine City. Liu Chengfu came back the fastest among the envoys, and after the leaders heard that Liu Chengfu was back, they held a meeting immediately, wanting to know whether Liu Chengfu came back from Yazhou with good news. Liu Chengfu, what did Lord Fengshan say when you came back from Yazhou? In the hall, several leaders immediately started asking, obviously wanting to know Yazhou's attitude at this time. However, after Liu Chengfu was humiliated yesterday, he was directly tied to the car on the way back and suffered serious bumps. At this moment, he is already full of complaints. Immediately afterwards, he began to speak ill of Yazhou, but he didn't mention anything about what he had done. Leaders, I was driven back by Shen Feng from Yazhou. Shen Feng is so arrogant. After hearing about our 3 demands, he scolded me and drove me back. He said a lot of nasty words. Liu Chengfu said seriously. After hearing this, many leaders were also a little angry, and then asked, what did Shen Feng say? Liu Chengfu then began to add fuel and vinegar. Bosses, listen to me, Shen Feng's arrogance is very arrogant. He didn't agree to our 3 conditions at all, and he also said that Xingxin is just an ordinary ability of his subordinates. Or, if he only needs one word, he can even ask Su Xing to warm his bed. These conditions of ours are completely wishful thinking. If you want to take refuge, you can just kneel on the ground and beg him to come. After Liu Chengfu finished saying this, the leaders were immediately angered. The reason is very simple, because Su Xing led a group of disaster victims to defeat the vicious enemy and won the victory. In their mouths, Su Xing has turned into a bed warmer, which is an insult to their idol. Moreover, let yourself kneel to welcome the arrival of Shen Feng. So do you still want your dignity? Shen Feng is really too arrogant. He dared to say such a thing. He simply pretended that we didn't exist. Since he is so arrogant, let Shen Feng wait. We must give Shen Feng some color in the future. Have a look. That's right, especially when Shen Feng insulted Xingxin's reputation. It's too much. You must know that Xingxin is our savior, but he is so arrogant. We don't agree. Yes, I absolutely can't agree. This guy Shen Feng just had a little luck and became a supernatural user. He turned out to be so cruel to the people under his hands. He must be a brutal guy. I have to say that Liu Chengfu is not good enough, but he is more than bad. It is very difficult for him to accomplish one thing. After all, he was just a worker on a factory assembly line before, and he didn't know many things. It's very simple, because if you want to anger a group of people, that is to say the opposite to these people. In this way, it will naturally make these people angry. Liu Chengfu was already excited when he saw many leaders, and immediately said while the iron was hot, Shen Feng and his men are too arrogant. Let's attack Jiangyang. The city of Jiangyang is not much bigger than our city of wine. As long as if you beat Jiangyang down, you can teach Shen Feng a lesson. Liu Chengfu felt that he was underestimated in Yazhou, so at this moment, he wanted to take revenge on Shen Feng immediately, and attacking Jiangyang was a very good decision. However, right after Liu Chengfu finished speaking, many leaders immediately looked at monsters. When they looked at Liu Chengfu, their eyes were full of sympathy, as if they were pitying the fool. At this time, a leader said directly, Liu Chengfu, I know you like bragging, but I still didn't expect you to be so good at bragging, that you can even talk about attacking Jiangyang. As long as you have a little brain, you won't have such a suggestion. Liu Chengfu was very puzzled and asked, what do you mean? Did our 50,000 people even take down the wine city? And it only took 2 days. I think the city wall of Jiangyang is only 12 meters long. We must be able to beat it. Come on, take this idiot down. Don't talk nonsense with this idiot. Next, let's wait for answers from other parties. A leader waved his hand and asked someone to take this idiot away. Even before leaving, Liu Chengfu still didn't understand where he made a mistake. He was always thinking about the wine city. Why didn't the leaders listen to his suggestion? Listen to me, attacking Jiangyang is our best way out. Now Jiangyang has food. As long as we take Jiangyang down, we can survive this winter, and Many leaders sat in the hall of the palace, although they were listening to Liu Changfu's arrogant words, but they didn't dare to think deeply about what Liu Changfu said, because it was obviously impossible to take down Jianyi. Things, among other things, how to attack the 12-meter-high city wall. Now everyone is doubting whether it is right to send people like Liu Changfu to Yazhou. There is no self-knowledge at all. Yes, the wine city was broken through the joint efforts of everyone, but the person who destroyed the city wall was not someone else, but it's Su Xing. Su Xing has already left now. Even if they reach the Jiangyang city, how can they cross the city wall? The siege of 300,000 zombies in the past failed to break through the city wall, but now, Jiangyang and Li Xiang, a supernatural being, are sitting in the town. Even if it is Jiangyang, how to attack, not to mention that at this time, Jia Chang has completely run out of food. Under such circumstances, it is very difficult to reach Jiangyang by road. Even if you only walk 10 kilometers a day, it will take only a few days. Arrive, but who will solve the food problem during this period? Without food, who wants to leave the wine city? A day later, the envoys sent to the south came back, and it is said that their respected Xingxin went to Xiaotong in the south. If Xingxin can be found in Xiaotong, then Jia Chang will definitely be able to get help. You know, before Xingxin Xian once brought back 500 tons of grain. Although it was basically cornmeal, as long as it was edible, it was fine, so there was no reason to be picky now. However, the envoy finally cried and said, "We failed to enter Xiaotong. There are special soldiers guarding every road position. We can't get through. We were driven back." 4. Wine City. It was another bad news, as the south side could not get support either. Next, many leaders pinned their hopes on Rongcheng in the north. Rongcheng will definitely support them, and the headquarters will definitely not stand by. After 3 days, there was absolutely nothing edible in the wine city, and the 500 tons of food that Su Xing brought had been eaten. Now, even the rebels can only go out of the city to dig wild vegetables. But in the wild, even the holes have been hollowed out, not to mention wild vegetables, weeds can't be found. Everything that was edible was eaten. Under such circumstances, the envoy to Rongcheng finally came back. He excitedly found more than a dozen leaders, and said excitedly, "Rongcheng said that they will support us, and I also saw Rongcheng General Z told us that as long as spring comes, they will send the food over immediately." However, after getting this answer, many leaders were completely desperate. Let alone persisting until spring, it would be impossible to persist for another week. How could they persist until winter? But even this news is the only good news so far. As for the envoy who went to the west, he hasn't come back yet. I don't know if he was eaten by wolves in the mountains. However, the envoy who went to the north did not bring back any news. At this time, the envoy said to the leaders seriously, "Leaders, when I was waiting for an answer in Rongcheng, I heard another thing. It was Yazhou who sent a telegram." "What telegram?" The leaders were all in a daze. Not knowing what happened, the messenger hurriedly said in a low voice, "Yazhou said that our wine city sent out rude people. During their stay in Yazhou, they were arrogant and domineering. Such disrespectful behavior of wine city will not be forgiven in a short time." After the envoy said this, many leaders immediately felt deceived, because the envoy who went to Yazhou was Liu Changfu, and the answer he reported after he came back was completely different. If the telegram issued by Yazhou is true, it can only show one thing, that is, Liu Changfu lied, and he didn't say anything bad, and the result worsened the relationship between Jia Chang and Yazhou. Where is Liu Changfu? Hurry up and arrest him. The leaders shouted angrily, pushing Yazhou, which might have accepted their attachment, to the opposite side. Liu Changfu was a heinous sinner. When Liu Changfu was caught, he still refused to admit his mistake under the confrontation of the envoy. Instead, he said convincingly, "I am right." When negotiating, the attitude is to be tough. Otherwise, how can you gain the upper hand? And, now we still have strength, as long as we attack Jiangyang. Chapter 794. Seeing that at this moment, the bad guy Liu Changfu was still talking incomprehensible words, the leaders were really angry at this moment, and shouted directly, "Pull him out and chop him up." This success is more than failure. Yazhou is the most likely force to support us, and it is also the closest to us, but this bastard actually insulted Feng Shen face to face, and his body should be broken into pieces. Liu Changfu, a bad guy, was taken out and chopped up like this, and Liu Changfu's forehead was pickled with lime, ready to be used on specific occasions. The leaders then began to discuss. Although Rongcheng agreed to support Jiacheng and accepted the attachment of Jiacheng, it will not be able to proceed until spring. But at this moment, Jiacheng can't last anymore, especially in the city where cannibalism has occurred. At first, the granary was burned down by Zuba, and finally when the fire was extinguished, everyone plain black charcoal in the granary. I finally found a little bit of grain, but it was only a few thousand caddies of dried grain, and such a little grain was not enough to eat at all. If there is no food, people will starve to death. There are rumors that the limit of human survival time without food and water is 21 days, but that is what happens under ideal conditions, and now at this time, it was still the middle of winter. At this time, one day without food would be unbearable. If one did not eat for 3 days and only drank water, even if one did not starve to death, one would freeze to death. Therefore, after careful discussions, everyone came to a conclusion, that is, in the current situation, the only person who can save Jiacheng is Yazhao Shen Feng, and only Feng Shen can rescue Jiacheng. Getting Shen Feng's forgiveness is very important at the moment. After the leaders discussed it, the result was, immediately send someone to take Liu Chengfu's head to Yazhao. When meeting Lord Feng Shen, you must be humble, and you must not anger Lord Feng Shen. In addition, the conditions mentioned before are all in place. Yes, at this moment, the most important thing we need is Lord Feng Shen's understanding. After the new envoy received the order, he immediately felt a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, as if the life and death of the entire wine city had been placed on him. Just before departure, the envoy asked the leaders, I heard that Li Xiong has forbidden the people from Jiacheng to pass by Jiangyang, so there are soldiers patrolling day and night on the road there. If I can't pass, how to do this is a very real problem. Liu Chengfu has only been in Yazhao for a few days, but he directly annoyed Shen Feng, and Shen Feng asked Li Xiong to guard against the actions of Jiacheng, and Li Xiong's courage was very small, and at this moment, it directly sent troops to block the road from Jiacheng to Jiangyang, and even made a slogan, Jiangyang does not welcome disrespectful people. In Yazhao and Jiangyang, Shen Feng's prestige is irreplaceable. Even Chang Jianyi, who has stayed in Yazhao all the year round, cannot compare with Shen Feng's prestige. After all, Shen Feng has saved too many people and made countless people can still survive in the apocalypse, and the quality of life is not as good as before. But at this moment, as long as they can survive, it is not easy. But at this moment, someone threatens and insults the city lord face to face. Immediately aroused public outrage after the envoy expressed his worries, the leaders also seriously considered at this time. This is indeed a problem. If Shen Feng cannot be seen, then it is impossible to obtain Shen Feng's forgiveness. Then, a leader thought of something, and said seriously, if you can't enter Jiangyang, then go to Rongcheng. Shen Feng's parents and sister are in Rongcheng. At that time, you can only get Shen Feng's family. Forgive me, and this suggestion was also agreed by everyone after it was put forward. The messenger can only go to Jiangyang. It is best to get Shen Feng's understanding smoothly, otherwise, the wine city will be completely over in the future. I don't know the end how many people can live to the beginning of spring. The envoy set off immediately. There was no way to drive in Jiacheng, and the most convenient way was to ride a bicycle. Coincidentally, the envoy was riding a pink mountain bike, which happened to be it was Su Xing's confiscated car, and the messenger also saw that this car was the latest, so he chose a new bicycle after that. However, when the envoy arrived within the boundary of Jiangyang, he saw soldiers standing in battle, and there were also people blocked at the intersection. These people all came from Wine City and were all preparing to go to Jiangyang. Fled, but was blocked here. The soldier's answer was simple, your envoy from the Wine City insulted our city lord. Our city lord is the dragon of Yazhao and the god of the wind. No matter where he is, he will receive courteous treatment. In the end, he became an insulted man here. The target is really too much. People in Wine City, don't even think about it. The victims begged hard, but still could not get permission. In desperation, people could only walk into the nearby mountains, hoping to find something to eat in the forest. However, the wild boars in the mountains were also hungry, and the people who entered the mountains, I don't know whether to get the prey or become the prey. The envoy also rushed to the edge of the checkpoint at this time, but it was impossible to pass. He just picked up the box in his hand, and said seriously, I am the envoy of Wine City, and our leaders all know that it is wrong. So I brought the head of Liu Chengfu, an impolite man, and I want to meet Lord Fengshen to plead guilty, so please let me go." However, in response to this answer, the soldiers guarding the checkpoint were still sneering, and then said mockingly, "Your leaders? Didn't you say that you have 5,000 soldiers in your hands? Since there are so many soldiers, then come to Jiangyang to attack. I really want to see how your wine city beat us Jiangyang." In fact, after the dispute arose this time, the most angry people were not the people in Yazhou, but Jiangyang, who was the first to get angry, because Liu Changfu kept saying that he was going to attack Jiang, which is the closest to Jiacheng. Yang. It seems that Jiangyang is already within reach for Wine City. When the people in Jiangyang learned about this, they were immediately furious, and said to themselves, "There are only 200,000 hungry people left in your Wine City. Not to mention the abundance of life here in Jiangyang, it's just the population. There are only 500,000, at a time like this. If you still want to win against us, it is simply wishful thinking, ever since, even if the envoy was going to Yazhou to apologize, the soldiers of Jiangyang, who were full of anger, stopped him directly, saying, "So what about the envoy? The envoy is not allowed to go, and an envoy was let go before." It turned out that this emissary was asking for big fish and meat when he entered Jiangyang, and he wanted a lady when he slept at night, and he was not given a chance to do this. As a result, this guy was still complaining. Finally, he dared to go to Yazhou, humiliate the city lord and threaten us. "Since this is the case, you should be tough to the end, and we won't target you, so just don't come to Jiangyang. What's the matter with begging for mercy now?" The envoy said everything he wanted, but the soldiers didn't allow him to go there. The envoy who let him go before had no virtue. In order to avoid Master Fengshen getting angry again, let the other party go away. Seeing this situation, the emissary burst into tears, but had no choice but to ride a bicycle towards Rongcheng, hoping to seek help from Shen Feng's family at this time, and as long as Shen Feng's family is willing to help the wine, even if the city is saved at the border between Jiacheng and Jiangyang, a large number of fleeing people were blocked. After these people were blocked, they could only cut down trees and build shacks on the spot. At least they had a hiding place. Got food by accident. It turns out that the population of Jiangyang did not increase naturally in a short period of time, but was supplemented by the surrounding areas. After all, Jiangyang has become a stable place after solving the threat of zombies, and people around into Jiangyang. Moreover, tens of thousands of people fled to Jiangyang when Zuba occupied Jiacheng, and now, among those who fled, there are relatives living in Jiangyang, and they have accumulated some food in the past 2 years now. At this time, the wine city is ruined, even more miserable than before, and people can only flee, and the people who were originally from the wine city in Jiangyang, after hearing about this, spontaneously moved to the city. Grain was brought to the border position. Second. "Uncle, thank you so much. We haven't had enough to eat in the years in Wine City. It's great to be able to eat rice with rice now. The border has been cordoned off, and soldiers are ready to. They are all on patrol, and on both sides of the cordon, there are conversations between relatives and fellow villagers. The fleeing victims in the Wine City, just by looking at them, already give people a feeling of despair. People are wearing dirty and patched clothes. It is the cold winter season, and people have already put on all the clothes they can wear. It's already on the body, and some people even wrap the quilt on the body, and this method can indeed keep warm, but in fact this is the last material for this happy person. On the other hand, the people on Jiangyang's side looked much better. They were wearing clean clothes, and there was a clear difference in energy from those on the other side. "I asked you to come to Jiangyang with me before, but you didn't listen. Now the border position has been blocked, and I can't save you from now on. However, I will try to give you some food. You are in the past few days. Wait here, and when the city lord shows kindness, you will not be banned from entering Jiangyang." The uncle on the cordon side also said seriously at this time, "We really dare not have disrespectful thoughts towards Lord Fengshen. It's all the nonsense of the previous bastard messenger, so we will be implicated." Then, "Who asked you to find this kind of envoy to come to Yazhou? It's a total of 205, and you have to drink 5 or 6 before you see the city lord. In addition to the city lord, there are actually many people who are very dissatisfied with this envoy, so let's be more careful next time." Next time? Where is the next time? A warning line directly separates the people in Jiacheng and Jiangyang, and this gap is visible to the naked eye at this time. Li Xiang led a group of people to patrol the border. After seeing the scene in front of him, someone immediately asked Li Xiang, City Master, Master Fengshen told our world to be on guard. It might come from the wine city. The attack? Now that so many victims are at the border, won't it cause riots? After Li Xiong heard the people around him say this, he immediately shook his head helplessly, and then said, "You are really ignorant. Why did the city lord block the people in the wine city? It's not about starving these people in the wine city, only after starving them did they know how to obey. According to my opinion, the more the victims are short of food, the easier it is for them to come to the border between Jiangyang and Wine City. Fengshen's trick is really powerful. As long as these people are not given food, they will naturally ask for it. In this way, it will be much easier for us to take over Wine City." Qiao Xianwan couldn't help but praise, "You didn't know that? From the day I followed Lord Fengshen, I already knew that he was very scheming. No, he was very resourceful." Li Xiong said proudly, "City Master, you are really powerful. You followed Fengshen Lord step by step to the present. I heard that you were the first group of people to follow Fengshen. Is that true?" Someone immediately asked. Li Xiong said proudly, "Of course, I think that before Lord Fengshen and Mrs. Chang Jianyi formed any forces, I had already followed a city lord. Speaking of it, it was also luck, and I was loyal, so I took it step by step. Up to now, the rest of the traitors have all been killed by Fengshen. As for me, although I am not as capable as Yang Chang and Guo Pinming, I am loyal. Otherwise, the city lord would not give me Jiangyang, the place where I made my fortune. Let's take care of it." Chapter 795 Rival appears? However, King Yaokei, the envoy of the wine city, was unable to enter at the border of Jiangyang, and kept crying in desperation, but couldn't get any mercy, so he could only go to Rongcheng now, hoping to save the country with curves, as long as he can find Shen Feng family members. After getting the understanding of Shen Feng's family members, Jie Chang was also saved. Kang Yaokei pedaled his bicycle and approached Rongcheng. He could only eat dry food along the way, and he carried a heavy package on his back. The most important thing in the package was a wooden box, which was used for the thing to apologize for as the head of that bastard Liu Changfu. In addition to the wooden box, there are also a lot of gold, silver and jewelry in the package. Although food stamps are used as currency in various places, real gold and silver can also be used for purchase. Kang Yaokei also knows the reason why many people don't blame people. Since he is asking for someone, it is obviously unreasonable not to bring something. It happened that when the palace in the wine city was breached, a large amount of property was seized. This time, he chose the precious one. The items are sent over. I hope Shen Feng's family will like them. It took Kang Yaokei 2 days to ride a bicycle to reach Rongcheng. This speed is obviously not as fast as that of a car, but his only means of transportation is a bicycle. It is already a remarkable thing to travel so far in 2 days, but when Kang Yaokei arrived in Rongcheng and inquired carefully, he immediately learned a very unexpected news, that is, Shen Feng's parents were closely guarded, lived in a compound, and lived with the families of many leaders in Rongcheng. It is a residential area, and it is almost impossible to enter this area. Once you get close, you will be driven away directly, but Kang Yaokei couldn't get close to Shen Feng's parents, so there was only one choice at the moment, and that was to start with Shen Feng's sister. It's hard to see a peddler, but Shen Feng's sister is different. Shen Yu has been highly valued in Rongcheng, managing the logistics of Rongcheng, but Kang Yaokei has only one way right now, and that is to find a way to meet Shen Yu, and get through the relationship with Shen Feng from Shen Yu. However, even if Shen Yu has a job, it is not something that ordinary people can see casually. Shen Yu goes to work every day under the pickup and drop-off of a full-time driver. After all, she is the sister of Fengshen, and no one would dare neglect. Besides, Shen Yu is still a supernatural being, and no one dares to underestimate Shen Yu. Kang Yaokei was about to stop Shen Yu when she was commuting to and from get off work to explain the situation. At this time, Shen Yu was not in the car, so he could just explain the situation. However, when Kang Yaokei was wandering around the logistics department all day long, the soldiers found out about it, and then drove him away directly, not allowing Kang Yaokei to approach at all, and the soldiers of the logistics department almost wanted to arrest Kang Yaokei, sent to prison. Kang Yaokei also knew the urgency of the matter. After much deliberation, it seemed that he could only use money to attack. Fortunately, he carried a lot of gold, silver and jewelry on his body. Using money to clear the way, he did not believe that he could not open the door to meet Shen Yu at the moment. Kang Yaokei exchanged a gold ring at a pawn shop, dressed himself up with the food stamps, and then bribed the people in the logistics department. The plan is very smooth, because even the people in the logistics department are not doing well. There are too many people in Rongcheng. Although it is a land of abundance, the supplies are abundant, especially in terms of food. Affected by the disaster, it was a bumper harvest year under the garrison. However, Rongcheng needed to support supplies from other places. As a result, the supplies in Rongcheng became tense. Therefore, after Kang Yaoke used the money offensive, he quickly bought a gang of people and Kang Yaoke dressed up, and said to the staff in the logistics department, "I'm not a bad person, I just want to see Miss Shen Yu, just talk alone, it doesn't take too long, only half an hour is enough, and please help." The people in the logistics department couldn't do things after receiving the money, but looking at the guy in front of him in a suit and leather shoes, he seemed to be a rich man, so he also had his own guess, and said in his heart, "It seems that the guy is staring at you. Fucking Miss Shen Yu, this kind of guy with evil intentions appears, mostly for the sake of beauty." Thinking of this, the staff in the logistics department smiled and said, "No problem, I will tell Miss Shen about this, but where do you live now? You need to tell me, right? If you don't say the address, I will. How did I find you after that, Kang?" Yaoke didn't doubt it, and directly informed the other party of his current address. He thought the matter was a sure thing, but at night, Kang Yaoke was sleeping in the hotel, but the door was suddenly kicked open immediately afterwards. Xiao Sheng appeared in the room with a frosty face. "I heard that you are pestering my girlfriend and want to meet her alone." You are not timid," Xiao Sheng said coldly. Xiao Sheng is currently in Rongcheng. He was seriously injured when he was in Siberia, and after more than a month of recuperation, Xiao Sheng has finally returned to normal. After arriving in Rongcheng, Xiao Sheng wanted to discuss getting married. "After all, we have been dating for 2 years. Shen Yu's younger brother has children, and he is not married yet. This is obviously unreasonable." However, Xiao Sheng now unexpectedly learned of one thing, that is, someone she is pestering Shen Yu. Usually, there is a strange person wandering around the unit where Shen Yu works, peeping into the unit while wandering around, and even started to use his brains later, spending money to buy people in the unit. Thinking, "I want to meet Shen Yu alone." After hearing the news, Xiao Sheng was already furious. Now that Shen Yu was his fiancée, it turned out that his fiancée was being targeted by others, and she was still being teased. Is this okay? For men, no matter what kind of hat can be buckled on the head, only the green hat cannot be buckled. So, after learning about this matter, Xiao Sheng immediately started to act. The first thing was to find this guy who was pestering Shen Yu, no matter what kind of person he was, and beat him up. In this world, there is no Xiao Sheng yet. For those who dare not beat you up, no matter which family you belong to, please apologize to me, Xiao Sheng. Why is it you? When Kang Yaoke saw Xiao Sheng who appeared in front of him, he was startled immediately, thinking that he was looking for Shen Yu. But why did Xiao Sheng appear now? Xiao Sheng rubbed his wrists and said with a sneer, "Then who are you waiting for to come to you? Do you think I can't find you if you live here? Has anyone told you not to pester Shen Yu? You now, if you don't listen to the greeting at this time, then follow my fist." After finishing speaking, Xiao Sheng rushed forward to punch and kick, and began to beat the guy in front of him fiercely, cursing while beating. "You bastard, do you think you can seduce a little girl with money? You are also 3 or 4. She looks 10 years old, but she still lives indiscreetly, and Shen Yu is my fiancé, but you are still pestering me at this moment. Do you really think I don't have the slightest temper?" Xiao Sheng didn't use his ability at this time, because once he did, the guy in front of him would be cremated. Now Xiao Sheng just wanted to beat the other party and let the other party back away. This fact is really cruel. Even a person with supernatural powers cannot casually kill people in public, and Kang Yaoke didn't expect this kind of thing to happen at all. When he was beaten, Kang Yaoke couldn't help shouting, "I didn't come to pester Miss Shen Yu, I came to apologize. I just want to apologize. I beg Shen Yu, the lady's forgiveness is not what you think, apologize." Xiao Sheng stopped beating the other party, and at this time, Kang Yaoke had turned into a bruised and swollen face. Xiao Sheng had actually kept his hands back when he made a move just now, and did not use real strength. Otherwise, now Kang Yaoke is dead. Kang Yaoke was very aggrieved, and said helplessly, "I'm really not an impolite person pestering Ms. Shen Yu. The reason why I came to Rongcheng is actually to hope that Ms. Shen Yu's family can help us say something good. As a result, Zio Mr. Sheng, you have misunderstood, and you will be beaten severely when you come up. Really? Since you are here to intercede, why don't you go to visit Shen Yu's family through formal channels? Instead, it is a sneaky action, and you spend a lot of money. Someone saw that you still have a lot of money in your backpack. Good thing. Zio Sheng asked suspiciously. He didn't believe the other party was for such a simple reason. He was more willing to believe that the other party had evil intentions. Kang Yaokei quickly explained, It's true, it's true. My backpack is all used to make amends. If you don't believe me, you can open it yourself. In addition, even if I want to see the Shen family, I don't know what to do. The solution, Miss Shen Yu has been living in the special family area. I can't get in. After much deliberation, I can only wait at the gate of Miss Shen Yu's unit. Although Zio Sheng was full of suspicion, the other party's explanation was quite reasonable. Zio Sheng immediately opened the backpack on Kang Yaokei's back, and then saw a lot of gold and silver jewelry in the backpack. The gold and silver jewelry in this backpack, but it is very valuable, and among the gold and silver jewelry, there is also a wooden box, but no one knows what is in the wooden box. Zio Sheng didn't care about these things, he just opened the wooden box. It didn't matter if he opened it. A human head appeared directly in front of Zio Sheng's eyes. Even if Zio Sheng passed through the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, he would be terrified to see what was in front of him when he was caught off guard. After a jump, he couldn't help but asked, Damn, you bastard brought something here. Are you trying to scare my fiancé's family? Zio Sheng wondered if there was something good in the box. Since he was asking for forgiveness, he had to bring something good, but now the box contained a human head. The moment the head appeared, Zio Sheng was already taken aback. The head was pickled, and the skin looked gray, but this was the real head, and he, a battle-tested supernatural being, was overwhelmed by the scene in front of him. I was taken aback. If Shen Yu accidentally saw her, wouldn't she be stunned on the spot? At this time, Kang Yaokei knelt on the ground, and told all the recent things that happened in the wine city. When he talked about the current situation of the wine city, he burst into tears and cried, Mr. Zio Sheng, our wine city, there is no food in the city now, and everything that can be eaten has been eaten, even mice, but it is still useless. If there is no food, tens of thousands of people in our wine city will starve to death. What? In fact, Kang Yaokei restrained the tragedy of the wine city, because it is said that in the wine city, even the guys who were killed during the siege ran out of this oil and ate them, but this fact is contrary to people's minds. Therefore, Kang Yaokei did not dare to tell this matter, and after Zio Sheng heard Kang Yaokei's explanation, he finally believed the answer, but regarding Kang Yaokei's thoughts, he could only say helplessly, I will take you to meet the second elder of the Shen family, but I won't help you convince them. You can convince them yourself, and don't take out the head. It's easy to scare people. Zio Sheng looked at the current sky. It was already night. It was not polite to disturb Shen Yu at this time, but it was impossible for Zio Sheng to watch 200,000 people starve to death, so at this time, Zio Sheng had no choice but to take Kang Yaokei to Shen's house. Thank you, Lord Vulcan. The people in Jiacheng will always thank you. Let's go quickly. Kang Yaokei immediately became excited. His body was covered with injuries from the beating by Zio Sheng, but even so, Kang Yaokei was still struggling kowtow to Zio Sheng. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 796. Under the leadership of Zio Sheng, Kang Yaokei soon arrived at the family area, and Zio Sheng's identity was placed here. As long as he showed his identity, the guards would not dare to stop him. Under the leadership of Zio Sheng, Kang Yaokei finally came to the Shen family. At this time, the Shen family was watching TV. Nowadays, there are basically no entertainment programs on TV, because there is no one at the moment. I have the ability and energy to produce entertainment programs. The TV stations basically broadcast news, and these news are also about the situation in various parts of the country. From time to time, there are news from abroad. For ordinary people, if you want to know what happened to the outside world, the easiest way is to watch TV, and the news spread on TV must not be fake. When Zio Sheng walked in with Kang Yaokei, Shen Yu felt very surprised, and quickly asked, "Why are you here? Didn't you just come here during the day, Xiao?" Sheng pointed to Kang Yaokei, who was next to him, and said, "This time it's not me looking for you, but this guy looking for you, Shen." Yu hurriedly looked at Kang Yaokei, but found that Kang Yaokei was in a panic at this time, as if he had been beaten by someone, otherwise he would not have behaved like this. His face was covered with bruises, his mouth fell out, and his teeth fell out down. Please come in." Shen Yu politely let the two of them in. Shen Yu believed that Xiao Sheng would not just bring irrelevant people here, so this man with injuries all over came here. There must be something important. After Kang Yaokei met Shen Feng's family, he quickly told what happened in Jiacheng. When he said that there was no food in Jiacheng, he burst into tears and described the current tragedy of Jiacheng. I told them all. After Shenzhen and He Liping heard this, they immediately felt that the life in Wine City was too miserable. They never expected that they were squeezed by bad guys for 2 years before Wine City. It was removed, but all the food in Jiacheng was also burned, and all the gold, silver and jewelry had already been obtained, but at this time, the captured gold, silver and jewelry alone could not buy food. Kang Yaokei said to Shen Feng's parents seriously at this time, "Please help me." 2 adults. Rong Cheng promised to support Jiacheng, but it will not start until spring, and the only one who can save Jiacheng now is Shen from Yazhao. Lord Feng, and the guy who offended Lord Shen Feng before has been killed by the leaders of our Wine City. I only hope that Lord Feng Shen can forgive us, and Shenzhen and He Liping are also kind-hearted people, and now they can help. So after thinking about it carefully, they are ready to agree. Okay, let's call the communication office later to comfort Shen Feng. This matter is also over. However, at this moment, Shen Yu said directly, "No, you must not call." After hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded at this moment, because they never expected that Shen Yu would object at this time. Moreover, the Wine City is already so miserable now, but at this time Shen Yu was still stopping, which is completely unexpected. Shenzhen quickly looked at her daughter and asked, "What are you talking about, Shen?" Yu looked at her parents and said seriously, "Mom and Dad, I know that you are kind-hearted and also want to help people in Jiacheng, but you have to give Shen Feng some consideration." Yazhao did not accept Jiacheng's submission, but Rong Cheng accepted the submission. Then Shen Feng listened to your words and supported Jiacheng. Once spring comes, Rong Cheng will accept Jiacheng. At that time, what should Shen Feng do? Shen Feng gave food. There is nothing after that. Rong Cheng has accepted the attachment of Jiacheng before. When the time comes, who will give Jiacheng to? After Shen Yu brought up this difficult problem, Shenzhen and He Liping thought about it seriously, and found that it was indeed the case. If they really agreed to this suggestion, their son Shen Feng would really be put in an embarrassing situation. Moreover, according to Shen Feng's personality, he would definitely not be willing to suffer for nothing. Once the battle between Yazhao and Rong Cheng started, at that time, things would be really bad. After Kang Yaokei heard this, he was immediately dumbfounded, because he was just a messenger and didn't consider so many issues at all. But now analyzed by Shen Yui, it seems that Shen Feng still won't accept Jiacheng. After all, even if it is a support, if you leave the Wine City, you will not get any benefits. But our Wine City is really about to fail now. If Yazhao doesn't support it now, 200,000 people will starve to death. Kang Yaokei said helplessly. Shen Yu immediately asked, "Who is in charge of your Wine City now? Why do you want to tell the 4 directions at the same time about the attachment? Can you still divide the Wine City into 4 parts, Kang?" Yaokei said distressedly, "I don't know who made the decision. There are more than a dozen leaders in Wine City now, and the decisions in Wine City are made after discussion among the leaders, and there are hundreds of people in the hands of the leaders. There are guns, and everyone is dissatisfied with each other. Originally, we were united under Xingxin's call, but after the Wine City was finally breached, Xingxin and the man beside her also left. We have no relationship at all, leader." After receiving such an answer, Shen Yue could only sigh immediately, and said, "You people are fooling around. You will return to Rong Cheng in a while, and ask for rescue in Yazhao in a while. So capricious, it will only offend even more. There are many people. Now I still advise you to go to the building in Rong Cheng to ask for support, at least to be consistent. In short, let us help you intercede with Shen Feng. It will only make my brother fall into a state of injustice." Shen Yu had already caused trouble for his younger brother before, so Shen Yu was also very embarrassed. This time, it was still at the request of an outsider, and he was not from Yazhao. If this would affect Shen Feng again and again, the decision is a bit ignorant. However, at this moment, Kang Yaoke knew one thing, that is, Zheng Yang is adjacent to Jiacheng, and the support from Rongcheng is too slow, so at this moment, Kang Yaoke gritted his teeth and knelt down in front of Shenzhen, continued to plead, "Now we in Jiacheng know that we are wrong, and we must follow Lord Fengshen wholeheartedly in the future, and ask Mr. Shen to intercede with us in Jiacheng. To be honest, Jiacheng is already eating dead bodies. It's all over, after." Shenzhen heard this, he was also very embarrassed. He couldn't bear to see others suffer, but making himself trouble for his son was something he didn't want to do, so he hesitated for a while. He Liping didn't know what to do, but at this moment, she saw Xiao Sheng, who was sitting on one side. This is her future son-in-law. "Xiao Sheng, what do you think we should do now, Xiao?" Sheng thought about it seriously for a while, and said, "My suggestion is to ask you to go to General Z and let him make a decision. General Z is the person with the highest position in Rongcheng, and he must know how to solve it at this time. Instead of struggling, it's better to explain the whole thing clearly." In Xiao Sheng's opinion, instead of being at a loss here, the group on his side might as well ask General Z directly. From his understanding, General Z is a resourceful and kind person. An appropriate answer can be given. After He Liping and Shenzhen heard this suggestion, they immediately realized that the biggest problem in this matter now lies in Rongcheng, because a group of people in Jiacheng made random moves, and the result is that no one is willing to support Jiacheng. In the city, 4 envoys were sent out. It is simply a brain problem. Afterwards, He Liping and Shenzhen immediately went to look for Zibateng, hoping to learn from him how to deal with it. At this time, Zibateng was processing the documents, and now Rongcheng seemed to be in danger as a rear area. None just need to produce materials with peace of mind, but in fact there are still many troubles in Rongcheng, because Rongcheng is still facing pressure from the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. There are 2 worlds on the east and west sides of Sichuan province. The east of Sichuan is a plain, which is rich in food and fruits, while the west of Sichuan is a completely inaccessible place, where there are a lot of cowherds with innocent eyes. No, it is a plateau. Cattle and sheep in the area. Under such circumstances, there are many mutated birds on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. These mutated birds are basically raptors. There are mutated birds such as eagles, falcons, and eagles that are constantly multiplying. The golden eagle actually flew down from the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, and after 2 years passed, the mutated birds in western Sichuan had already formed a climate and became difficult to deal with. Therefore, the situation Zibateng faced was to deliver food and talents to other provinces, and to find ways to reduce the number of mutated birds on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. It's really embarrassing. If the birds on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau are not dealt with properly, as long as these birds of prey go down the mountain, Rongcheng will be the first to bear the brunt. At that time, everyone will be in trouble. Zibateng sighed and turned to the window. Looking west from Rongcheng, you can directly see a big snow mountain, and the snow mountain is the legendary Xiling Snow Mountain. It is also a very good scenic spot in normal times. There is snow in Xiling for thousands of years, and the boat at the gate of Dongwu is thousands of miles away. In the darkness, he couldn't see anything, but Zibateng knew that in the west, there was a snowy mountain with few people, and in the snowy mountain area, only eagles could survive. Dong. Dong dong. At this moment, General Z's office door was knocked, and then a group of people walked in. General Z greeted Shenzhen and He Liping warmly when he saw Shenzhen and He Liping appearing, and said, "Brother and sister-in-law, why are you free to come to my place today?" Xiao Wang, serve tea, Shen. Zin quickly said, "There is nothing important for us to come here, and we don't want to disturb the general too much now, but there is one thing I want to make clear to you, brother. It's okay to say it, no matter what it is, you can talk straight." Zibateng laughed immediately. No matter what it was, he could answer. There was only one thing he would not agree to, and that was to let Shen. If the Shen family left, as long as the Shen family stayed in Rongcheng, everything would be fine. After Shenzhen heard this, he directly told what he had encountered so far. When Zibateng heard this, he frowned immediately, because he had already agreed to the fact that Jiacheng had announced that it would belong to Rongcheng. Well, it turned out that the people in Wine City had changed their minds at this time, and they really went back on their promises. However, Zibateng thought about it carefully, and he was still willing to give Shen Feng a face, and then he said with a smile, "It's okay, it's just a Wine City, so let Shen Feng do it, as long as Shen Feng can save the 2 of them. 100,000 victims will be fine, Z." Ba Teng knows very well that a dilapidated city is not worth investing in, especially with an underpopulated city. Such a city can't even do a good job of farming. Now if it is handed over to Shen Feng wants to digest the city. It will inevitably consume a lot of materials, so it is better to throw a hot potato to others. If you are not afraid of being hot, you can continue. After getting this answer, Shenzhen immediately lost all worries, and said happily, since that's the case, I'll make a call right away. Without further delay, the 200,000 people in Wine City are already in danger. Chapter 797. And Shenzhen made a decision immediately after getting the answer from Zibaten, the highest official in Rongcheng. Shen Feng called this is also what Zibateng wants to see. Rongcheng will organize the army to clean up the mutant birds in the snow-capped mountains. In order to ensure the success of this plan, no accidents can happen in the rear of Sichuan province, and Yuzhou is the biggest variable. If the Wine City is ceded to Yuzhou, Shen Feng will definitely invest a lot of manpower and material resources in order to develop the Wine City. In this way, Yuzhou must have no strength to make trouble. In this way, Rongcheng will have enough time and energy to deal with the mutated birds on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. However, when Shenzhen called Fengshan Palace, the person who answered the phone was Chang Haoji. When Chang Haoji heard that the person on the other side was Shen Feng's father, he could only helplessly say, "Then what, uncle? My brother-in-law has gone out, and he won't come back anytime soon. Do you have anything important to tell my brother-in-law?" "I will definitely tell." As soon as Shenzhen heard this, she couldn't help but began to ask, "Why isn't Shen Feng at home during this time?" "I have something urgent to tell Shen Feng in person." "You can't ask Shen Feng to answer the phone in person." Based on the idea that family ugliness should not be publicized, Chang Haoji didn't want to say anything. After all, if he said that his brother-in-law ran away with others, if it got out, everyone would lose face. But at this moment, Chang Haoji thought of a good idea. "At this moment, my brother-in-law and sister don't want to go home because of face problems. If I ask his father for help, wouldn't it be much easier?" Therefore, Chang Haoji said seriously to the other end of the phone, "Uncle, I think you should come to Yuzhou in person at this time. In short, my brother-in-law and my sister have conflicts. It can be persuaded to fight, and only you can ease the relationship between them at this time." After hearing this, Shenzhen thought about it seriously, and said, "If this is really the case, then I'd better go to Yuzhou in person." "You say they are too, and there is no disagreement between the young couple?" "On? To even quarrel at this time, Shen Feng probably ran away from home, right?" Chang Haoji said seriously, "That's right, that's it. Come here as soon as possible. Remember to bring your bodyguards. At this time, the road is not smooth. If you really meet a robber, there may be danger." After asking a few words, Shenzhen hung up the phone, and finally made up her mind that she was going to Yuzhou by herself. Traveling in the apocalypse is a serious problem. Before, there was a train connection between Rongcheng and Yuzhou, but at this time, the train has stopped running. There is only one way to go from Rongcheng to Yuzhou. That is to take the road, and if you take the road, you will pass through many dangerous places, and you must be protected by someone. However, even with such an idea, Zibateng also agreed, with a characteristic smile on his face, and then said, "Since you want to visit relatives, there is nothing that is not allowed, but go to. It's better for Brother Shen to go alone in Yuzhou. After all, the current road is rough and difficult. If there are more people going, I'm afraid we need more people to protect us." Naturally, Shenzhen knew the status of his family in Rongcheng. It was understandable to visit relatives alone, but it was often not possible for a family to visit relatives, because the hostages were used to hold Shen Feng hostage. So as long as Shen Feng was in control in Yuzhou, their family will not be treated harshly in Rongcheng. Shenzhen was about to leave soon, and General Zi also sent 20 soldiers to protect Shenzhen to ensure that Shenzhen could reach Yuzhou safely. Before, Shen Yu was able to set off alone because Shen Yu was already a supernatural being. And Shenzhen drank the supernatural potion. He is just an evolutionary. He may encounter danger on the road. Now we must prevent this kind of thing from happening, and 20 soldiers are enough to protect one person, and Shen Feng is listening to the reports of his subordinates about the Wine City every day. He is considering whether to rescue the Wine City. If he takes over a dilapidated Wine City, it will inevitably consume a lot of resources in Yuzhou, but the advantage is that the geographical location of the Wine City is very important. If you master the wine city, you will not only have many plain terrains suitable for farming, but it will also be much more convenient to go to the southern Yunnan province. However, there are also troublesome aspects. It's a year without the energy to do anything else. However, Shen Feng also heard that Rongcheng had accepted the attachment of Jiacheng, and supported Jiacheng himself. When the people from Rongcheng came, they would take Jiacheng away. Wouldn't he have left nothing behind? If there is a conflict with Rongcheng, my family is still in Rongcheng, what should I do if I am embarrassed? So, in this kind of thinking, Shen Feng hesitated, but only hinted that Jiang Yang would continue to ask people to give rations to the victims so that the victims at the border would not starve to death on this day. Shen Feng got an unexpected news that a group of people came from Rongcheng, and one of them was his father. After hearing the news, Shen Feng was a little dazed for a moment, because he had never heard of the news that his father was coming. Then Shen Feng informed Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyin to meet him together. After seeing Shenzhen, Shen Feng couldn't help asking, "Father, why are you here? I didn't hear that you were coming. Let's talk. Come on, even if you come, say hello to me." "I said hello, but I heard that you were not at home during this time." It was Chang Haoji who answered the phone. "He said that you had a quarrel, so I came here." "I didn't say you. It's normal to quarrel. Why do you want to leave? Run away from home?" Shenzhen immediately began to criticize Shen Feng, and Shen Feng is facing his father at this time. No matter how famous he is, he can't be arrogant, so he can only lower his head and say, "There are a lot of inside stories about this matter. I can't tell now. You came here just to persuade us. This is second. There is another important news. I am going to tell you in person. It is about Wine City. To tell you the truth, the people in Wine City have come to our house to intercede. The guy who scolded you before was killed. Now, they just begged you to quickly take over Wine City." Shenzhen said hastily. Shen Feng took his father in the car and drove towards the Fengshan Palace, and arranged for someone to entertain the soldiers who came to protect his father. While in the car, Shen Feng couldn't help but wonder, isn't Rongcheng already ready? Did you take over Wine City? Why did you give up at this time? Isn't it because you are the only one who can rescue Wine City at this time? I don't want to criticize you, after all, you are the city lord of Yuzhou now, but since you want to save Wine City before, it's best to be a good person. In the end, it was right to take over the Wine City, but your people ran away when they saw that there was no food in the Wine City. Wouldn't this push 200,000 people into a war situation? Shenzhen couldn't help but turn to his son said. Shen Feng nodded quickly, and said, "I didn't think it through." In fact, Shen Feng didn't have the intention of occupying Jiacheng at the beginning. He just wanted to use a difficult situation to test Su Xing. As long as Su Xing can solve the crisis in Jiacheng, even if he is qualified, he will be able to take charge of himself in the future. But I didn't expect Su Xing to act too fast. She actually solved Zubai and Dongzhou in only 1 week. The development of the Wine City to the present stage is something that Shen Feng did not expect, and after experiencing this incident, Shen Feng also knows one thing, that is, the next time you can't make a decision with a pat on the head, you must make a decision. All aspects must be considered, otherwise, once unexpected things happen, I will not be able to handle them. However, after receiving Rongcheng's answer, Shen Feng could only make a decision, and then called Josiah Oxeo, contact Xiao Tuang and ask Su Xingbai to go to Jiacheng to stabilize people's hearts, and Lin Yu will follow. After arranging the city lord of Wine City, they can come back, and in addition, Zheng Yang will send a sum of money to allow Su Xing to act as the city lord of Wine City temporarily. Josiah Oxeo then replied, "I know the city lord, I will contact Lin Yu and Su Xing immediately. I heard that they are eating and drinking in Xiaotong every day these days. Now at this time, it is time for them to clean up the mess." When Shenzhen heard his son calling, he couldn't help asking, "I heard people say that Su Xing warmed your bed. Is it true? You said you were the same. Why didn't you admit it when you were in Rongcheng? The relationship between you." As soon as these words came out, Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyin immediately looked at Shen Feng. Their eyes were full of unbelievable light, as if they couldn't believe what they heard at this time. Shen Feng and Su Xing were still different. Do you know the relationship? This is really too scary, right? If Chang Jianyi had learned of this kind of news before, she would have directly questioned Shen Feng and humiliated Shen Feng. By the way, but after the Du Xinshi incident before, Chang Jianyi knew that she couldn't do this. I have treated Shen Feng badly, so I can only ask Shen Feng with my eyes at this time. At this time, Shen Feng quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I have never said such a thing, and I have never done it. Su Xing knows very well that Su Xing and I have never had time to be alone. Especially since she is not married yet. Don't ruin the reputation of the little girl." This is the first time for Shen Feng to discover that people's words are scary. I really don't know how such rumors spread. There is nothing between him and Su Xing, and Shen Feng has always treated Su Xing as a younger sister, while Su Xing is to treat Shen Feng as an idol, and these two relationships have nothing to do with love. Shen Zhen smiled and said, "I heard from Kang Yao Ke from Wine City. He said that the whole Wine City is spreading this news, and the disseminator of this news is Liu Changfu. In short, the matter is too complicated, and I can't handle it." "Understood, but as long as it didn't happen, that's enough. It's Liquor City again, and it's Liu Changfu again. Even if this guy is dead, he won't let me worry. He's still talking nonsense." Shen Feng could only shake his head helplessly. After that, Shen Zhen suddenly asked, "By the way, why did you run away from home?" Shen Feng hesitated for a moment, wondering if he wanted to tell the truth. At present, people in Yuzhou basically don't know the news that Shen Feng lives outside Fengshan Palace, and this is Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi's consideration. The influence is not good, so he has been trying to stop the spread of rumors, but now facing his father, Shen Feng doesn't know if he wants to tell the truth. However, at this moment, Chang Jianyi took the initiative to take the responsibility and said, "Father, this matter is not my fault, it is my fault. Feng is angry with me, so I went out to calm down for a while." After Shen Zhen got this answer, she still criticized Shen Feng. "Shen Feng, you are in your 20s, don't act like a child anymore. Even if your wife is wrong, you should have a big heart and go back when it's time to go back." Shen Feng was helpless, and said in his heart, "It seems that during the time when Dad is in Yuzhou, I can only live in Fengshan Palace temporarily." Afterwards, Shen Feng's family returned to Fengshan Palace. At this time, Hua Jingren was wandering in the garden with Xiaohu in his arms. "I am your grandfather, but..." Xiaohu was really scared of life, and when he was hugged by a stranger at this time, he immediately started crying. Chapter 798 Cultivate Successors. Shen Xingzi had never met Shen Zhen before, and now that he was hugged by a stranger, he burst into tears. Shen Feng quickly took it over and said, "Father, Xiaohu is very shy, and he was the same when he saw me for the first time. I can't stop crying, but I'll get used to it in a few days." It is said that the older generation and their children are intergenerational relatives, and the children they raise are always distasteful, but they will be very affectionate when looking at their grandchildren. Shen Zhen is like this, but just when Shen Zhen wants to be with his own, when the grandson got close, he found that the grandson would only cry loudly. Shen Zhen was helpless, and immediately asked, "Didn't you say you still have a 2-year-old godson? Bring it out and let me see it. If I don't let me see a grandson, that would be too much." Shen Feng quickly said, I'm sick, I'm still recuperating in the hospital, next time. At this time, Chang Jianyi found his younger brother Chang Haoji, and began to criticize in a low voice, "Who told you to talk nonsense? Now that Feng's father is here, how can we have time to entertain him? Aren't you just making trouble, Chang?" Haoji quickly explained in a low voice, "Didn't I want my brother-in-law to come back earlier? I heard that my brother-in-law is very filial, so I just want him to return home under the mediation of my father. My analysis shows that my brother-in-law just can't save face." Shut up, you don't know anything, you are just adding to the chaos. I told you, Dad came to Yuzhou this time, you are in charge of entertaining. In addition, it is your business to send him back. Next time if you still dare to do such a thing, don't blame me for beating you. Chang Jianyi immediately started threatening. In short, he couldn't let his brother make mistakes without any punishment. The matter about Du Xinshi is actually more complicated, especially for Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi. Chang Jianyi's words directly caused Du Xinshi's heart attack. The most terrible thing is that Du Xinshi is still pregnant at this time and cannot be stimulated too much, so Chang Jianyi didn't even dare to see Du Xinshi during this period of time, lest Du Xinshi be stimulated and think of the past matter. But this kind of thing is impossible to say clearly. After saying it, everyone's reputation will be damaged, but Chang Haoji is not sensible, and let Shen Zhen, who is far away and wrong Chang, come over to persuade the fight, which is adding to the chaos. And this matter, the emergence of the incident also made it difficult for Chang Jianyi to deal with the next thing, and at this moment, Chang Jianyi saw Hu Jingren on one side. Hu Jingren was studying and living with Chang Haoji in normal times. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was treated as a child bride-in-law. The number of people proposing marriage has also decreased, and Hu Jingren's grades are also good, and his test scores are much better than Chang Haoji's. Immediately, Chang Jianyi instructed Hu Jingren directly, "Jingren, go to Sister Du's house and tell her that Shen Feng may live in Fengshan Palace in the past few days." Nonsense. In addition, King Curry has a batch of birds' nests from Southeast Asia, and sent them to Sister Du. Hu Jingren didn't expect to do such a thing, so he couldn't help but said, "But I'm not familiar with Sister Du." "It's because you are not familiar with her that I asked you to give it to her. Besides, it's just two small things like sending a message and giving a gift. For you, it should be easy to complete, isn't it?" Chang Jianyi said lightly. Chang Jianyi couldn't go to Du Xinshi easily, because she was the one who reprimanded Du Xinshi on the night of the quarrel. Although Chu Chaoyan is suitable, she cannot get away from coordinating and handling various matters in Yazhou. Now it seems that Hu Jingren is the only one who sends the message. Hu Jingren had no choice but to find the bird's nest from the warehouse and sent it there. When he saw Du Xinshi was sewing clothes at the moment, looking very peaceful. Hu Jingren quickly said, "Sister Du, my sister asked me to bring bird's nest. You can eat it sometime, and besides, Lord Fengshan's father has come to Yazhou, and Lord Fengshan has to live in the palace for the past few days, so he can't come to accompany him as you." After hearing this, Du Xinshi showed a look of disappointment on her face, and said immediately, "Then you are already here, so sit down and chat with me." Hu Jingren sat down carefully, looked at the clothes that Du Xinshi was sewing, and couldn't help asking, "Sister Du, why do you need to sew clothes yourself? Just say a word, and others will prepare countless clothes for you." "Qing's clothes? Hey, are these children's clothes?" At the beginning, Hu Jingren thought that Du Xinshi was making clothes for herself, but after a closer look, Du Xinshi was sewing children's clothes, and she was a little surprised. Du Xinshi explained, "My body is getting worse day by day, and I don't know how long I can last. If I die, the child will not have the clothes I made with my own hands to wear. It will be too pitiful. The clothes I bought are always inferior to the clothes I made by myself, so I have to hurry up and make enough clothes for both children to wear until their 18th birthday." "Don't say that. Your health will definitely be fine, and now that medical technology is so advanced, you can have heart surgery, and you won't just die like this." Hu Jingren comforted him when he heard this. What she is worried about now is that Du Xinshi suddenly becomes agitated. Du Xinshi smiled and didn't say anything, because she knew her physical condition best. Although she was not yet 30 years old, she already felt powerless. After all, it was the result of congenital deficiency. Since then, she has been ill, and now she has endured such a long time, her body is really unable to hold on, and it is impossible to have heart surgery during pregnancy, and it is even more difficult when she is giving birth. If you want to get through the hell, maybe you will have to have a cesarean section if you can't hold on. By the way, who is in charge of Fengshan Palace now? Du Xinshi asked while sewing clothes. Hu Jingren recalled it for a while, and said, "No one is in charge of it. Luo Qing is my sister's bodyguard. She often points at the servants because of some unbearable things, but the servants are in places where they can't see. They will be lazy, and some will steal things from the Fengshan Palace, and a lot of apples and oranges have been stolen." When Hu Jingren said this, Du Xinshi couldn't help but sigh. He had been away from Fengshan Palace for more than half a month, but he didn't expect the management of Fengshan Palace to be chaotic. Du Xinshi then said seriously to Hu Jingren, "Jingren, since you and Xianoji are in love with each other, then you are equivalent to your own person, and you can also deal with matters in Fengshan Palace. For management, in the future, I may not have time to take care of these things. You have to worry about the affairs of Fengshan Palace. You must dare to ask the servants for what they did not do well. If they are disobedient, they will be fired directly. The two ladies are you don't have time to take care of family affairs, and you are a female family member, so you should solve the family's problems, understand?" When Hu Jingren heard this, he immediately hesitated, and said, "I'm not married yet. I'm afraid my sister will blame me for meddling in the affairs of Fengshan Palace at this time." Du Xinshi directly stated the main points of managing Fengshan Palace without reservation, and although Hu Jingren is 13 or 14 years old, she is already sensible at this age. Let her be in charge of the affairs of Fengshan Palace, is also a good choice. Du Xinxi also hopes that after her death, there will be someone in Fengshan Palace to manage it far away in Xiaotong. Su Xing and Lin Yu are living in a temple on a mountain. Su Xing and Lin Yu are obviously worried about being found by others, so they live on the mountain. There is only one monk here. It was sent up the mountain by bullock cart, and there is also a computer on the mountain that allows the two of them to surf the internet, although Yazhao has been blocked. After all, the relationship between the headquarters and Yazhao has not been upgraded to the level of enemies. Ordinary people are prohibited from entering and leaving the border of Yazhao, and Su Xing and Lin Yu are supernatural beings. Naturally, it is not listed here. On the contrary, they received warm hospitality in Xiaotong. Lin Yu said to Su Xing while surfing the internet, "Recently, your title of Xingxin has been spread by many people. It is said that it comes from Journey to the West. It seems that you cannot get rid of this title. There are people talking about you online." Su Xing didn't seem to be very cold about this title, but said lightly, "I just want to go back to Yazhao as soon as possible. I really don't know what the city lord thinks, but let me live here in Xiaotong. As for a title, I do not care anymore." Lin Yu then analyzed, "This is naturally because the chaos in Jiacheng has not been explained yet, and the city owner must also want to have an account of the affairs of Jiacheng, and you, Xingxin, are such an important person, so naturally you have to deal with it at any time. I'm going to appease the people in Wine City. Besides, it's already winter. What else do you want to do if you don't rest at this time?" During her stay in Xiaotong, Su Xing really felt the comfort of being on vacation. After the end of the day, Su Xing basically didn't feel that much. Do a little work, and this feeling is inexplicable, as if I am useless if I don't work. And Su Xing leaned on the chair and said calmly, "I want to go to the Yellow River to have a look. I heard that there are water monsters over there. I want to eliminate the harm for the people and kill the water monsters. In addition, I also want to go kill the bandits, and I will save more suffering people." Although it is winter, Su Xing still has a lot of things to do at this time, such as killing bandits, or going to the Yellow River to find water monsters. But was trapped in a small place, unable to move. Lin Yu threw a book to Su Xing with his backhand, and said, "A bird must flap its wings if it wants to fly high, and a person must read if he wants to make progress. If you have nothing to do, then read a book." Su Xing picked up the book and took a look. When he found that the book Lin Yu threw over was the Diamond Sutra, he couldn't accept it, and said, "I want to read it. I want to read excellent martial arts." After hearing this, Lin Yu said calmly, "This is a monastery. We are all borrowers here. Only the Buddhist scriptures can be seen. Martial arts? Wuxia has long since died. You might as well watch Xianxia." Su Xing sighed helplessly, and said, "When will such a day end?" When staying in Xiaotong, Su Xing felt very bored. She had already completed the task, but in the end she could not return to Yazhao to complete the task. The time for independent action is also being delayed again and again, but at this time, Lin Yu found out that there was a call from the mountain. It turned out that the news from Yazhao had arrived, and it was relayed by Xiaotong before it reached him. "Don't be in a daze. The task is up. Go to Wine City, prepare to stabilize people's hearts, and then wait for the city lord to choose the city lord of Wine City to replace you, and start right away." Lin Yu jumped up from his seat immediately, ready to go to Wine City, and Su Xing also realized that now that she has a task, she finally doesn't have to be idle anymore. Su Xing and Lin Yu were about to leave immediately, and a banquet had already been set up at the foot of the mountain. The high-level officials here saw off Su Xing and Lin Yu's departure, and the happiest thing was Chang Feng, when Zuba's head was taken away. After arriving in Xiaotong, the researchers here immediately extracted it, and it was finally used by Chang Feng. Therefore, Chang Feng was very concerned about Su Xing and Lin Yu, and couldn't help but said, "If there are any supernatural potions in Yazhao that you don't need, you can also consider selling them to us, and the previous price will do." "Well, if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely do this," Lin Yu said with a smile, but in fact, Lin Yu has no hope for this kind of business at all. This is also helpless. He can only get grain from Xiaotong in a short time. If there is enough time, he will send it directly to Mizhao for sale. 2,000 tons grain is not easy. If you continue to trade at a loss, you will be a fool. Chapter 799. When Lin Yu and Su Xing went to Wine City, at the same time, Li Xiang from Jiangyang also prepared food and clothes, and then sent people to bring the supplies to Wine City. After entering the territory of the Wine City, Su Xing immediately saw victims all over the mountains and plains looking for food, and after Su Xing appeared, almost everyone rushed over, some begging, some people were insulting Su Xing, and some people came up to fight for Su Xing's backpack. Master Xingxin, please help. Hundreds of people have starved to death in Jiacheng. We finally crossed the Yangtze River Bridge. Even if we dug up the earthworms, we would have eaten them all. What kind of apricot fairy are you? Do you know that you killed many people? Before you came to Wine City, we were all alive. Even if we didn't have dignity, we could still live anyway, but after you came, we can't even afford to eat now. Food, I need food. Give me some food. When countless people rushed towards Su Xing didn't react for a while, and he could still hear a lot of scolding voices, and Su Xing felt uncomfortable. Lin Yu is very clear that if he is trapped by the victims, it will not be easy to get out, but Lin Yu also has his own methods, and he should not use normal methods to deal with the victims. He reached into the backpack, took out a bag of biscuits inside, and then threw them out. After the biscuits were thrown out, the victims saw the food and started looting it. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Yu grabbed Su Xing's palm and ran away, and the two quickly moved away from the victims. Before getting away from the victims, Lin Yu was still shouting loudly, if everyone wants food, they should all go back to Wine City. Master Fengshen and Xingxin will distribute food in Wine City. The nearby victims directly stuffed the robbed food into their mouths, and swallowed it without chewing. When they swallowed, their necks swelled up visible to the naked eye. It really makes people worry that these people are swallowing the biscuits. Will he be choked to death? The victims actually didn't want this, but as long as there is food, there will be looting, and it can't be stopped at all. At this time, morality is useless, and survival is the most important thing. Therefore, this A group of people grabbed the biscuits and put them in their mouths. As for those who have not robbed food at this time, they can only walk helplessly in the direction of Wine City. If they want to return to Wine City at this time, all other directions have been blocked. Even if they reach the border, they will be blocked while on the road. Su Xing even saw the tragic case of Yizi's eating. Parents always regard their children as their darlings, so how could they be willing to beat and scold them? But at this time, there is nothing to eat, and my own child can't bear to eat it, and the family next to me is like this, so let's make do together. After the child is exchanged, this is not my child, eat it. Sometimes I feel better. When Su Xing saw this kind of scene, she was at a loss. She thought that she was saving others by breaking through the Wine City, but at this moment she suddenly realized that it seemed that things were not as she imagined. The Wine City has become even worse now. If I didn't show up, these people's lives would be very hard, but the situation in front of me would never have happened. So, after seeing this kind of thing happen, Su Xing couldn't help but ask Lin Yu beside him, Brother Lin Yu, did I do something wrong? Why did I want to save these people, but in the end I ended up harming them? Lost them. Su Xing was very confused at this moment, not knowing whether what she did was right or wrong, but Lin Yu thought about it and replied, of course I did it right, how could I do it wrong? Do you think is it a good thing for them to maintain their previous life? They are constantly being squeezed, and eventually the whole city is dead silent. There is no hope for such a life, and at this time, the city owner has decided to take over the Wine City. The days of crying are over, right? Without you, they would not have hope for the future, and now is just a temporary trough. As long as you can think clearly about this, you will be able to understand whether you did something wrong. Su Xing is currently in a state of being confused by the tragic situation in front of him, and in this state, Su Xing will always wonder if he has done something wrong, but in fact, if Su Xing hadn't separated Zuba and Dong Zhao, if he was killed, the future of Jiacheng would be very bleak, and the lack of food in Jiacheng was not caused by Su Xing, but Zuba's last madness before he died, so he burned all the food in the granary. Su Xing should not be blamed for this. After Su Xing thought about it seriously, he finally let go of the emotion of self-blame. Now Su Xing has completely understood that it was not her fault that the matter had developed to the present level, but Zuba and his colleagues. Dong Zhao's legacy has not been completely eliminated. After figuring this out, Su Xing immediately cheered up and prepared to save these people in Wine City. Su Xing soon arrived at the Wine City, and there was no organization in the Wine City at this time. Originally, there were more than a dozen leaders in the Wine City, and there were hundreds of soldiers under these leaders, but they waited for a while. After a while, I found that I couldn't get any resources from my side, and there were still tens of thousands of people in the city waiting to be fed. In desperation, the army was disbanded on the spot. If you want to survive, you must rely on your own ability, and the wine city has become extremely desolate, and there are not even mice on the streets. At this time, mice are a good thing. In the eyes of hungry people, they are proteins that can walk. Eat it. As for whether the mice will carry bacteria and viruses, that is not something they consider. Now that they are going to starve to death, who cares if they will get sick? The appearance of Su Xing immediately caused a sensation, because in the minds of many people, Su Xing once led a group of hungry victims to victory, and toppled the city walls and palace walls, and finally won the victory, so Su Xing will get it this moment. Su Xing appeared again, immediately bringing hope to those who stayed behind. Su Xing stood on the city wall and shouted loudly, "Everyone listen to me, everyone listen to me, there will be food. As long as everyone obeys the command, everyone can get food in the end, but from now on, you have to obey you Master Zhou Fengshen's words. As long as you live honestly, you can definitely get out of the current predicament." Suddenly, someone asked, "Zixin, aren't you the lord of the wine city?" Su Xing said seriously, "I am the acting city lord. When the official city lord arrives here, I will return to Yazhou. I still have more things to do. I want to save more people." When Su Xing said this, the crowd immediately lamented. Many people were worried that Su Xing would not be able to become the official castellan of the wine city. What if the next castellan of the wine city was a bastard like the previous Zuba? Su Xing didn't explain too much. Soon there were boats from the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. These boats were all small boats, and the boats were still emitting black smoke. They turned out to be steamboats used more than 100 years ago. For coal, you can only add coal continuously during the driving process, so that you can speed up. When Lin Yu saw this scene, he couldn't help shaking his head immediately, and said, "I really don't know what Li Xiong is doing, but he just made this kind of steamboat directly. Obviously the steam engine has long been eliminated by the times. It turned out that it came in handy at this time." On the other hand, Su Xing stared wide-eyed at the ships that appeared on the Yangtze River. They had only seen the prototypes in history books, but she never thought that they would appear in front of her eyes now. The appearance of these ships on the water was brand new. Yes, it seems that it has just been produced, but now it is honking while walking. It is obviously something from the last century. It must be because of the lack of oil in Yazhou, but coal can be obtained from Steel City, so in this case, steam engines have been used instead. Otherwise, how could the food for 200,000 people be easily delivered here? Su Xing began to analyze seriously. The residents in the city are already too hungry. After seeing the boats coming from the lower reaches of the Yangtze River at this time, they were immediately excited, and many people shed tears, because now that there is food, then they can lie down, and the food appeared here right after Su Xing, and the people in the city thought it was the food that Su Xing brought back from Yazhou, so they immediately shouted frantically, "Zixin, Zixin." Although this is the food transported by the steam engine, the ship is spraying black smoke while driving, but at this time, who cares about carbon emissions? Food is enough. And finally, the ship appears at the pier. Qiao Xianwen got off the boat slowly. This time he was the one who delivered the food. Originally, Qiao Xianwen was a member of the gang, but Qiao Xianwen was lucky. He made the right choice when Qi Lingshan was an undercover agent. In the end, it was Li Xiong who succeeded in exonerating the eldest uncle, so instead it was mixed up. When Su Xing walked to the pier, Qiao Xianwen hurriedly said, "Miss Su Xing, City Lord Li Xiong asked me to help you, and he said that you must pay attention when distributing food. Lord Fengshen may come in person later." Su Xing nodded quickly after hearing this, and said, "Fortunately, you are here to help. There are no organizations in the wine city now. If you distribute food directly, it will easily cause looting. At this time, you should hurry up and take it with you. People make porridge. In short, the first thing to do is to give porridge to the people below." Qiao Xianwen nodded. He could still do this kind of thing, so he immediately started to make porridge with a large pot set up in the direction of the 4 city gates. The porridge was not white rice porridge, but polenta porridge. There is only one big bowl for each person. If you have been starving for a long time, if you suddenly see food, you will stuff food into your stomach crazily. He has been hungry for too long, and if he suddenly eats big fish and meat, his body will not be able to bear it. It is said that Du Fu was entertained suddenly, and he ate too much and died 3 days later. Shen Feng drove the glider to the sky above Wine City and landed from the sky. Su Xing had already been notified before, so he was not surprised to see Shen Feng's appearance now. Instead, everyone in Wine City was seeing him. After Shen Feng fell from the sky, they cheered wildly Feng Shen. Shen Feng slowly fell from the sky, saw the dilapidated Wine City, and then said to Su Xing, "The Wine City has become like this. It is not easy to revive it. Are you interested in being the owner of the Wine City?" And Shen Feng was just asking casually. Shen Feng knew Su Xing's true thoughts, but if Su Xing had changed his mind, that would be a good thing. After hearing this question, Su Xing quickly waved his hands and said, "No, brother Shen Feng, you should choose another wise person. You know what I think. I just want to kill bandits. If I become the city lord, then I'm going to be locked here." Chapter 800 Passing the Examination. After Su Xing expressed her true thoughts, Shen Feng could only nod regretfully, agreeing to Su Xing's request, but at this moment, the city wall was full of people, and the victims were full for 3 days. After that, I finally understood who is the boss. In the current world, the person who can feed himself is the boss. However, if Jia Chang wants to survive at present, it can only rely on Yaziao. There is food in Yaziao. There is no doubt about it. The mutated birds in the surrounding mountains were cleaned up, and the autumn harvest was not affected, so Yaziao had a bumper harvest today. Shen Feng of Yaziao is the bread and butter of these people at this time. Shen Feng had already seen a group of people under the city wall, and it was not good to keep these people waiting, so Shen Feng stood on the city wall and shouted to the people below, "Everyone, I am Shen Feng from now on. Wine City will also be under my command. I know that you have been suffering all the time after the end, and before that, I sent Su Xing here just to save you, but I didn't expect Zuba, the devil, to know the date of death. As it was approaching, the granary was burned down, which eventually caused you all to have no food. This is my negligence." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng bowed to the crowd below, and there was a sound of crying from the crowd, obviously also remembering the sad thing at this time. The days of starvation are the most difficult, because when there is no food in the stomach is still wriggling, so that the stomach will be extremely empty. At this time, no matter what you see, you want to eat it. Putting it in the stomach, many people swelled to death just eating guanine soil. Shen Feng then continued, "But now I can tell you that the hard times in the past are over. Since the Wine City is now under my command, you will definitely not go hungry in the future. After the Chinese New Year, I will be there. Start farming near the Wine City. As long as your hands are strong, a stable life will be within your reach." Oh! Countless people started cheering at this moment. As long as there is hope, they can live on. In the crowd, there are actually many people who are disappointed, and the reason is very simple. Just before, when Zuba and Dong Zhao encouraged the people below, they promised to distribute land to everyone in industry, but now, distributing land has become impossible, which naturally makes people feel that they have lost what they should have. It's just that at this moment, no one dares to oppose Shen Feng's decision. It's not easy for Jia Chang to get the support of Yaziao food. Shen Feng is very satisfied with the reaction of the people below. After all, everyone is very supportive at this time, and if there is no open opposition, that is enough. In fact, Shen Feng also knows the importance of dividing land. Chinese civilization for thousands of years actually revolves around land, but Professor Chu had discussed this with Shen Feng before. I have already made this matter very clear. At this time, it is not suitable to divide the land, because even if it is divided, once the mutant beast goes down the mountain, the field will be destroyed, and the harvest of the year will be gone. In addition, it is no longer suitable to grow food artificially at this time. The population is declining sharply in the end of the world. Unclear question. In the end, Professor Chu said to Shen Feng, "When the times are troubled, you can farm the fields. When the world is peaceful, you can distribute the fields to the people below." Shen Feng has always kept this sentence in his heart, so when Jia Chang asked for the land to be divided, Shen Feng first refused to agree. For turbulent times, Shen Feng's speech on the city wall was very simple: to encourage the people below to live a good life, and life will become better and better in the future, and people's response was also very enthusiastic. Next, Shen Feng was going to go to the inside of the Wine City to take a look, but the original palace had already been robbed, and basically all the things that could be taken away were taken away, such as curtains that can keep warm, so the curtains were also taken away. As for the things that could not be taken away, such as the glass and the door, they were all smashed. Hey, the area here is really too big, isn't it? It's more than 10 times larger than my Fengshan Palace in Yezhou. It's really extravagant. Can Zuba live alone? Shen Feng saw after the palace appeared in front of him, he immediately showed an expression of disbelief. It was an exaggeration for a wine city to support such a huge palace. Speaking of this incident, Su Xing became a little angry, and said immediately, "City owner, you don't know, I was raided once when I came to Wine City, and my bicycle was taken away. It's best to live without any money, otherwise, as long as you have a little good thing on your body, it will be snatched away immediately." Shen Feng looked at the situation here seriously, couldn't help frowning, and said, "Dasao, since this palace is full of looted people's fat and people's anointing, let's demolish it, and make room for more people in the Wine City in the future." "Yes," Su Xing quickly replied, "since it was the city lord's intention, it must be done according to the city lord's intention." Having said that, Shen Feng found a secluded room in the palace, and then said to Lin Yu, "Now you can also report on Su Xing's performance. You are the examiner. I came to the Wine City for the second time. The purpose is to hear Su Xing's performance." Su Xing immediately became excited. Now that the city lord said this, didn't he want to test whether his level had passed the test? And it took me only 1 week to complete the task, so I can definitely pass the test, and I can immediately pursue my own dream. However, when Su Xing heard what Lin Yu said at this time, her face immediately turned black, because Su Xing obviously did not expect that in Lin Yu's eyes, she turned out to be such an image. After Lin Yu started the report, he took out his notebook directly from his body, and narrated his record about Su Xing directly. "City Lord, Su Xing was too impulsive when performing tasks, and he unconditionally trusted other people's words. And the defense against the enemy is not good enough, and they don't make plans in advance. They are relatively slow in responding to emergencies, and they are easy to retreat once they encounter difficult tasks." When Lin Yu was talking about Su Xing's shortcomings, Su Xing didn't expect to have so many shortcomings discovered. Hearing what Lin Yu said, she seemed to be passing the test. "Ahem, why is it so serious? You don't hate me, that's why you add fuel to the story, right?" Su Xing couldn't help but said to Lin Yu, "Shut up, I'm an examiner, and I'm still reporting your performance at this moment, please be more serious." Lin Yu yelled at Su Xing directly, as if dissatisfied with Su Xing interrupting herself at this time speaking. Su Xing immediately shut up at this time. Lin Yu changed the subject and continued, "Su Xing did have the above problems, but Su Xing also completed the task you mentioned, the city lord, and discovered the hidden task with his sense of justice. Difficulties will lead to negative thoughts, but the same Su Xing will not give up on the task. She will trust strangers unconditionally, but it is precisely because Su Xing trusts the true elder that she will finally be given by the true elder plan." Su Xing's defense against the enemy is insufficient, and the ability to inquire about news is also insufficient. However, Su Xing's problems in these two aspects have grown in the follow-up. He is slow to respond to emergencies, but he can often make decisive decisions. For example, when he discovers when Elder Zizan died, he directly chose to attack the city without giving Zuba and Dongjia more time to prepare. Su Xing originally thought that she could not meet the standard because of so many problems, but at this moment, Su Xing suddenly found that Lin Yu started to praise herself at this time. She was relieved immediately, and said in her heart, "Don't try to praise yourself first. Suppress." Shen Feng also asked at this time, "Then out of 100 points, how many points do you give her, Lin?" Yu pondered for a while and said, "Give me 85 points. When Su Xing faced an extremely difficult situation, she didn't just choose to give up, and she was almost perfect in what she could do, but she was impulsive. It is a fatal flaw, and 85 points is the score I gave her. In this case, Su Xing, you have passed the test. After a while, you can move freely. However, I will add 10 evolutionaries to you as subordinates. You will be responsible for all actions. In the future, you will need to fight. I will contact you when the time comes, and I will return to Yeshao every 6 months to report on my work." Shen Feng then told Su Xing his request. Su Xing originally thought that he could walk away from Xian'ai with a sword alone, but at this moment, it seems that such a thing is completely impossible. Even if he wants to kill the bandits, he still needs to bring 10 subordinates with him. However, Su Xing, I also know that in the next time, I can move freely, and I can't help but smile on my face. Thank you, City Lord. I will definitely not lose Yazhao's face. Just wait and see, I will kill all the bandits I see. Excited, Su Xing couldn't help rushing forward to hug Shen Feng. Shen Feng quickly pushed Su Xing away from his body, and said, "Give me something to do, don't just do this kind of intimate behavior casually. Now people are saying that there are a lot of abnormal things between you and me. As for the relationship, your current actions will only make others misunderstand more." Su Xing had also heard of the rumors outside. Seeing Shen Feng's timid look, she couldn't help but smile and said, "What's the matter? City Lord, do you think I can't warm your bed? Don't be kidding. If my senior sister makes a fuss, you will be miserable, and you don't have a heart disease." Shen Feng said seriously. Su Xing asked suspiciously, "What does this have to do with heart disease? Besides, I am not afraid of the shadow when I am upright." Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders. After seeing the situation of the Wine City today, he can roughly see the reality of the Wine City. At this time, the most important thing in the Wine City is to recuperate. It is better to support these people before the new year. 200,000 people spent the Spring Festival, and then they will prepare to farm. The 200,000 people in Jiacheng are too few, and a group of people must be recruited from Yeshao. However, when Shen Feng and Su Xing were chatting silently in the palace, someone suddenly came to report, "City Lord, a group of strangers came from the south and said they came to look for you, and they came from Kunming." Upon hearing the news, Shen Feng was immediately puzzled, and said to himself, "I've never been to Kunming, why did the people over there look for me? It can't be that they're looking for trouble, right?" Next, Shen Feng replied, "Bring it here and let me take a look. By the way, prepare tables and chairs for us." Su Xing immediately volunteered and said, "City Lord, I will be your bodyguard." Shen Feng waved his hand and said, "No need, I'm also a supernatural being, and I'm the fastest in the world, so I don't need your protection. You are now the acting City Lord of Wine City, so hurry up and deal with your own affairs." Su Xing immediately left with a smile. People are in good spirits on happy occasions. Su Xing only waits for the official City Lord of Wine City to arrive, so that she can pursue her dreams. At present, in Wine City, it is more important to appease people's hearts, and there is nothing else to do. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.